Good morning and welcome to day 2 of the Boardmasters Open 2024, live from Fistral Beach, Newquay. This morning we had the Wild West Jerky Longboard Pro Women's Round of 32. Here's Lola Bleakley with a beautiful nose ride right the way through the inside. And now we'll be moving into the Wild West Jerky Longboard Pro Men's Round of 32. Here's Felipe Ferreira hanging 5 up to a 10, holding on tight. And now onto the BYD Pro Men's Round of 32. Here's Aaron Strong of Team GB. He takes to the air and he's pleased with that one. First up this afternoon, we've got the Boardmasters Junior Boys Open. Lucas Skinner here with a huge backhand snap, releasing the fins. And to round off the day, we move into the Boardmasters Junior Girls Open Round 1. Here's Belle Bettridge driving hard off the bottom and straight up through the lip.
Well, we've already had plenty of good action and more to come. Good morning, everybody. People on the beach and people at home now joining us live through the WSL YouTube channel, website and app. In the water at the moment, Alice Lemoyne, Mally Harbour, Roxy Davis and Mylène Guessard, 2 French, 1 Brit and a South African. There's 10 minutes left in this heat. We are welcoming all our viewers. I'm Tom Anderson and next to me, Rob Blythe. We're going to be taking you through all of the action today. It's a pretty exciting day of surfing up ahead. We've got the Wild West Jerky Longboard Pro LQS women's event. We're in the quarterfinals at the moment. This is quarterfinal 1. Then we're going to be going to the LQS men's. There's a round of quarterfinals there. And then we will be going into the BYD Pro, that's the shortboards, men and women as well. We've got semi-finals there. Some very good surfers being pitted up against each other. And Rob, already one of the big names in world longboarding, has made a decent impression on the judges in this heat. Alice Lemoyne, she's freshly flown in from Huntington Beach.
That's right, Tom, and we see Lemoyne in the red up and riding now, making her way to the nose, cross-stepping stylishly twice to the tip and back she goes. Little fade redirection there to gather some speed into that end section, and she rides out of that with speed and control. Beyond her, we see surfer in green Mally Harbour of the UK, currently in second, coming unstuck as that whitewater cascades down onto her, and beyond her, the surfer in white who impressed us yesterday and the day before, Roxy Davis, not managing to get into that wave. The wave drifting underneath her through that patch of deep water that we've noted has caused so much chaos for our competitors over the last few days. Up and riding now, it's Surfer in blue. Currently in fourth, Marine Guessard, looking for a 4.4. That wave's not going to do it for her. However, she may well improve on her lowest score of 0.67, reducing the requirement going into the last 8 minutes. We'll give a situation update in a moment, but it's worth noting for the people on the beach and indeed the people at home that we are taking part in a compcast, Tom. So we're providing not only commentary for the beach, commentary for the viewers at home, but also updates for our surfers. So occasionally, you might feel that some of the information we provide is a little bit obvious if you can see exactly what's going on. It's because we're providing information to 3 different audiences. So with 7 minutes and 40 seconds remaining on the clock, a situation update for our surfers. Surfer in blue, Marine Guessard, you are 4th. Surfer in blue, you are 4th. You require a 4.33. Surfer in white, Roxy Davis, you are 3rd. White, you are 3rd. You need a 2.91. Surfer in green, Mali Harbour, you are 2nd. You require an 8.77 for 1st. And we see our surfer in white, Roxy Davis of South Africa, up and riding on a smaller inside right hand of the regular foot, up into the lip once and down, right out of that. And in the front at the minute, surfer in red, Alice Lemoyne. Lemoyne, you have a 6.67 and a lower score of 5.33. 7 minutes on the clock. This is quarterfinal number 1 here at the Wild West Jerky LQS women's event.
I can see as well there's some exciting prospects coming up in the next heat as well, Rob. If you're watching from home, you can see there that's Ginger Kaimi and Canel Le Breton. And in the white there, that's Nienke Dunmeyer, the Dutch girl who got through yesterday. So they are making their way down to the water's edge, and then right up the other end of the beach, we'll probably get an image of her shortly, is going to be in the green in this heat. It will be Lola Bleakley.
We're going to give a situation update for Surfer in red. Surfer in red, you are in 1st. Alice, you are 1st. You have a 6.67 and a 5.33. There are 6 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. Red 1st, green 2nd. Green, you require 8.77 for 1st. You're looking to replace a lower score of 2.1. Here we see Mali Harbour, surfer in green, up and riding, seeking to replace that 2.1 now, Tom, as she cross-steps her way forward and back. That wave's not going to provide enough scoring opportunity for Mali to chase down that 8.77. Perhaps to better that 2.1, however. Surfer in white, Roxy Davis, you are 3rd. You need a 2.91. And surfer in blue, Marine Guessard, you are in 4th. You need a 4.33.
And this is Mylène Guessard from 4th place, looking here now for a 4.33. Probably needs to try and get a bit of work done on the inside if she's going to have a good chance of chasing that score in the one wave here. And Guessard walking nicely, looks for the nose right, but doesn't quite get that. You see the board ping up behind. You need speed and the weight of the water in the right place and the timing to get up and back. But that might well change the situation for Guessard, I would imagine. I think she will replace at least one, if not both of her top scoring waves. Well, her highest scoring wave at the moment is a 1, so I would imagine that Guessard will not be, she certainly won't be using the low score after that.
We see a replay now, Tom, for our viewers at home of Surfer in red, Alice Lemoyne up and riding, making her way to the nose, stylishly back she goes and up the tip. So this is a replay of last of red, the 6.6. That has extended Lemoyne's lead. And we see up and riding now, live action from the surfer in red, heat leader Alice Lemoyne of France, cross-stepping forward, hovering around the midsection of the board there, hoping to see that wave through to the inside. She doesn't manage that. But we'll give an update for surfers in the water with 4 minutes remaining. Surfers in the water, 4 minutes remaining. Last of red. In fact, we're still waiting for last of red, but the wave before that came in at a 6.6. So Lemoyne extends her lead. It's looking like the last of red won't factor into her top 2, so the situation will remain the same. It's surfer in blue, Marine Guessard, you are 4th. You now require a 2.64 to progress. 2.64. Surfer in white, Roxy Davis, you're in 3rd. You need a 2.91. to move into that advancing second position. Mally Harbour in green, you are in second, looking to replace a 2.1. Seeking an 8.77 for first, and Alice Lemoyne, surfer in red, you're out in front with a 6.67 and a 5.33. For the benefits of our viewers at home there, the camera is just panning around the contest site, giving you a sense of some of the goings on here this morning. It's a bit of a quiet morning down here at North Fistral, a bit of a grey day. We've got some spectators on the beach, a few people in the competitors area, and once again, our ever reliable beach cleaners doing noble work on the shore, making sure all those plastics are picked up. And we see surfers in white up and rising. This is Roxy Davis of South Africa, change of direction there. This wave not going to go much further, but Roxy's sticking with it. She's persevering. You can't doubt her resilience. And what you didn't see on screen viewers at home was surfer in green, Mally Harbour, up and riding on a right to the south end of the contest area. We'll see if we can get that on replay for you. It is day 4 of the Boardmasters. We've had 3 days so far of jam-packed, exciting surfing action, and we've hopefully got another 2 ahead of us. One group of people that have been ever present throughout these past few days have been the Beach Clean crew. They've been doing such noble work down on the beach, and for our viewers at home, you can now see a replay of that last of green Mally Harbour. She cross-steps her way forward, beautifully ridden section of that wave before digging the nose into that oncoming section and coming unstuck. So Mally, surfer in green, is looking to replace a 2.1. Score is still coming in, as is last of white, Roxy Davis. For both our spectators on the beach and our viewers at home, you can see it is rather grey down here this morning, in stark contrast to the beautiful sunshine that we experienced yesterday throughout much of the day. Here we see at home and on the beach, surfer in white, Roxy Davis of South Africa, up and riding on a frothy left. Roxy realizing that wave wasn't going anywhere. And now surfer in red, Alice Lemoyne, up and riding on a smaller inside right. Watch this wizard of the nose make her way forward, decide that wave isn't for her, and kicks out the back.
So we've got 35 seconds remaining, guys, and surfers in white and blue, you need scores here. Surfer in white, you need a 2.91, and blue, you need a 2.64, and here is blue. So blue is here looking for the 2.64. Now this could flip the heat if blue can stay with it and get that score. Blue, cross-stepping, redirects, looking for where the power in that wave remains as it comes through to the inside. This is Mylène Guessard, and she is looking to try and come from behind in the dying seconds of this heat here. We're going to be counting this out in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Still riding. That makes that wave officially. That's officially a buzzer beater, isn't it, Robbo? When the surfer is actually still on their feet while the buzzer goes. Friends, family, compatriots, fellow competitors, and some spectators on the beach watching early in the morning here. They'll be wondering whether Guessard got that, a 2.64, Robbo. Do you reckon she got it? But she's going to need a bit more than that because Mally Harbour actually posted a 3.37 on that one. So this was Mally Harbour. This was a 3.37. Oh, this is Roxy Davis. So, yeah, on the screen now. Mally Harbour. We might get a replay of that one, but she's posted. Here they are. That's Guessard and Lemoyne. They're both in. A lot of camaraderie here. These guys are they commune, they congratulate.
Do you know what? We always do see this particularly in the longboard heats, Tom. We saw it plenty in the shortboard as well yesterday, but everybody gathering after the heat to congratulate each other, commiserate, and celebrate each other's surfing.
Do we think Guessard got that? It looks from the first few judges like it's going to be just under. So Mally Harbour pushes herself further out front at the very end there. And so they congratulate each other, and that official result is in then. So Mally Harbour held on We're going to go into the next heat then. Ginger Kaimi, Camille Le Breton. There's the final results of that one.
They're on screen for our viewers at home, but just to confirm for people on the beach, we've got Roxy Davis in 4th, Maïn Guessard in 3rd, Mali Harbour in 2nd, and Lemoyne in 1st. And we're counting down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So we're into this quarterfinal heat number 2. In red, Ginger Kaimi representing Italy, Canal Le Breton representing France. And we see surfer in green, Lola Bleakley from deepest, darkest Penwith in the west of Cornwall. With a quick in and out there, that's the surfer in green representing Great Britain. And in white of the Netherlands, Nienke Dunemeyer, who impressed us oh so much yesterday, progressing through that tricky round of 24 with some excellent surfing. Clutch surfing come the end of the heat. You mentioned, Tom, at the end of that previous heat that we saw an official buzzer beater because the buzzer went whilst our surfer was riding the wave. We saw lots of them yesterday. In fact, I think probably the most I've ever seen on a single day of competitive surfing. Lots of waves being ridden as the buzzer went, lots of clutch surfing, and some of those waves providing score enough to see the surfers through to the next round.
Yeah, it's interesting the way the waves have been breaking here, especially through this high tide. There's a wave that breaks out back, isn't there? There's an inside connection to try and make. And then there's often a reform. And some of those buzzer beaters tended to be when surfers had spent the entire heat effectively looking for the best possible wave they could find. And then in the end, they'd surf like a 2-minute heat and they'd just go, okay, right, well, caution to the wind now, spin round, go on one of the inside reforms, smash one or punt one, and that would be that. And here we go, great early start here now for Ginger Kaimi, who was really impressive here last year. And she gets to the nose, gets a 5. She's going to go on rail, and a lovely smooth frontside cut back there, 2 hands to the deck just to make sure that she rides through a rocky bit of white water and into the final section of that wave. And Kaimi steps out there, and behind her, Nienke Dunemeyer, the Dutch girl who got through yesterday, surfing very well and impressing. So Kaimi is a youngster. She's 12 years old. Surfing for Italy. She's from Milano. And then you saw Dunemeyer from Schroel in the Netherlands. So that was a 12-year-old. Look at that. And Dunemeyer in her 30s. So a clash of the generations in this heat. And that's some really smooth, stylish surfing for Kaimi there. The work was mostly done on the wave out back. And so Lola Bleakley and Canel Le Breton stay outside. Now, I can see here that Dunemeyer has gone back into second priority, so I'm not sure that's because Le Breton rode this wave. And let's have a look at that. Yeah, an in and out for Le Breton. Just went to the nose slightly too early. And Le Breton is up and riding again here. And carving through, looking to get through to the inside. Surfer from Les Sables d'Olonne, 19-year-old. And then behind her, Lola Bleakley getting her first wave as well. So it was Bleakley and Dunemeyer that got through yesterday. And there is Dunemeyer. And she goes for a parallel stance there before dropping the right foot back and driving, gets a 5 and walks back. Now, by not quite making it through that piece of white water, I think the judges will end up not giving as much weight to the 5 either in their scale. So there's going to be plenty of scores dropping. And the first of Ginger Kaimi has gone well. First of red, 5.67. And first of blue, 0.9. First of white, 1.0. First of green, 0.93. Second of white, 1.77. Second of green, 1.27. So, with the exception of that first wave for Kaimi, there's relatively small scores on the board at this early stage. Here we can see now this is Beach Marshal Tim, and he's sorting out the surface for the next heat. Emily Curry and Beth Leafield, the seeds who are going to be coming into that heat. So, because of the US Open, which is itself because of the Olympics, here we see, if you're watching at home, you'll be seeing a replay of Canelle Le Breton, that nose ride. And then this second nose ride here. Well, she goes for the second nose ride and then slightly, and now this is live, this is Ginger Kaimi. And she swings right, swings left, gets a speed line, gets to the nose, cross steps back. May well get onto the inside here, and she does. Great footwork from the 12-year-old. Going towards that nose again, gets a quick 5 and comes to the inside, just flicks out the way to make sure that she doesn't run Dunemeyer over. And to that nose again. These surfers here at Fistral Beach, they'll use the wave right the way through to the end. That's what I love about that. If we remember, this wave started off not far off head height for Kaimi, and now she finishes up being able to step into thigh deep water and paddle back out from there. So there's a new format being used. I just started explaining. So we start with the Olympics. The Olympics took the US Open's normal slot in the calendar. And then the US Open moved out the way of the Olympics and has run concurrent to the Boardmasters. And look at Kaimi there. The footwork from that 12-year-old Italian from Milano is fabulous in the red vest. Look at the knot on the back of that vest that they've had to do to make it fit. And so in order to enable, and it's good for the event, to enable the high seeds and those who were involved in the US Open from the World Longboard Tour, to enable those guys to be able to participate in this event. WSL Europe's head honcho Rob Gunning has come up with a new format that uses a round of 24, which has now taken place, which fed us 8 surfers from 16 yesterday to join 8 who were already seeded. And you just saw the tail end of a quick wave for Canelle Le Breton there, which won't make any significant difference to the results of this heat. And so that means that in each of these heats right now, there's a red and a blue jersey, who are the seeded surfers. And here goes Lola Bleakley. This is Le Breton again. This is Le Breton in the blue. Oh, and that was an opportunity to get some points there if she'd gotten down to the bottom of that one. We'll get some scores. Second of red, Ginger Kaimi, a 6.5. Canelle Le Breton, you now have a 3.33 and a 1, and one more score to come. And that last score is a 2.87. So Canelle Le Breton, you have a 3.33 and a 2.87. Dunemeyer in the white, you have a 1 and a 1.77. And Lola Bleakley, your 2 scores remain the same. So Bleakley sitting and waiting. Bleakley in priority. She's in second priority, so there must have been a paddle just then. Rob, we're just coming up to the halfway point of this heat. What are your thoughts on the surfing of Ginger Kaimi? I remember it being brilliant last year too.
Well, she is so fleet of foot, isn't she? Incredible footwork, as you pointed out on that last wave of hers that we saw, that left, that got her a 6.5. And my goodness, it was worth every single decimal of that score. Working her way towards the nose, working her way back with flawless style. She's very lightweight, isn't she? 12 years old. She's able to find nose rides where perhaps others might not be able to. using her.
but then she can get back to that tail and swing the board round with power
Absolutely,
too.
yeah.
And it's no mean feat to turn a 9-foot surfboard.
Well, that's when it comes down to pure technique. And Ginger Kaimi has excellent technique. As our viewers at home see a little shot of a competitor in the next heat.
Mia Ramakas.
Yes, of Belgium.
She
With her
really
support crew
impressed yesterday.
sitting on the driftwood just in front of us, actually. Oh, someone's camera shy, wandered off. In front of Beach Marshal Tim, you see in the background. Meanwhile, casting our eyes out to sea, we see a set approaching. At the minute, it's surfer in white Nienke Dunmeier with priority. She's currently in third, looking for a 4.43 to move into that advancing second position. Just going to mention the weather once again, Tom. A little bit of a grey start this morning. We've been seeing this most mornings. The day before yesterday, it persisted through the day. We had some horizontal rain come the afternoon heats. But yesterday, this grey start that we're seeing now lifted, and we were blessed yesterday evening with glorious sunshine for much of the day, but certainly the quarterfinals and semi-finals.
That's a normal British summer day. Did you know, Rob? We do like a tidbit of information here, don't we?
Interrupt you for a second, Tom,
Yes,
as we see
it'll
surfer in blue, Canal Le Breton, currently in second, looking for an 8.84 to move into that first position.
Oof, did you see Ginger Kaimi then standing up and jumping off her board to get out the way of that set? So did you know, Rob? Here's a little bit of information. I know, weren't you a geographer at university?
Once a geographer, always a geographer, Tom.
Well, you may very well know the answer to this question I'm going to pose to you then. There are 2 countries in the world capable of having 6 seasons at any given time of year. 6 different weather systems. So here, Britain is one of them. So we are at a time of year now, any time of year in Britain, there are 6 different weather patterns that we can have.
And here we see surfer in green, Lola Bleakley, currently in 4th, using her priority there to get into that wave. Unfortunately, that wave not doing quite what Lola hoped it would do for her. Lola seeking a 4.93 to move into that advancing second position.
She might go again here. She swings round.
4.93. We've seen Lola post some brilliant scores over the past 2 days, and we do see Lola with a paddle here. She's up and riding.
This one looks better than the one she missed.
Goofy footer, working her way towards the nose, expertly navigating that fat, tricky section that we've seen cause carnage the last few days. A quick hang 5. Lola cross steps stylishly back before kicking over the back of that one. Now, it may not get the 4.93 that she's looking for, but I'm certain
it'll reduce
it will
the requirement,
reduce the requirement that Lola now needs to move into that advancing second position. Be very interested to see how the judges reward that. And it's a 2.47. Last of green, 2.47. So Lola now moves up into 3rd position, and the requirement is now a 3.73 as we see surfer in blue, Canal Le Breton, currently in 2nd, working her way stylishly towards the nose. 1 hang 5, 2 hang 5s, down she goes. Back to the tail of the board to redirect through that tricky section. Comes undone. Canal Le Breton looking to replace a lower score of a 2.87. She may well have done it with that wave, Tom, which would, of course, increase the requirement for surfers in green and white. And speaking of which, of whom, it's the surfer in white, Nienke Dunmeier of the Netherlands, on a wave that will not make it through to the inside, unfortunately. Nienke looking for a 4.43, but with Last of Blue still to drop, that requirement's going to increase, and it does. Last of Blue, 3.3. Last of Blue, 3.3, and we see Blue have a look at the wave on the inside. Beyond her, Nienke Dunmeier, the surfer in white, up and riding, now looking for a 4.86. Beyond her, we're going to see surfer in green, Lola Bleakley, with a ride. She's up and riding on the left, cross-stepping forward. Back she goes, realizing that wave's going to close out ahead of her. Lola's going to persist with this wave, however, up into the lip.
Oh, if she sticks this, that'll be
right out. So
that'll give the judges something to think about.
Really well surfed thus far for Lola. And she's going to seek the reform on the inside that we saw so many surfers
gets to the
great
nose.
Points on yesterday. Lola back to the nose and back she goes.
I love those flick outs.
So having had the last score of Blue come in at a 3.3, Lola's new requirement was a 4.16. Again, that wave may or may not have earned her that, but it will have reduced her requirement. Up and riding is surfer in white. Yankee Dumaya currently in fourth, looking for a 4.86. A beautiful nose ride through that section there. Again, that deep water, Helm's Deep section, we've termed it, causing a bit of trouble for the surfer from the Netherlands. So plenty of work for our judges to do, posting scores for last of green and last of white. 5 minutes remaining in this heat. As the scores start to come in, we'll begin to provide the surfers with an update of the situation. I've got a strong suspicion that it will change. Should we see Ginger Kaimi of Italy up and riding a beautiful nose ride? So hanging 5, working to that 10, holding it for a prolonged period of time, cross-stepping her way back, changing direction, back to the nose again. She goes back to the tail as she redirects back to the right on her backhand now. The young
surfing.
goofy footer navigating the really difficult section beautifully. And again, a change of direction. She's going to look for the reform on the inside, cross-stepping all the while, no shuffling for the young Italian as she makes her way all the way to the sand. And she may well step off onto the sand to put an exclamation mark on this ride. She does. Wonderful surfing from the young Italian and whistles of approval from the gallery, Tom. Fantastic surfing from Kaimi, probably the wave of the heat. Kaimi looking to replace a lower score of 5.67 out the back. We see surfer in white, Yankee Dunmaier of the Netherlands, cross-stepping her way forward, redirecting as this wave goes through that fat, tricky section. Surfer in white managing to hold on to the lump and bump of that middle section before coming unstuck. So the judges with lots of work to do. 4 scores to post. It looks like last of green, Lola Bleakley will reduce her requirement as they start to come in. Last of blue was a 3.3. Last of blue, a 3.3. There is still a score to drop for blue. 3 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock. It's no good us speculating on the scores yet, Tom. Let's leave it to the judges and we'll update the surfers with the situation as and when it arrives. In the meantime, viewers at home are going to see, or did just see, a replay of that fabulous last wave. And here it is again.
So she's a freshly minted European Junior
Look at that
champion.
Beautiful nose riding from Ginger Kaimi on the replay.
You can see why, can't you? Fabulous surfing here. The tender age of 12. Goodness me. 2 minutes and 45 remaining in this heat right now. Finishes with a Rio there. And then actually, not finished. More opportunity.
I think, Tom, it's high time we provide our surfers with an update of the situation. With 1 score left to drop, it's going to be that of Ginger Kaimi, so it won't change the situation for surfers in 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Last of green, 2.7. Last of green, 2.7. Last of white, 2.53. The situation is surfer in green, you are 4th. Green, you are 4th. You require a 3.93. Green, you need 3.93. Surfer in white, you are 3rd. White, you need a 3.86. White, you need a 3.86. White just underwater there, so I will read it one more time. White, you need a 3.86. Surfer in blue, you are 2nd. You need an 8.84. Blue, 8.84. 1 minute and 45 seconds on the clock. It's green 4th, you need a 3.93. White 3rd, you need a 3.86. Blue 2nd, looking for an 8.84 to move into 1st. And surfer in red, Ginger Kaimi, you are out in front, looking to replace a lower score of a 5.67. But with the judges still deliberating, it could well come in above that.
And here we go, the surfer in blue. Le Breton looking to see if she can consolidate this 2nd place here. Looking to improve on a 3.3. There's a chance with a swooping takeoff. A little bit of footwork here, coming to the inside. Gets a 5. Sustains that for a little while, and the inside re-entry isn't complete. There's going to be a big score drop for that last one of Ginger Kaimi. Robbo, it's going to be the wave of the heat. 50 seconds remaining. So it'll be important as well to see what that last of Le Breton is. Last of red, a 7-point ride. So the freshly minted European champion, Kaimi, juniors that is, from Santa Cruz, gets a 7 there. Looking every bit the value for it. And last of blue, Le Breton, 2.97 does not change the situation. 25 seconds remaining. White, you need a 3.85. Green, you need a 3.93. Green, you have priority. So will we see a buzzer beater? Is there going to be a wave? We're counting this one down. I'm not sure if the wave's going to get there in time. 10 seconds. I think Lola Bleakley has got a chance of getting one here. We count this out. It's 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay, that's the end of quarterfinal heat number 2 here at the Wild West Jerky LQS women's event. Official results in surfer in red, Ginger Kaimi taking the heat win. Surfer in blue, Canal Le Breton in second. In white, in third, Nyenke Dunmeyer. And in fourth, surfer in green, Lola Bleakley. Fantastic surfing all round, and congratulations to our 2 surfers who progressed through to the semi-final. Coming up in quarterfinal heat 3, we'll see in red, Emily Curry. In blue, Beth Layfield. In white, Mia Ramakas. And in green, Camille Dubrana. Stand by for countdown into quarterfinal number 3. At this business end of the competition, Tom, there are no easy heats.
And here we go. We're going to count this one down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Curry and Leafield from Britain, Ramakas, the Belgian, and Dubrana from France. Ramakas lives in Puerto del Rosario in Fuerteventura in the Islas Canarias, which explains why we have a Belgian who surfs so good. Although I'm sure that if there's waves on the Dutch coast, there must be a few spots where you get waves on the Belgian coasts from time to time. And we're going to get an early start here from one of our seeds, the Brit, Beth Leafield. And on the inside, up and riding, actually, is also Ramakas. We're going to stay with Leafield. And Leafield to the nose there, rides out. Direction change on the inside. We'll let you know what the judges think of those scores. So we were talking about the weather, Rob. I said there are 2 places in the world where you can have 6 seasons, 6 different weather patterns at any given time of year. Most places in the world tend to only have 3. And lots of places you can really predict the weather. You can book a wedding in most continental places in the world and know what's going to happen that day. You cannot do it in Britain. I'm curious, as we see the surfer in green with a quick in and out here. Oh, she may make it through to the inside, actually. This is Camille Dubrana. She is going to get enough weight on that board to ride onto the inside here. So what started as a small wave out back has got an inside opportunity for her here. Backhand redirect to the foam, and then, ooh, no, an attempt to try and see if she can pull off the improbable landing there. So, Robbo, do you know where the other place is? You're a geographer.
I don't.
And do you know why?
I don't. However, I'm willing to hazard a guess.
Go on then.
Well, I'm thinking if there's 2 in the world and the United Kingdom is 1.
Yep.
It's in the Northern Hemisphere.
Ah, so are you looking for
some... narrow it down? Is the other in the Southern Hemisphere?
It isn't.
Oh.
So you're using a good bit of rationale there, though. You've got to think about what other places in the world might have a similar geographical situation. So think about
I'm thinking
where Britain
of
is.
An island.
You would be right. It needs to be a big island so that it doesn't have island weather, because we don't have island weather. No. Or in fact, that is the key to the answer. We get island weather and continent weather. See, that's why we get 6.
Okay.
Where everyone else gets 3. So most islands.
Are you including the island of Ireland?
Yes, yeah. So I should clarify it as the British Isles. So geographically, the island of Ireland, whether they like it or not, is actually called.
Viewers at
one
home
of the
can
British
now
Isles.
see a replay of surfer in green, Camille Dubrana.
And she did well to get this wave through to the inside here. Got enough weight on the board. Some work done on the inside.
Now, Tom, whilst this wave was taking place for surfer in green, I noted just off screen, and some of our spectators on the beach may have seen it, surfer in blue, Beth Layfield doing a bit of equipment readjustment in the
Yeah.
lineup. She was slamming her fin with her hand, I think trying to get it to settle into its fin box, perhaps.
So Dubrana got a 3.83 for that. First of green, a 3.83. Swinging in late and languid. Emily Curry, one of Britain, if not Europe's, all-time longboarding greats. And a fantastic shortboarder as well, I must add. The surfer in red, so she'll be looking for a score.
I actually, I bumped into Emily this morning as I walked from our hotel, Tom, coffee in hand.
Always a pleasant experience.
I saw poor Emily struggling with multiple boards, and so Rafa, one of the WSL
Did
judges,
you offer to help?
and I, yes, we helped Emily lug her equipment down, and
Did
she
you?
was very thankful. We had a nice chat about conditions.
And how did you help? Did you actually hold the boards, or did you just kind of tell her what to do?
I didn't carry the board that Emily's on. I carried her other board. It's a very lightweight blue longboard. But more importantly, we had a little discussion about the day ahead and conditions. And interesting to note just how relaxed Emily was. Sign of experience. Tom.
Yes, absolutely. And more experience coming up. That was Beach Marshal Tim talking to Tilda Rasmussen, who's going to be coming up in the next heat. So,
I've got some more questions for you about this
Go on then.
About this place. Is it a country you're referring to?
It is a country.
Wow, okay.
So we are the British Isles, and I can help you further there now, actually, because we're the British Isles, the island of Great Britain, the island of Ireland, and then the other small islands all around it. It's known as the British Isles. This island nation has 4 major islands and several small ones. I have been there, and I'm not sure if you have.
You're not sure if I've been there?
I'm not sure if you've been there. I've been there. I can hear voices in the editorial room querying whether this island is near India, and it would be a good guess, but not quite, because Sri Lanka, which I'm guessing that person's thinking of, is governed by tropical weather. So you can't get 6 seasons in a day if you're in the tropics. So it's not tropical.
Okay, is it in the Pacific Ocean?
It is.
Okay. Is it Taiwan?
It isn't, but you are getting warmer. Although, in terms of weather, you need to be getting slightly colder still. It is Japan. Only in Britain and Japan can you effectively never rely on the weather, because only Britain and Japan are big enough islands, close enough to major continents, so that sometimes the world's weather systems cannot notice that they're not part of the continent and can give them continental weather. Sometimes the world's weather systems will think that Britain and Japan are islands and give them island weather. So they get continental and island weather at the same time.
Interesting stuff.
So when we have a heat wave at this time of year, it's continental weather. And when today, it's island weather.
You misled me with your question about 6 seasons in one day.
Well, not 6, it's 6 weather systems.
Yeah, I was thinking,
so northwest, west, southwest.
Here's a question for you then.
Go on then.
Where in the world can you find 6 seasons? So when we think about seasons, we think about winter, spring, summer, and autumn, our 4 seasons. Where in the world would you consider 6 seasons?
I was just hearing the fine music of Vivaldi in my head then when you said 4 seasons.
Whilst you ponder that, Tom, I'm going to give our viewers at home and spectators on the beach a little update on the situation now.
Oh, there's a surfer.
We see our surfer in green. This is Camille Dubrana, currently in 2nd position, up and riding on a nice-looking left-hander, the goofy foot, making her way to the nose on a really wobbly section and back before coming unstuck on that one. Camille currently holding on to a 3.83 and in 2nd position. I'll provide a situation update in just a moment, but there's 11 minutes and 45 seconds on the clock. As we see surfer in red, Emily Curry, taking a look at this wave. She's up and riding bottom turn stylishly.
This wave is looking good as it comes to the inside.
This one's going to double up, Tom, and Emily braces herself for that oncoming
nice.
section, rides out of it stylishly.
That wave.
Emily currently in third, looking for a 2.67. She currently holds a 2.67, so it'll be a repeat of her first wave that she's after. Will the judges reward that wave accordingly? Last of green, 1.5. 11 minutes and 10 seconds on the clock. Scores start to drop in for last of red, Emily Curry. As we said, she's in third, looking for a 2.67. She's going to get it, and some. One judge left to post their score, as we see the score drop in as a 3.73, and we can see a replay. Viewers at home can see the replay. Emily Curry there, that 3.73, enough to send her into first position. So situation update, 10 minutes and 35 seconds remaining. Surfer in white, Mia Ramikas, you are in fourth. Surfer in white, you are in fourth. You require a 4.67. Surfer in green, Camille Dubrana, you are in third. Green, you are third. You need a 2.51. Surfer in blue, Beth Layfield, you are in second. You need a 0.07 to move into first. And surfer in red, Emily Curry, you are now in first, looking to replace a lower score of a 2.67. 10 minutes and 5 seconds left on the clock. Over half of the heat remaining. All to play for. Bit of a lull in conditions. Some smaller, less consistent surf available for our surfers in this heat. But with a set looming on the horizon, I suspect we're about to see some action, perhaps an uptick in conditions. The tide continues to push in this grey morning here on day 4 of the Boardmasters 2024. We are starting to see it brighten up a little bit. The cloud lift. And out the back, we can see surfer in white, Mia Ramikas, holding on to priority. Looking for a 4.67. Deciding to abandon ship as that wave surges in. Our viewers at home can see a shot there of our surfer in the next heat who will be appearing in green, Ophélie Alcune, preparing for quarterfinal number 4. Saw some fabulous surfing from Ophélie yesterday. Coming up in that next heat will be Zoe Grospion in red, Tilde Rasmussen in blue, Nikkei Miller in white, and Ophélie Alcune in green. But in this heat, meanwhile, 8 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock. It's Emily Curry, the surfer in red, who's out in front. Red, you are first, looking to replace a lower score of 2.67. In blue, fellow compatriot Beth Layfield holding on to priority, looking for a 0.07 to back up that opening ride of a 6.33 to move into first. In green, Camille Dubrana is in third, looking for a 2.51. And in white, Mia Ramikas currently in fourth, looking for a 4.67. We can hear whistles from the bleachers as a larger set wave approaches, and it's going to be our surfer in blue taking a look at that. It's Beth Layfield currently with priority, and she has lost priority. There, yeah. She has given priority now to surfer in red. Emily Curry, who's going to pull the trigger on this one. Tom has a look at it, so Emily will also lose priority as a result of that paddle. Priority now drifts to surfer in white, Mia Ramikas, who's currently in fourth, looking for a 4.67. So that will be music to the ears of Mia Ramikas. And whilst we've a lull in the action, Tom, have you a chance to ponder my question? Where in the world might you consider 6 seasons in the year?
Is this a trick question? Is it a riddle? Or is it a geography question?
No, it's legit 6 seasons.
Zoe Grospion there getting ready. And up and right in here on the front side, Camille Dubrana in the green. And this is a really nice section, and she draws a lovely line through it as well. And then quick bit of deft footwork and gets through the toughest part of these waves today, where the sandbar drains out. And so I think Dubrana will certainly replace her low score of 1.5 there, and she may well end up going somewhere towards doubling her wave total, her 2-wave total here, I think. It was a pretty decent ride for Dubrana. It will mean I mean, Leafield is carrying on. She jumps to first with that one, Dubrana. Last of green, a 4.27. Camille Dubrana, you are now in first. Emily Curry in red, you're in second, carrying a low score of a 2.67. Beth Leafield in the blue, up and riding, and needing only a 0.07 on this because Leafield had a 6.5, a 6.3 earlier. She will get 0.07 there, but Leafield falls on that wave. So Leafield should have a big score, then a loss of priority.
Ooh, here goes Ramakas at the back, Tom. Surfer in white looking for a 5.57 now. Cross-stepping her way back, this wave going into that deep water trench that we've seen cause so much trouble for our surfers over the past few days. Ramakas not managing to get through it on that occasion. With 5 minutes and 45 seconds remaining, the situation is surfer in white, Ramakas, you are in fourth. You require a 5.57. Surfer in red, Curry, you are in third. You need a 3.51. Surfer second, now looking for a 1.77 to move into first. And green is out in front as we see surfer in red, Curry up and riding, cross-stepping her way forward and back, stylishly carving back into the whitewater and bottom, turning around that whitewater section, cross-stepping to the nose. There's 5, hung over the nose, and back she goes, up into the lip, cuts back to the whitewater, cross-steps her way forward. Will she make it to the nose? Decides to cut back here to stick with this wave. Into the power source she goes, into the pocket, and hoping to see this wave through to the inside, which she does. Emily Curry searching for a 3.51 there, Tom. A fantastic wave surfer in white. As we see Ramakas surfer in red. Surfer in white now. Ramakas up and riding the goofy foot on a nice wave that will ride through to the inside. Ramakas with so much forward momentum there. Loads of speed carry through that section. Up into the lip. She'll look to go, decides to change direction instead. Ramakas looking for a 5.57, hoping for the reform on the inside now. Navigating her way right up to the nose. Viewers at home will see surfer in green, Dubrana, heat leader, up and riding. Not quite getting to all the way to the nose there before cross-stepping back, deciding that that wave was not going to allow the nose ride, but she slams up into the lip and right out. She holds on for that. Looking to improve a 3.83.
Swashbuckling. That was an exciting maneuver at the end of that wave then. And a great recovery. Some tricky sections coming through out here. But the world's best are quite happy to deal with tricky sections. They enjoy the challenge. I think that wave from Emily Curry's got to go somewhere close towards the best of the heat so far. I thought the power surfing, the rail surfing, and there was footwork thrown in as well. Here is this wave, if you're watching at home. The scar in the middle of the wave face from that and the spray, and then the way that she gets back into the right place, gets the 5, carefully looks out, rides the section perfectly. Nice little check turn here, and then further footwork, and then not much left at the very end of that wave. A quick thinks about parallel stance. This was Dubrana's wave, and the re-entry at the end of this wave. Good bit of time with the 5 there. And then this re-entry. Oh, the recovery on that. Steps it, stomps it. Gives that kind of Olympian gymnast flourish of the hands to say, I am here, I've ridden out of this turn. And so Leafield, despite carrying that really good first score, could end up needing to do some work in a minute, because I would reckon that Curry and Dubrana will both improve their scores here. As we got to 2 minutes and 20 seconds. And so the judges plenty to think about. They were probably watching. In fact, I think we are wired into the same replays as the judges. So that was what the judges were looking at just then as well. So the judges, they're using replay technology today. And without waiting, Ramakas is going to go as well here. And so Ramakas goes to the backhand this time. And young surfer comes underneath the section. Re-entry. 15-year-old from Puerto del Rosario in Fuerteventura, surfing for Belgium. And then also up and riding is Leafield in the blue. So this is going to change things behind. Leafield is riding. We're going to stay with Ramakas. Leafield is still going, and this is the tail end of Leafield's wave. A little bit done out the back. Some carve work and a bit of footwork, and coming through to the inside here. Close out. Final re-entry, and there may even be a chance to get a bit more footwork done here. Now with a minute left, I would imagine that Leafield will take this right the way through the cross step turn there. Very stylish, and into the shallows. And Curry, meanwhile, goes for a cannonball nose ride and doesn't quite make it. We come into the final minute, and it'll all be changed with the scores. So Dubrana, your last two scores, a 4.27 and a 5.4, puts you into first. Leafield, you stay in second, pending two more scores from red. And so Ramakas could be the... So Mia Ramakas, you will need another score with 30 seconds remaining. We're standing by for last of red and last of blue. So red, blue, and green all won't know exactly the situation, and so green doesn't leave anything to chance here, and is going to go one more time. So Dubrana up and riding. Her low score at the moment is a 4.27, so she'll have to do some work. And Emily Curry is also going. We've got the split screen, so you can see both waves as the riders come in, and the horn's going to go. Buzzer beaters all round. Two buzzer beaters at the same time here. Green and red, red and blue. Curry and Leafield, they hug each other. They don't know who's congratulating who yet. Dubrana rides past them, still on the same wave. The judges still have to wait. Watch that one through to the end. You can see the smiles on the faces there. They've enjoyed this heat. But two of them are going to be enjoying it a lot more than the other two. And we don't know who those are yet because we've got scores coming in. Standing by for scores of green, blue, and red now that are going to change this heat. Currently, before those scores, green and blue were in first and second, then red, then white. Okay, so we got a score coming through for blue, Beth Leafield, which is going to be significant. So this is the first of the important scores to come through for the surfer in blue. We've got 3 judges in. It's going to be in the 4 or 5 point range. 2 judges are in. There's going to be another score for Dubrana, which I think isn't going to go into her top 2. So Dubrana, you were in first. Your final heat total is going to stay at 9.67. Leafield, your heat total was 7.23. It's going to end up a little bit more than that. So it's going to come down to whether red got it at the end here. You can see the smiling through the nerves there, Emily Curry. And so in they come. Last of blue, a 4.9. Blue goes into first and green goes into second. Last of red, a 2.2. All scores are in. Last of green, a 2.3. It finishes blue first, green second, Leafield first, Dubrana second. Big congratulations there to all surfers. So as you can see, Leafield and Dubrana advance. Curry and Ramakas.
We're going to count down to the next heat, Tom, in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And yeah, we've got Zoe Gros-Piron, Tilde Rasmussen from Denmark, Nikke Miller from Hawaii, and Ophélie Alcouen from France.
And it's surfer in red, Zoe Gros-Piron of France, up and riding, zigzagging her way, cross-stepping and S-turning through that fat outside section. The wave not breaking at all, and Zoe putting on a masterclass of how to stick with it before getting up to the nose, hanging 5.
Goodness.
Beautiful nose ride there, cross-steps her way
speed.
back. So much style from the French woman here as she rides out. A beautiful opening wave for surfer in red, Zoe Gros-Piron, fresh off the plane from the US Open in
finalist here last year.
Whilst the judges ponder the score there, Tom, it's lovely to see footage of our surfers on the beach, embracing, celebrating a wonderful end to that heat, and a big shout out for our surfers in that last heat. Beth Leafield, of course, taking the win, but it's fantastic surfing from Camille Dubrana, Emily Curry, and Mia Ramakas to boot. A wonderful heat to witness. Fantastic surfing, and a big round of applause to each and every one of those surfers. It's exactly what we expect to see at this business end of the competition, the quarterfinals, Tom.
Gros Piron got a 10 on that wave briefly, and the speed down this inside, that was a wonderful start for Zoe Gros Piron. And here goes Tilde Rasmussen from Denmark. And she comes...
This, Tom, is
Impressed
how I would
us.
describe Nike Miller so far.
Absolutely.
She's been doing some wonderful, wonderful surfing.
She's been ripping, but she's had the double whammy of she was ill, surfed anyway, and she was kind of out on her feet at that point, and then had a surfboard hit her in the head at the tail end of the heat yesterday, and had to get checked out.
First scores in. First of red, 6.67. 6.67. First of red, 6.67. First of blue, 3.83.
Actually, I'm told yesterday in that little tangle of surfboards that it was Nike Miller's surfboard conking somebody else. But Miller was checked out by the medics yesterday. She was really ill, and here she is again this morning, and she's out there. And so far, the one thing I will say is there has been absolutely no sign whatsoever of any kind of health issue in the way that she surfs.
Here goes surfing green of France, Ophélie Kuhn. Been riding on a wave that may see her through to the inside. Unfortunately, that one fades underneath her. That'll be a small score for first of green. One judge left to lock in a score. La première vague pour le surfeur en vert, 0.60. Les premières vagues pour le surfeur en rouge, 6.67. Zoe Gros Piron with a 6.67 to kick off proceedings. First of blue, 3.83. And first of green, 0.6. 15 minutes and 30 seconds remaining in this heat. Here we see Gros Piron taking a look at this one. Unfortunately, nose digging in. They're not allowing her to her feet. Here's green, however, Ophélie Kuhn, le surfeur française. Up and riding, changing direction. Quick hand to the deck there to stabilize herself as she went through the tricky section. Kicks her board up, and she's out of there. Currently sitting on a 0.6. Ophélie Kuhn, surfer in green, looking for a 3.24. Getting busy on that smaller wave. See a replay of it here, the surfer in green. Lovely nose ride to kick off proceedings there on that wave, changing direction, stylishly moving to the left, hand on the deck to stabilize herself, and a little bit, remove the hair from her face, and kicks out. Looking for a 3.24. Judges pondering, considering what to award her. And it looks like she may get the nod from the judges. Le deuxième vague pour le surfeur en vert. 4 points. Surfer in red, Gros Piron, you are in first. Surfer in green, Ophélie Kuhn, you are in second. Surfer in blue, Tilde Rasmussen, you are in third. And surfer in white, Niki Miller, you are in fourth, with yet to ride a wave. Here we see surfer in blue, Tilde Rasmussen up and riding on her left. Surfer in white, Niki Miller up and riding on her backhand on the right. The goofy foot cross stepping away stylishly towards the nose here. Hanging 5. Back she goes. A steeper section ahead. Tries to dig the nose out from that one. Unfortunately, she goes over the handlebars. A really tricky section as that wave felt the bottom through the inside section. Then Niki Miller currently in fourth, looking for a 4.6. Waves to come in for surfer in blue and surfer in white, respectively. Surfer in blue, looking for a 0.78. She may well get it with that last. Surfer in red, up and riding. Gros-Piron, the regular foot on a right-hander. A little bit of a fat section ahead of her. Decides she's not going to make it through to the inside. Kicks out. She'll look to reset at the back. She'll extend her lead with that wave, however. Sitting on a 6.67. That first of red, a great opening wave. Up and riding at the back, it's surfer in green. Ophelia Kuhn currently in second. Navigating that tricky section, bouncing up and over the foam. Bending her knees to make it through that section and kicks her board up and out. Beyond her, you can see surfer in blue, Tilde Rasmussen, briefly appear on your screens. Those of us at the beach can see the full wave. We'll look for a replay of that. Hopefully, our camera crew have picked it up. Scores to drop for all four surfers, 12 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. As the scores drop, we'll provide surfers with an update of the situation. "12 minutes remaining in this heat. Le deuxième vague pour le surfeur en rouge, 2.07. Gros-Piron, surfer in red, you are in first. Scores still to drop for surfer in blue, surfer in green, and surfer in white. Here's a replay. Coming your way of last of white, Nikkei Miller. Judges just pondering what to give this score. Stylishly dropping back towards the whitewater there, cross-stepping 5 over the nose. And now she cross-steps back, tries to dig the nose out through that really steep inside section. And we see a replay also of surfer in green, Ophelia Kuhn. The French surfer going back towards the mid section of her board there to bounce up and into that oncoming whitewater section. Meanwhile, we see a set pouring here at North Fistral. Viewers at home can now see a replay of that surfer, last of blue. Tilde Rasmussen currently in second as she races down the line on a bigger wave, cutting back, carving down up towards the whitewater. And as she bounces up into that oncoming section, tries her best to stay with it, but a bit of a wobble in the wave forces Rasmussen up and over the top. Okay, scores starting to come in now for last of blue. It will improve blue's situation. Last of blue, 2.63. Last of blue, 2.63. Last of white, 3.17. Here we see surfer in blue, in green, sorry, Ophelia Kuhn up and riding on her backhand, the regular foot, navigating along this left-hander, cross steps back, cross steps forward, braces her knees, and she's to the nose, 5, 10 for a brief moment there before cross-stepping back onto one leg to dig the nose out there. Brilliant surfing from the young French woman. So 2 scores now to come in for Ophelia Kuhn. She's looking for a 2.46. I dare say she would have achieved it with that last wave. On the one leg for a moment whilst she tried to dig the nose out from the flats. As it stands, with 2 scores still to come in for surfer in green, there's 9 minutes and 25 seconds on the clock. We see a paddle now from surfer in red, Gros-Piron, current heat leader. She's up and riding, fades to the left before navigating to the right, cross-stepping her way forward. She'll look to get to the nose, 5 over. Back she goes, up into the whitewater and down. Rides out of that one. Stylishly kicks through the back. Okay, scores starting to come in for third of green. She's looking for a 2.46. She will have achieved it with her third wave, and I think she may even have bettered it with her fourth. 8 minutes and 50 seconds on the clock. Okay. Le troisième vague pour le surfer en rouge, 3.33. 3.33 for the third wave of surfer in red. Zoe Gros-Piron extends her lead. Up and riding, surfer in white, Nikkei Miller, with a quick up and down. Le troisième vague pour le surfer en vert, 5.17. 5.17 last of green. And we have a message in from stalwart of the longboard scene, Ben Howie. Hello, Ben. Good morning to you. Ben tuning in from South Devon in the Bantam zone.
Oh, I like a bit of Bantam.
We love a bit of Ben Howie.
We like a bit of Ben Howie and we like a bit of Bantam. And the two together, apart from the fact that his wave count is normally extremely high, so you do sort of have to...
Well, the stoke factor is always high. The force is strong in that one. And we're about to see the highest scoring wave of the heat thus far drop for last of green, Ophélie Alcune of France, a 7-point ride. Le dernière vague de le surfeur en vert, 7 points. Last of green, 7 points. That puts surfer in green, Ophélie Alcune, into the lead as our viewers at home get a chance to see a little glimpse of the athletes area. Some people waxing up boards. Situation update, surfers in the water, 7 minutes remaining. Surfer in green, Ophélie Alcune, you are in first position with a combination of 12.17, looking to replace a lower scoring wave of a 5.17. Surfer in red, Zoe Gropiron, you are in second. Red, you are second, looking to replace a lower score of 3.33. You require a 5.51 to move into first. Surfer in blue, Tilde Rasmussen, you are in third, looking for a 6.18 as we see surfer in red, Zoe Gropiron, currently in second, up and riding on her backhand on left, redirects as the foam collapses ahead of her. Gropiron, unfortunately, coming unstuck there. Tilde Rasmussen, surfer in blue, you're in third, looking for a 6.18. And surfer in white, up and riding now, it's Nikke Miller, looking for a 6.83. She's in fourth currently. She cross steps her way back. S turning through this section, hoping to stick with it to the inside. This wave won't allow that. 6 minutes on the clock. All still to play for. Waves to drop for last of red, last of white. Welcome back, Tom.
How you doing, Rob? There's some great action going down in this heat as well. Gropiron with a great start with that 6.6, but then Ophélie Alcune has come in with that 7, so the French are currently holding the first two positions in this heat and doing so with some style. So Rasmussen from Denmark needs the 6.18 and Miller, the Hawaiian, needs the 6.83. Now, we've seen Nikke Miller surfing really well in this event already, and she has already posted waves in those ranges in previous rounds. And Rasmussen, the surfer who's in third looking for a 6.18, she also impressed in the earlier rounds last year. And this year she was seeded, of course.
5 minutes remaining. Surfers in the water, 5 minutes remaining.
We can see the litter pickers are out, Robbo, and I think I've just recognized amongst the litter pickers, incognito, hood up, a surfing legend of Newquay. Am I right? Is that Igor Harris litter picking? I think it is. It's Mark Igor Harris.
Yeah, we're getting the thumbs up
on the litter picking.
See a replay here, photographer, letting us know it is Igor. Meanwhile, a little update for us surfers in the water. 4 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. Surfer in white, Nikke Miller, you are in fourth position. You require a 6.83. Surfer in blue, Tilde Rasmussen, you are in third. You need a 6.18. Surfer in red, Zoe Gropiron, you are in second. You need a 5.51 to move into first, looking to replace a 3.33. And surfer in green, Ophélie Alcune, you are in first place, looking to replace a lower score of 5.17. Our viewers at home getting a chance to recap some of the heat thus far on the replay.
And you saw there as well the 7-point ride of Ophélie Alcune, currently out front, and worth every bit of those 7 points. Every single bit of the judging criteria displayed on that wave, and that is why it has accessed the upper end of the scale. We've got to give a shout out to these litter pickers. Now, look, you see a fine piece of driftwood there as well, which has just been rather conveniently used all day yesterday by Beach Marshal Tim. And there he is with Raioni Portilla. Surfed well yesterday, Portilla. Buzzer beater. yesterday. And there goes Ben Skinner, straight back from the US Open. Out in the water. The action continues with Gros-Piron in the red. And she S-turns, finding some speed, gets to the 5, coming through to the inside here. And a floater, oh, and the wave thumps her board up into her. But decent work done there. Gros-Piron looking to replace a 3.3, and I think there's a good chance of that happening with that nose ride that happened then. Let's go back to mention the litter pickers. We are, this event is part of a music festival that's just around the corner. And I've got to say that the people who've been using the beaches the last few days have been pretty good with taking their rubbish away. But every single morning there's been an army of volunteers with the help of Oceana doing a litter pick out there with the tongs, doing a good thing. Now, you had a nice little rhyming maxim for litter picking when you go surfing yesterday, Robbo. What was it?
Take 3 for the sea. As you're leaving the water, always pick up whatever you see in front of you. I try and pick up at least 3 bits of litter as I walk up the beach after a surf.
So Gros-Piron slightly improves her situation on that last one. So last of red, Zoe Gros-Piron at 3.6. La dernière de la surfeur en rouge at 3.6. Ophélie Alcoun, vous restez en premier. Et Zoe Gros-Piron, tu es en deuxième. Tilde Rasmussen from Denmark, you now need a 6.48. And Nikke Miller in the white from Hawaii, you need a 7.13. Priority is with blue, then white. So current stand-ins as we come to a minute and 5 seconds remaining. Current stand-ins are France, Denmark, Hawaii. Will that stay the case? And here we go, up and riding. It's Rasmussen, the Danish surfer. A really nice start to this wave. She's got a great section ahead of her here. She's looking to get 5. She gets 5. She stays on the 5 there. She manages to get back. It's really important to get back from this. And then the front side cut back. And coming through to the inside, there's an opportunity for further scoring potential. She's got a bag of speed. A section coming at her. Clips it. And rides out. 30 seconds left. Prones in. Oh, wow, Rob, 6.48. She's asking a question of the judges there. We come into 15 seconds remaining. We're going to get the score after the buzzer. Does that make it a buzzer beater? 10. I'm going to be counting down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And it's definitely a buzzer beater when you're on your feet as the buzzer goes, which was the case for Gros-Piron, but she doesn't need a buzzer beater. Or does she? Because she might need to improve her total, because we don't know what Tilde Rasmussen just got. That way for Gros-Piron is not going to change anything, but this way for Rasmussen. And this is what the judges are watching. The judges.
This is our replay on screen, Tom, for the benefit of those of you on the beach.
What will they be thinking? Long nose ride. Smooth cut back. Tricky section here. Bit of cross stepping. Good decision not to go for the nose there, because there was a backwash coming, which enabled her to do a close-out roller coaster there, and then a slight overbalance and down onto the prone. I think they'd give her the benefit of the doubt on the make for that, wouldn't you, for the re-entry at the end?
Certainly.
So, was that a 6.48? This for Gros-Piron. And this was Zoe Gros-Piron's wave from earlier in the event. I think that was Gros-Piron's 6.6 actually. So that was what the judges were just doing. They were just comparing waves. That was so the judges are obviously thinking about 6s for Rasmussen, because why else would they be watching the other 6? So that's what's happened. You've seen the 2 waves played back to back on the judges' replay. That means that they must have been asking themselves that question. They're only going to be watching the previous 6 if they're looking to make a comparison. And it does come in with a 6, but just under The last of blue, a 6.17. So, Gros-Piron holds on by 0.3. Final results of that heat. First, Alcuin in the green. Second, Gros-Piron in the red. But what a finish from Rasmussen. Final results. There we go. We're going to count the next heat in. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, and we got some of the greats of British and European world longboarding in the case of Ben Skinner in this one. Skinner, Griffiths, Raioni Portilla and Felipe Ferreira. Portilla really impressed me yesterday with a buzzer beater. And you will have seen he was featured in our highlights package that we watched at the beginning of this broadcast. Portilla, an 18-year-old, so he's got a lot of promise ahead of him. Felipe Ferreira, positively veteran at 20. And then, of course, the proper vets, Adam Griffiths, the 36-year-old, and then World Longboard Tour surfer, former world number 2, Ben Skinner, up and riding, and a huge frontside re-entry.
And what did we see at the end of that wave?
We
The
saw
Skinner Stomp.
We saw the Skinner Stomp, the maneuver that is named after him. And this, of course, is when you're in white water and it's wobbly, and you need to make sure that you've demonstrated riding out of the wave with style and control, and Skinner does it better than anyone who ever comes
Tom,
here.
we are into the men's side of the draw here at the Wild West Jerky LQS event. Just saw quarterfinal number 4 being completed with official results in. Surfer in green, Ophélie Alcuin taking the heat win. In second was surfer in red, Zoe Gros-Piron. In third, very, very narrowly, was Tilde Rasmussen, the surfer in blue, and Nikke Miller, surfer in white, in fourth. Here we see surfer in green, Felipe Ferreira. He's impressed us oh so much over the past few days, making his way to the nose, hanging 5 and managing to pump through such a tricky section before getting 10 toes over the nose and encountering some chop, unfortunately for him. Viewers at home can now see a replay of that first of red Ben Skinner. Ben fresh off the plane from California and the US Open of surfing at Huntington Beach. We saw Ben last night down here in the athletes area supporting his son Lucas, who's still alive in the BYD Pro Men's QS 1000 event. We'll see Lucas in action later on in semi-final number 2. Meanwhile, we're into quarterfinal heat number 1 here at the Wild West Jerky LQS men's event. Up and riding on screen, it's Felipe Ferreira, nose riding on that such a distinctive board. It's got fabulous checkerboard design. I know, Tom, that you're into your paint jobs on your surfboards. Well, Felipe's got one of the best. Here's Ben Skinner up and riding on screen. That classic Skinner style, stretching forward, trying to cling on through all sorts of conditions. Ben riding leashless today to allow him.
Ben semi-finaled at the World Longboard Tour event in Huntington Beach at the US Open. Only got back yesterday, just in time to see son Lucas posting the highest score of the entire event in his quarterfinal against Gerridge McDade, and Lucas will be coming up in a semi-final against Nicolas Paulette from France, if I have remembered the progressions correctly there. And that's not that far away, is it? We're going to have, we've got the 4 quarterfinals here for the men's. Replay here. This is Felipe Ferreira, the 20-year-old Portuguese. Okay, first of red, a 6.6. First of blue, a 3.17. First of green, stand by. First of green, it's going to be about a 1.5 or something, 1-ish. One judge still to come.
I spy, with my little eye, someone beginning with G. It's Greg Owen on the beach.
Oh, Welsh legend. Wetsuit maker. Eight times Welsh champion. He claims. And it's quite interesting because I watched him have a big long argument with another Welsh surfing legend, Mark Vaughan, over whether they count open or whether they count age-restricted categories. And I think Greg kind of will move that conversation around to suit him as and when. Now, in terms of titles, some of these longboarders in the water, I'm pretty sure between Ben Skinner and Adam Griffiths, you'd need a couple of trophy cabinets, wouldn't you?
Some of the cream of British longboarding. They've, between them, have won everything there is to win in British and European longboarding multiple times.
It's almost like a kind of junior heritage heat, this, isn't it, for Skinner and Griffiths?
You're not wrong, Tom. I suppose it is. Missing a few notable faces in that case. We've actually mentioned Ben Howie already this morning, and I posed the question to Ben, asking him why he wasn't here as we see surfer in green, Felipe Ferreira, up and riding on his third wave of the heat. Navigating across this left, the goofy footer on his forehand, 5 to 10. Back he goes, riding out with control here, and he'll kick through the back. He liked the look of that, or liked the feel of that. Looking to replace a low score of a 1.0. We'll wait to see what the judges made of it. So yeah, I asked Ben Howie why we're not seeing him this weekend, and he's replied saying he's on daddy daycare on Saturdays now, as is another notable face.
Elliot Dudley.
Elliot Dudley, daddy and daycare.
Got 2 kids now.
He's surfer in white, up and riding. It's Portilla up on a wave that will see him through to the inside, hanging 10. A sustained nose ride there.
The speed he had coming out of that.
Off that oncoming section, rides out of it, and out the back, surfer in blue. You won't see him on screen just yet. Here he is. This is Adam Griffiths, the local lad. Lovely drop knee.
Oh, that was a nice close-out turn,
off the whitewater there. The judges will no doubt enjoy reviewing that one. So scores to come in for a few of our surfers now. One of white, one of blue. I spent a bit of time with Ben Howie earlier in the year, Tom, as we see Skinner up and riding, 5 on the nose, back cross steps he goes, back into the white water, and he'll find another section. This guy knows this wave. Inside out, 5 to the nose again, back. He's pumping, looking for an end section, finds a little white water to glide off, and he'll see this through to the inside. One thing we know about Skinner is he rides the waves all the way to the sand. He loves a step off onto the sand. Will he afford us that pleasure to watch it this time? I suspect he
Of course he will.
He's listening. He knows what he's doing. There it is. Bracing for impact. Yeah, I spent a bit of time with Ben Howie down in Bantham earlier in the year. And true to form, he was wrangling kids.
Now, Ben Skinner, though, his daddy daycare method was to just take them surfing. And it has paid off slightly. Because his eldest is in the semi-finals coming up. And his daughter, Lila, is also in the semi-finals of the Pro Junior here, isn't she? I think there's going to be some pretty decent scores coming in. I think for Portilla, and the judges, though, actually are going to go a little bit lower on Portilla's wave than they are the first 2 of Skinner. Portilla's wave is going to be comparable to the better wave of Ferreira. I did like the way that quick 10 gave Portilla such speed going into that closeout turn at the end of the wave then. It was interesting to see on the very inside when Skinner redirected and then rode right the way into the shore. Just that ability to stand in exactly the right part of the board, 1 foot slightly off center and leaning on the rail so as to drive the surfboard sideways and forwards, or diagonally forwards, across a really small section. We've got a really stacked heat coming up as well. Here's a couple of those guys getting ready. And here we're going to see this now, Ben Skinner. So he gets 5, close to 10. Still 5, but both feet right up there. And then a stylish frontside cut back to another 5. And a redirect, doesn't overdo it on that closeout section. And here, look at the way that that front foot is just off center. And just suddenly the momentum gained by the board. And so the scores, we've got the last of blue. Adam Griffiths, your last wave, a 6.1. So judges really liked that big frontside re-entry from Griffiths. Last of white, Roony Portilla, 4.77. Last of green, Felipe Ferreira, 4.33. Ben Skinner, your last major ride was a 5.5. Situation, Ben Skinner, red, you're in the lead. Up and riding is the surfer in green here. Griffith second. Green, you need a 4.51. White, you need a... Green, you need a 4.95. You need a 4.95 green, and white, you need a 4.51. Last of green comes in at a 2.9. A rare break in the action for some of these 4-man longboard heats. I can remember last year there was a 4-man longboard heat where I think somebody was surfing for every single second of the last 10 minutes of the heat, and then I think the judges needed about 6 or 7 minutes to catch up, and on the inside a quick in and out for Felipe Ferreira. Didn't have priority, nothing to lose, thought he'd seen a section, decided he hadn't, changed his mind, pulled off. 8.5 minutes remaining.
Here goes surfer in blue. Adam Griffiths currently in second, looking for a 6.15 to move into first, hoping to drop a lower score of a 3.17. Just toying with the wave for now, trying to see it through to that inside section, cuts back towards the whitewater, and maybe this wave will provide him with a little reform on the inside. Adam, drop knee, bottom turn, back to the foam. Tentatively makes his way forward. That wave's not going to offer a lot more. Adam needs to a 6.15 to move into first, but I suppose ideally hoping to just replace that 3.17 and extend that lead over Felipe Ferreira in green and Roony Portilla in white. First of white, a 4.77, yet to back it up. So looking for a 4.51, the surfer in white. Very, very achievable, well within his wheelhouse. We've seen each and every one of these surfers capable of posting big scores. Skinner and Griffiths coming in today as seeds, but Roony Portilla and Felipe Ferreira demonstrating their skill set over the past few days. And if you are just joining us on the beach or indeed online on the WSL app YouTube channel, hello and good morning. It's day 4 of the Boardmasters Festival 2024. Viewers at home can see a nice shot of our competitors in the next heat warming up there. It'll be Antonio Dantas in the red and John Garmendia Gonzalez in the blue. Just warming the limbs up ahead of their heat. And we can see on screen now, heat leader Ben Skinner been riding on a right-hander, deciding that wave's going nowhere, kicks on out. It won't enter into his top 2. Like I was saying, good morning and welcome to this day 4 of the Boardmasters. We've had 3 action-packed days of surf so far. We've got plenty more coming your way through the rest of the morning and into the early afternoon. And of course, plenty more tomorrow for finals day. The weather forecast and surf forecast both looking very, very promising. It's a bit of a grey start here today, but we've seen that. We saw it yesterday and it ended up being a beautiful day. Here's Skinner, heat leader, up and riding straight to the nose, 5. Back he goes. A little bit of a bump and wobble on that wave, and it dissuades Ben from progressing any further and persevering with that wave. He kicks off the back knowing that it's unlikely to yield any points better than his lower score of a 5.57. 5 minutes and 45 seconds on the clock. It's quarterfinal heat number 1 here at the Wild West Jerky LQS Men's event. Up and riding. Rayoni Portilla currently in fourth, sitting on a 4.77, looking for a 5.07 to move into second. He cuts back towards the whitewater, hoping that this wave catches up with the one in front. It does. There's going to be a double up. Reform for Portilla. Up into the lip. He goes.
Oh,
braces for
lovely.
impact, rides out stylishly, and we'll maybe stick with this through the inside, hoping it does a little more. In the background beyond, you can see surfer in blue, Adam Griffiths in second, come unstuck, and Portilla kicks on out of that, looking for a 5.07. I don't know if it's going to be a 5.07, but it will add to his score.
Can I, for the first time today, put my reputation on the line? I think he gets a 5.07
I'd love to see it. It would certainly add interest to this heat.
I think he gets
the 5-minute buzzer sounds. 5 minutes remaining, surfers. 5 minutes remaining. We're waiting for scores of blue and white. White may well be a heat changer.
Viewers at home, though, can see a full replay of this wave for Adam Griffiths. Needed to replace a 3.73, so he won't have done with that. So I do think that Portilla is jumping fourth to second when this score comes in. But what do I know? I'm not a judge, and if I was a judge, I would be a bad one. I say this all the time. In comes. So they're going to do the last of Griffiths first. Last of blue, a 4.13. Oh, I didn't actually bet my reputation on that one.
I think you did.
Well, that was close. This has come in at a 4.93 this way for Rayoni Portilla. So last of white, a 4.93. Your requirement has now changed. White, you now need a 5.31. Rayoni Portilla en blanc. Votre dernière vague a noté 4.13. Et maintenant, vous avez besoin d'un vague à 5.31. Il reste 3 minutes et demie. Felipe Ferreira in the green, you have priority. And up and riding Ferreira. Oh, and over. Surfboards don't have handlebars, but we would probably still use the phrase. And up and riding now then, this is Adam Griffiths, looking to try and see if he can get further out of reach of Portilla, and he does get a quick 10 there, and then a frontside re-entry, and he's going to be believing in the score there. Griffiths looking to replace a 4.13, chooses to do no work on the outside, on the inside at all. 3 minutes remaining. Maybe Griffiths figuring. I'm wondering what the decision process behind not riding that way through to the inside was then. Does he think he's definitely got it and wants to get out and get one again? Does he think that he's definitely not got it and needs to start over? Looking to improve a 4.13. And I've been wrong already once in this heat, but I would say there's a good shout that he might well have done that. So I think stand by for the surfer in white. Score to come for blue. May change the requirement. On attend la dernière note de le surfer en bleu. Two minutes and 5 seconds remaining. And it is going to change the requirement. Surfer in white. Up and riding, here he goes. Portilla, and he needs to do something special on this wave. And so does Felipe Ferreira on the wave behind. A quick nose ride. A stylish cutback with a bit of cross-stepping in the middle of the cutback, and then a drop knee cutback and a front side re-entry down over the white waters, kind of wrestling to get control of the surfboard again in those last couple of turns. But now he goes for a drop knee cutback and ends up grabbing a little bit of the outside rail. I think he'll be struggling to get the 7.8 that he needed. Because last of blue, a 6.03. White, you now need a 7.2. Green, you need a 7.8. Nous commençons la dernière minute de la série. Surfer en blanc, vous avez besoin d'un vague à 7.20. Ferreira in green, you need a 7.8. The door is starting to creak shut for Portilla and Ferreira. This the replay of Portilla. I mean, there's a nice bit of nose ride in here. And I love the fact that there's a cross step in the middle of that cutback. And then the drop knee cutback. But then here he's got a fair bit of work to do to regain control of the surfboard. Judges don't like too many corrections. Those transitions between the maneuvers are very important. We're going to count this heat out, and then we may have time. Portilla is going to get into one here. It's going to be a buzzer. Oh, and you can't get the... We're counting out in 3, 2, 1. So no buzzer beater for Portilla. His run comes to an end there after surfing so well yesterday. But he came up against a masterclass there from the British longboarders, Skinner and Griffiths, advancing together. And so you can see then the official results of that heat. Skinner and Griffiths going through good heat totals, 12 points both of them for these conditions. That's very good. We're going to count the next heat in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Antonio Dantas from Portugal, John Garmendia Gonzalez from Euskadi, the Basque Country, Nicolas Andrade, former event champion, and Arthur Randall, the local boy, also a shortboarder, Nicolas Andrade. They also nickname him Nicky Dora. Got a win here in glorious warm afternoon conditions 2 years ago with a sole arch hang 10 in the last minute of the final. Beating Ben Skinner into second that year, 2022. Breakthrough result that was for Nicky Andrade. And Andrade now in the water, still young, still only 21, from Gijón in Asturias. Dantas from São Pedro Estoril, which is Cascais in Portugal. And this is Dantas, the surfer from Cascais, up and right in. Off the white water, drops down this wave, a wall of white water, and he is going to carry on hoping for a reform on this one. And I dare say, Robbo, he'll get it. He's going into the bank you call the Helms Deep. And makes a turn there. Explain to us, Robbo, why you've called this bank the Helms Deep. It's a literary reference, isn't it?
Yeah, do you know what? I'm not sure that was quite on the Helms Deep section, but I think
explain further.
The Helms Deep name was chosen by us, Tom, to describe the deep water that we're seeing at this stage of the tide on the right-hand side of the contest area.
Lifeguards making an announcement there.
As we see surfer in white live action on the beach. I know at home you're watching the replay of red. You'll see a replay of white shortly. See the tail end of his wave here.
Nicky Andrade. So he's riding into that bank. There is a gap in the bank around there, though,
yeah,
Rob.
and it seems to fill with water, making the wave kind of go a little bit fat. The swell can no longer feel the bottom. So we see up and riding now. This is John Garmendia Gonzalez on a beautiful wave. Up to the nose he goes. Unfortunately, not managing to ride out of that one. Yeah, the deep water. Had to think of something with the word deep in it, so we went for Helms Deep, as seen and read in Lord of the Rings.
And Garmendia Gonzalez with an in and out, but he surfed really well here last year. Garmendia Gonzalez from Zaraut in Euskadi. Beautiful beach break, Zaraut. I'm sure you've surfed it, Robbo.
Yes, I like Zaraut. Good spot, great place.
Lots of nice places to go for lunch.
Ooh, a bit of tapas. Yes, please. So a bit of a grey day here, Tom. Certainly a grey start to the day. We saw it yesterday. Yesterday ended as a beautiful sunny afternoon into the evening. And earlier on today, we discussed seasons. You pondered where, other than the United Kingdom, one might find 4 seasons in one day. As we see Surfer in Blue taking a look at this wave, a fade cut back there from John Garmendia Gonzalez, working his way along this inside right. He'll make his way to the nose, hanging 5, trying to get back. This way fades beneath him.
I knew you were going to come back to this.
The answer was Japan. We got there in the end.
I knew you were going to come back to this question you've asked me.
Where in the world might one find 6 seasons in a year.
Right, it's going to be either the equator or the Arctic Circle or the Antarctic Circle, isn't it?
It's not.
Okay.
It is a slight trick question.
Right.
And it's to
but
do
not a riddle.
Not a riddle, as we see a replay of Last of White. Just saw a quick up and down in real time from surfer in green, Arthur Randall. No, it's not a riddle. It is a real thing.
6 seasons.
6 different seasons.
6
So not our traditional
different
Western seasons of winter,
Is
spring,
it going
summer,
to
and autumn.
involve mountain ranges? Are we talking like the Andes or?
No, it involves a fairly large area of land, however, and it's more to do with the perception of the seasons.
The perception of the seasons.
So
a
rather than
large
split the
area
year into
of
4
land.
distinct seasons,
Right.
in this place they're split into 6 distinct seasons because the weather and the temperature, the climate varies so greatly. Up and riding, we see surfer in red. This is Antonio Dontas, the heat leader, looking for a backup score to supplement his 5.67. Goes up to the lift and comes unstuck. He will increase his leader, however, because he's currently only has 1 wave on the board.
I'm going to have to ask for another clue.
I'm not really sure where to go with these clues. Like I say, the climate varies so greatly in this area that the indigenous people
Oh, is that a further clue?
created 6 seasons.
Greenland.
No.
Ah,
6
right.
seasons to describe the varying weather and climatic changes. Up and riding, we see a surfer in green, Arthur Randall, on the bright orange board, cross-stepping forward, back into the white water. Unfortunately, doesn't manage to ride out of it. And meanwhile, at the back, surfer in white here, Nicolas Andrade, currently in second, looking for a 6.34 to move into first, looking to replace a lower score of a 0.33. Stylishly cross-step cutbacks, and the camera pans to him on the inside as he kicks out of that wave. And we'll see another wave ridden here for John Garmendia Gonzalez.
Oh,
in the
nice.
blue. Beautiful change of direction. They're up into the lip.
Wow.
He goes and rides out of that. John Garmendia Gonzalez looking for a mere 1.44. I think that he'll not only get the 1.44.
You're going to stake your reputation on that
I
one?
will. He'll get not only the 1.44, Tom. I'm willing to bet he's going to better his higher score of a 1.73. I'll bet you a jam tart.
Yeah, you can. I won't bet.
He's
you
all
a
the way
jam
thsee to
tart
the
on that
inside. The
one.
camera's not following him.
I
We
will
will
not
see a
bet you
replay of
jam
it in a minute
tart
at
on that
home,
one.
but those of you on the beach will see that John Garmendia Gonzalez rode that wave all the way into the shore. If you are just joining us, Borodar, good morning. Welcome to day 4 of the Boardmasters Festival 2024. The beach is starting to fill up with spectators, a few unsuspecting beachgoers who have been pleasantly surprised by the action on hand this morning. In the water, you can see the Wild West Jerky LQS men's quarterfinal number 2. We've got a morning and potentially early afternoon full of action to come your way. Coming up in quarterfinal number 3 next, we'll see Martin Correa, João Dantas, Francisco Freitas, and Max Jamais. Meanwhile, live action in the water, surfer in green, representing the UK, it's Arthur Randall on that bright orange board, making his way to the nose. Beautiful stretch nose ride. Unfortunately, he can't get back, and as a sign of frustration, double fist slaps the water as he leans backwards off the nose. Randall currently sitting in 4th, looking for a 4.93 to move into that advancing 2nd position. Up and riding at the back is heat leader Antonio Dantas, drifting off the back of that one. Spectators on the beach can look forward to another 2 quarterfinals of this, the Wild West Jerky LQS men's event, before we move in to the BYD Pro QS 1000 women's semi-finals number 1 and 2. Following that will be the BYD Pro QS 1000 men's semi-finals. British interest in both heats. Patrick Langdon-Dark of Wales in semi-final number 1. Lucas Skinner of Newquay in semi-final number 2. Much excitement, much action to come. If you're watching at home online, we'll be bringing you all of the action and an update for situation. An update of situation for surfers in the water. 11 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. Surfer in red, Antonio Dantas, you are in first. Dantas, you are first with a 5.67 and a 3.5. Red, you look to replace a lower score of a 3.5. Surfer in white, Nicolas Andrade, you are second. White, you are second. You need a 5.01 to move into first, looking to replace a lower score of a 2.83. Surfer in blue, John Garmendia Gonzalez, you are in third. Last of blue, a 4.33. You need a 2.67. And here we see Surfer in blue, John Garmendia Gonzalez, looking for this 2.67 all the way to the nose, hanging 5 through a really steep section, cutting back stylishly. Little snap to that cutback as he hits the lip again, rides out of it beautifully. And Garmendia Gonzalez, looking for a 2.67, will have achieved it with that beautifully ridden wave. And riding now, Surfer in white, Nicolas Andrade, currently in second, looking to replace a 2.83, stylishly seeing this wave through to the inside. Up he goes to the nose, finds 5, cross, steps back, comes unstuck, unlucky there for Nicolas Andrade, Surfer in white. Surfer in green, looking at this one, it's Arthur Randall, currently in fourth. Randall, you need a 4.87, with some scores likely to come in the next minute or so. That may be revised. Up and riding at the back is heat leader Antonio Dantas on a beautiful looking left hand of the goofy foot on his front side, making his way to the nose. Cross steps his way back. He'll cut back into the whitewater, looking to stay with this wave all the way through the inside. Stylish hang 5 back towards the whitewater, and he'll potentially could find the double up, kicks out of that one. So scores to come in for 3 of our 4 surfers. Situation update will be forthcoming as and when those scores drop in. You can, of course, keep up with all of the action on the WSL app. You can download that on your smartphone, where you can follow along with the live compcast, see the live scores. If you want to find out what's happening elsewhere at the Boardmasters Festival, you can download the Boardmasters app, where you can find out the timings and location of all of the events throughout the rest of the weekend. It's Saturday, day 4 of the Boardmasters Festival. We're expecting a decent crowd down here this afternoon to see some semi-final action from both the QS and LQS events and the junior boys and girls events. The cloud is starting to lift, I think. It's slightly less grey than it was first thing this morning. Surf continues to pump in, and at the back we see Surfer in green, Arthur Randall, up and riding. Our camera currently showing a replay of Surfer in white. Viewers online will be able to see this wave of Arthur Randall in just a moment's time. Arthur currently sitting in 4th position, needing a 4.87. Live action in the water, it's Surfer in blue, John Garmendia Gonzalez, chasing a 2.67, and viewers at home can see the tail end of that wave. We'll bring you replays of all the action you may have just missed if you're watching online at home on the YouTube channel or on the app. Welcome to those of you just joining us, both on the beach and online. It's day 4 of the Boardmasters Festival. In the water, we have the Wild West Jerky LQS 1000 men's quarterfinal number 2. 7 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. Coming up in quarterfinal number 3 will be Martin Couret, João Dantas, Francisco Freitas, and Max Jamais. 4 scores still to come in here from our judges. We will update you as and when they drop. A couple of feet, 2 to 3 foot waves at the minute, with a moderate southwesterly breeze, just creating a bit of lump and bump for our competitors to contend with. Last of green, 2.13. We're still waiting for 1 score for green. Last of white, 4.17. Still waiting on 1 wave for white. Last of blue, a 5.1, but with another score to drop. And last of red, a 3.5. Several scores still to come in from our judges. They are carefully deliberating and deciding how best to reward the waves ridden we've just seen. Welcome, of course, to our viewers and listeners online. Getting some messages in from our friends around the world watching. good morning from a bit of a grey Newquay. It's just gone 9:45 in the morning here. We've got viewers joining us from Australia, from France, Spain. I can see messages from people in Wales at home as well. Good morning, Borida, to everybody. It's day 4 of the Boardmasters with 6 minutes remaining in this heat. All the scores are in, so an update on the situation. Surfer in green, Arthur Randall, you are in 4th. Green, you are 4th. You need a 7.11 to move into 2nd. Surfer in white, Nicolas Andrade, you are in 3rd. White, you are 3rd. You need a 5.08 for 2nd. Surfer in red, Antonio Dantas, you are in 2nd. Red, you are 2nd. You need a 3.76 to move into 1st. You are looking to replace a lower score of a 3.57. Surfer in blue, John Garmendia Gonzalez, you are now in 1st. Blue, you are 1st. Looking to replace a lower score of a 4.33. 5 minutes and 15 seconds remaining in this heat. All still to play for. We've seen John Garmendia Gonzalez jump from 3rd to 1st with his last couple of waves. That sound signals 5 minutes remaining. Surfers in the water, you have 5 minutes remaining. The set approaches at towards the southern end of the contest zone. Nice crowd building on the beach now and in the beach bar area. This is going to be surfer in blue, heat leader John Garmendia Gonzalez looking at this inside right. It's not going to go very far, I don't think. Arthur Randall, surfer in green, taking a look too. We can see a shot of the Headland Hotel on screen, but live action from surfer in red. Antonio Dantas in 2nd, carving back towards the whitewater. Graphic on screen shows who's coming up in the next heat. It'll be Martin Corret of France, João Dantas, and Francisco Freitas of Portugal, and Jamais of France coming up in quarterfinal number 3. Seen a beautiful wave ridden by surfer in red in this heat. Antonio Dantas currently in 2nd, looking to replace a low score of a 3.57. We'll bring you the replay of that to you at home in just a moment. Antonio Dantas, like I say, looking to replace that 3.57, seeking a 3.76 to move into 1st. I dare say he has gone above and beyond with that last wave. Let's see what the judges reward him. Hi, Tom.
Hi, Rob. I got us a cup of tea, and they put some very nice breakfast sandwiches on. I think I can see you eyeing one up, Rob. There's been a flurry of activity in this heat just then, and some decent scores dropping. I think there's going to be a possible jump into 1st here now for Dantas when this last comes in. And there is. Last of red, a 5.7. You are now in the lead. Last of blue, a 0.5. Last of green, a 1.83. Red, you are now in 1st. Blue, John Garmendia Gonzalez, you are in 2nd. 3rd, Nicolas Andrade. You need a 5.26. And Arthur Randall, you're in 4th. You need a 7.3. Nicolas Andrade, tienes priority. Necesitas una ola de 5.26. Eres segundo. Eres tercera. Surfer en blanco, Andrade, eres tercera. Necesitas una ola de 5.26. Andrade, you're in 3rd. You need a 5.26. John Garmendia Gonzalez, your low score is a 4.33. Randall is taking a wave on the inside. And I think there's a temporary camera 1 problem. We've got a minute and 30 left. That is the iconic Headland Hotel. One of the images that tells you where you are. And this, a crucial wave of Dantas. The wave that took him into the lead. 5.7 for this. There is also a wave going on for John Garmendia Gonzalez in the blue. He's gone right the way through to the shore, and he'd be looking to consolidate by building on a 4.33. So that question will also be being asked of the judges. And this Garmendia Gonzalez's wave earlier on in the heat. This a 5.1. The heat recap for you. So you can see the length of ride, important as long as the surfing is functional the whole way. And then this, Garmendia Gonzalez, well, this is the 5.1 from Gonzalez, and then it was the first wave was the 4.33. So this, the better of his waves. Oh, this is the 5.1 again, actually, isn't it? And we're going to count this out in 3, 2, 1. And so there we are, that's the heat end, and there were 2 scores still to come. The last of blue, your score drops a 4.47. And so red will have won the heat. There's one more score to come for red. It is going to be red first, blue second, white third, and green fourth. It's just a question of what heat total red will reach. Current heat total of 11.4 for red. We're waiting for news of whether he improves on a 5.67 with this last wave. Was it a 5.67? And you see the 2 advancing surfers, the Portuguese and the Basque. Flags on the boards, or flags on the Portuguese surfers board. And Nicky Andrade, the Asturian surfer from Gijón. And there's the Headland Hotel. There's the final results. Dantas, Garmendia Gonzalez advancing. Andrade, former winner, and Arthur Randall having to look to the next event. We count the next heat in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Martin Corret, João Dantas, Francisco Freitas, and Max Jamet. Martin Corret, a Reunione surfer from Reunion Island in the South Pacific. And he is up and riding already. Corret was a threat in this event last year, and some smooth surfing in and out of the peak there. And behind him is the surfer in green coming into your picture. Max Jamet, styling there. Jamet, another Frenchman. João Dantas from Portugal, and Francisco Freitas from Portugal also fill this heat out. So it's 2 French, 2 Portuguese. Corret, yeah, as we were saying, from Reunion Island. Here he is. Reunion Island is a beautiful tropical / subtropical island off the coast of Madagascar. There's a collection of them. There's Mauritius, Reunion, and Seychelles.
I visited Mauritius this winter, Tom.
You visited Mauritius, did you? Now, is Mauritius owned by France? No, but Reunion is.
No, so it used to be a French colony.
Right, and were the Seychelles one as well? Or do you not know?
I'm not sure about Seychelles.
Okay.
So they speak French in Mauritius.
Right.
But it is now an independent country. But after the French ownership or colonization, it fell under English rule for a while. But they still speak French there as their main language.
Ah, good for them.
I think it was a bit of a fingers up to the Brits.
Freitas using an early priority here for a pretty decent opening wave. And flying along behind him, a cormorant, one of our favourite seabirds. We had a lengthy taxonomical debate about the cormorant the other day. Surfer in red, correct to the second ride. Did you surf, Rob, the fabled left-hand reef pass of Tamarin Bay when you were in Mauritius?
I didn't. I had planned to.
It's fickle, isn't it?
It's fickle and it's quite well guarded.
I'd heard that. I think there was some sort of GoPro video, wasn't there, a while back? A couple of people argued over a wave there or something. Arguing over waves.
Saw some beautiful wildlife in Mauritius, however.
Arguing over scores, however, is great fun. And you and I like to argue over a score, don't we?
We do.
And we're going to have a score to argue about here, or maybe we'll agree. It's the surfer in... There's a review of the surfer in red's last wave. Surfer in blue just had a quick in and out. And Corrett, he got himself a good score here. First of red, a 7.33. First of blue, a 4.33. First of green, a 3.33. Great start.
So you're going to ask, is this wave, our viewers at home are seeing on the screen, the replay of Corrett's second wave?
Or first?
I believe that's the second wave.
Do you?
So is it higher or lower than his first?
It's there or thereabouts again then, isn't it? I mean, that's some really great surfing.
I think it's lower.
I think you're right. I think that is the second wave of Corrett that we're seeing on screen. So that
and I'm going to stake your reputation on the line.
You're betting with my capital, are you? I think the second one, if that was it, is there or thereabouts, isn't it? It's a bit under. Here it comes.
Yep.
Oh, a fair bit under.
As predicted. Your quid's in. It was your reputation.
Second of red. A 4.40. Second of red, a 4.4. Red, you are now in the lead. And here goes the surfer in red. You see the view from the contest area. That's Alice Lemoyne, defending ladies champion, fresh from the US Open. Martin Corrett pulling out of that one. Lemoyne flew in from Huntington Beach. She had a surf yesterday. She had a surf this morning, I do believe. And she won this event last year. So, scores are in the last of a red, a 1-point ride. Red is now up and riding again. To the nose of the 10, but jumps off. Last of red. A 1, the last of red won't change the situation either. Red, you are in the lead with a 7.33 and a 4.4. Blue, João Dantas, you're in second. Low score of a 1. Third is Max Jamet in the green. Max, you need a 2.01. And fourth in the white, Francisco Freitas, you need a 0.9. But Francisco, be advised. Francisco and Max, be advised that the surfer in blue, João Dantas, has a low score of 1. If he replaces it, the requirement will change. And Francisco Freitas certainly going to go into second with this. He only needed a 0.9. Obviously, notwithstanding whatever else João Dantas does to replace that 1. But Freitas here, up and riding. And we're going to see a paddle over to the left here now, and it is the surfer in Green looking at one here with second priority, Max Shamit, and he's up and riding on the backhand, goes straight to the nose at the start of this wave, cuts back, and he gets stuck behind the bank, which is reforming. There are some great inside waves to be found if you know how to pick them off and how to get through. Shamit a little bit unstuck there. And so the last of Max Shamit is going to come in. It might pop him into second, but only very temporarily. Because Freitas has popped up into second temporarily too. Francisco Freitas in white, your last wave of 4.97. Joao Dantas, you're now in third. You need a 5.07. Max Jamet, you will need a 6.07. Your last wave does not go higher than your first wave and therefore does not change the requirement. You need a 6.07. Green, you need a 6.07. Blue, you need a 5.07. Red, you're first. White, you are second. And up and riding is going to be the surfer in red. Correct. To the nose, 10, holds it, rides out straight into a frontside cutback, steps out of his leash. Bit of work to get into the inside section and doesn't manage that. Now this will be a real opportunity for us to learn about today's judging panel, Rob, because we saw a hang 10 that was several seconds long with perfect poise and style from Corret into a lovely driving front side cutback, beautiful line, smaller wave, then got stuck and could not ride through for an inside connection. So will the judges, and look at that, we can see they really did still like what was out back, because without that inside connection, they've still given it a 5.7. Last of red, a 5.7. Last of red, a 5.7. Martin Corret, you're in the lead. Francisco Freitas in the white, you're in second. Joao Dantas in blue, you are third. You need a 5.07. Max Jamet in the green, you need a 6.07. Rob, you posed me a quiz question earlier, and I am going to have to either have another clue or give up, I'm afraid. You were telling me somewhere a big landmass that by some sort of trick has 6 seasons.
That's right, and I said it was the perception of these seasons, so the indigenous people of this location, I shall not disclose yet, have determined that there's such variance and variety in the climatic conditions that they experience at different parts of the year that it's necessary to split the Europe not into 4 seasons but into 6 to adequately describe each of them.
I'm going to need a further clue, I reckon.
I don't think I can give you another clue without giving the game away.
I see. Francisco Freitas here.
I have got a clue actually for you. So these seasons dictate where these people live at
Here, by the way, is
year.
a chance to see that hang 10 into the cutback that got the 5.7, stepped out of his leash as well. Sorry, go on, Robbo.
So the seasons are used to determine where the people live at certain times of the year. So they migrate depending on conditions.
Oh, this is a...
Traditionally.
It's a cryptic one.
Traditionally. It's unfortunately
Migrating
no longer the
during
case,
seasons.
I would say.
Well, I mean, the Aussies migrate a lot, don't they, during seasons?
Bingo.
Oh, it is Australia.
It is Australia, and the place I'm referring to is actually in the far southwest. And these seasons are observed by an indigenous group of people called the Noongar.
Oh. Never
they
heard
are
of them.
Indeed, the
but now I have.
seasons of the Noongar.
Wow. Now I know.
Would you like to hear about some of these seasons?
I would love to. And I tell you what, speaking of seasons, we're having our daily Cornish delivery of rain. it's not impossible if this bank of rain does what it is threatening to do, that we could end up temporarily on hold here. Surfer in white is going to try and get a wave in quickly. Francisco Freitas, while people can still see what he's doing. Bit of rail work and a bit of footwork, and then a nice 5, a prolonged 5, coming through to the inside. Frontside carve, backside carve, sorry, and then a little bit more footwork coming right the way through. A nice wave there for Francisco Freitas, looking to improve on a 4.43, and I think there's a fair possibility of his having done so. So the rain did send a message to ask if somebody could be home to sign for the consignment. I'm not sure who from the offices here is going to go and sign and accept delivery of the rain. Is it going to be the contest director, Paulie, Field of Dreams? If you book them, they will come. Jeffries. I can see some free surfers in the just to the north of the area, and I see free surf in there. The Welsh under-16s champion Luca Owen, and straight behind him, is that his father? No, it's not. I thought Greg was out there with him. Then we saw Greg walk past the beach earlier. Surfers are warming up for the next heat, collecting their vests. There you can see the surfer in green in the next heat, Federico Carillo. And he is getting his vest from Beach Marshal Tim. And up and riding out in the water, the surfer in blue. João Dantas looking for a 5.24. And that is after Francisco Freitas pushed the requirement slightly higher. The last of white, a 4.6. João Dantas in blue, you need a 5.24. Max Jamet in green, you need a 6.24. And red with a late takeoff out back there. And there's a walled up, powerful section for the surfer in red, a ton of speed. And he decides not to have anything to do with it and kicks out. There is some sense in that. I can see as well some of the upcoming surfers arriving. Eduardo Del Pero is making his way down to the water. João Dantas is a replay. This was a question there would be whether that was a 5.24. Decisions for the judges to make. Who'd be a judge? 5.24, was it a 5.24? For João Dantas. I think there's something to think about for them. Some of the shortboarders are coming back in from free surfs, from warm-up surfs. Max Jamet, back and forth, looking for a 6.24. To the nose, slightly overbalances and does recover it. Bit of work needed to recover that. Kicks the board out. He's going to go and try again. So we've got scores to come now for Corret, Dantas and Jamet. I see one of the highest scoring surfers in the shortboard event has just been for a warm-up, has come out of the water wet. Annette Gonzalez-Estabari, she's coming up shortly against Tia Zabrowski. So in the two highest scoring surfers of the last round in the shortboards, in the ladies shortboard, will be coming up against each other. João Dantas, your last wave is going to change the situation. Last of blue, a 6. You are up into second. Red, you are still first. Blue, you're second. Last of white, 4.6. Last of green, 3.1. First red. Second blue. Third white. You need a 5.37. Fourth green, you need a 7-point ride. Well, we've had a change in fortunes. Sometimes it feels a bit like it's a roller coaster. It's a bit like musical chairs or Pass the Passel, Robbo. 3 minutes and 20 seconds till the music stops. If the music stopped now, it would be sending Corret and Dantas through and Freitas and Jamet out. But will that still be the case the surfer that needs the score is the surfer with priority now. When the surfer that needs the score has priority, we know that there's going to be a chance to ride the wave. So with 3 minutes remaining, Freitas can still spend a bit of time looking for a decent chance to get that 5.37 or more.
Okay, situation update for our surfers in the water. 2 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. Surfer in green, Max Jamet, you are in fourth. Green, you are fourth. You require a 7-point ride to move into second. White, Francisco Freitas. White, you are third. You need a 5.37 to move into second. White, 5.37 required. Surfer in blue, João Dantas, you are second. Blue, you need a 7.07 to move into first. You're looking to replace a lower score of 4.33. Surfer in red, Martin Corrette, you are first. Red first, looking to replace a lower score of 5.73. 2 minutes remaining in this heat. If you are joining us online, welcome. Borida, good morning. It's day 4 of the Boardmasters Festival 2024. Likewise, if you're just joining us on the beach, good morning. This is quarterfinal number 3 of the Wild West Jerky LQS men's event. We'll be moving into quarterfinal number 4 next, as we see surfer up and riding its heat leader, Martin Corrette, with a quick in and out. At the conclusion of the quarterfinals, we'll be moving directly into the BYD Pro QS 1000 women's semi-finals, number 1 and 2, then into the men's side. With the men's semi-finals, we've got British interest in both of the men's semi-finals. Patrick Langdon Dark of Wales in semi-final number 1, and Lucas Skinner of Newquay, Great Britain, in semi-final number 2. Loads of action coming your way throughout the rest of the morning. Little shout out to someone who's not unfamiliar with the longboard scene. Jack Dudley, watching from just down the coast in St. Ives, with daughters, twins, Olive and Alba. Good morning to family Dudley. Good to have you on board. I hope you're enjoying the action. It's a little bit grey here at the minute. It did seem like the weather was going to improve. It seemed like the cloud was lifting somewhat. But as Tom described moments ago, there is a bit of a bank of cloud, a marine layer, if you will, moving in with the moderate southwesterly breeze. That's causing a bit of lump and bump on the ocean surface here. We started in a not dissimilar way yesterday, and it ended up lifting, and we finished with beautiful, glorious sunshine throughout the rest of the afternoon and into the evening. A very warm afternoon. We saw a few people looking a little bit red yesterday. That's double horn blast signals the end of the heat. Double horn blast signals the end of heat 3. We'll provide you with the results shortly, but we're going to count down into quarterfinal number 4. Here we go. Stand by in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, coming up in this quarterfinal number 4, we had Edouard Dalpero of France, Roland Lefebvre of France, José Luis Bersaluce of the Basque Country, and Frederico Carrillo of Portugal. We'll take a look now at official results of the quarterfinal number 3. Taking the heat win was Martin Corrette, surfer in red of France. In second was João Dantas, the surfer in blue. In third was Francisco Freitas in white. And in fourth, Max Jamet in green. Meanwhile, live action here, surfer in white, José Luis Bersaluce up and riding on our left on the inside, banks up off the white water, rides cleanly out of that one. An early start and a great start for the surfer in white from the Basque Country.
I liked that closeout backhand re-entry at the end of that, Rob. That was definitely progressive longboarding, wasn't it? It had the rotation of the arms, the coil, the thwack of a proper hot dog in. And Eduard Del Piero on the wave behind. Kicks out. And we're going to see the surfer in blue now. Ooh, and a decision made to eject from that one. And on the front side, the yellow board and the green vest. This is Federico Carrillo from Portugal, who's been surfing through the previous rounds already. And he gets to the nose and gets a 10. And what a recovery there. Ends up with 1 foot in the air. It'd be good to see that again. And riding through to the inside. And another quick little bit of footwork there. And that was really something. I think the judges won't get as excited as I did because they deal in cold, hard criteria, these judges, and they would prefer there not to have been any correctional work or recovery work needed. So this lovely little cross step, bottom turn into this wave here from the surfer in white, Jose Luis Berasaluce, and then a bit more footwork to get to the nose. And then I really like this backhand Rio here. Clack, nice, just up and down. And we're seeing then the nose ride. And look at this foot now, this back foot. Oh no, this is the previous, this was Del Piero's work outside that we're seeing on this wave. And he ejects this one. So Federico Carrillo, nice frontside redirect. Finds the power pocket, a bit more redirectional work. Goes for the nose, gets there, gets 10. And then look at the foot. Oh. And then he has to work to get his balance back again. So it'll be really interesting to see what the judges are going to do about those scores. And it won't take long. We've got the first of Jose Luis Berasaluce in. First of white, a 3.83. First of green, a 4.4. White is up and riding again. Oh, I love the cross step turn, but it got him into the wrong bit of the bank. First of red, a 5.67. And here goes Lefebvre. First of blue, a 0.9. Standby for the second of blue. And the second of white. So Jose Luis Berasaluce just rode a wave as well. How will they work out those waves? So we were right, the judges, although that was exciting to watch Federico Carrillo, the judges have given him less credit for the 10 because of the fact that he had to recorrect his balance and get that foot up in the air. Although it was exciting, it was not a great thing for his scoring potential, unfortunately. So he ends up with a mid-4 for that wave. You can understand why the judges have done what they've done. It's our job to get excited. It's their job to sprinkle cold, hard criteria upon the excitement. We fan the flames of excitement. They throw, I don't know, temper the flames. What's the opposite of fanning the flames? We are the bellows and the fan. Sorry?
To quell?
To quell. Oh, I like that word, Robbo. That's all that fantastic French you've been speaking earlier. And up and riding on the backside now, Del Piero. And Del Piero with 2 quick nose rides and a lovely finish to that one behind him in the green. Carrillo And this time he gets the nose, much smoother return this time, and through the inside section. And will he ride out the Skinner stomp, the Carrillo crouch? He does ride out the Carrillo crouch. Blue out back. Oh, some good longboarding going on in this heat right now. So we got quite a few scores to come back in again then. All four surfers now waiting for scores. And so it's going to be a low one for Blue. So Blue's heat is kind of yet. Lefebvre's heat's yet to get going. Del Pero is underway with 2 scores for sure. He's going to be in the driving seat once this second wave comes in. And here is why. Backside cutback. Lovely drop knee bottom turn out of it again. Adjusting, looking for the power pocket. Gets to the nose. And for a second time. And then this. Stylish, fast, smooth, fluid, well placed. Critical closeout turn behind him. This was Carrillo. Lovely ass turning. Look at the way these surfers work to get their longboard in the right pocket to be able to get to the nose. Then the front side redirect. Drop knee cut back. We had the cross step cut back, the drop knee cut back. And now back to the nose again. And then this maneuver here. Difficult, bit of a floater. And then here is the work crouching to come out of that one. And then Blue now hoping to try and improve on his low scores. And well, it's a long nose ride. Redirects. Lefebvre. 35-year-old, 35 years young. Del Pero, 34-year-old from Biarritz. Lefebvre. Del Pero's won this event sundry times. Lefebvre also a Frenchman in the water here, and then Carrillo, a Portuguese, and he is a youngster at 18. So his time can still come. But he's going to be wanting his time to come now. And it could do with the last score. We're waiting for the scores. Last of red, an 8-point ride. Last of red, an 8-point ride. So the last of the surfer in red, an 8-point ride there. Stranglehold on this heat now for Del Pero. Last of blue, Lefebvre, a 3.17. And Del Pero is going to celebrate that 8 with another ride. Going right this time to the nose. 5, then a quick 10, 5. And a long 5 and very fast cross down back. Look at that drop knee cut back. And then he's going to get through to the inside here. A little bit of hand paddling. Redirects left and right. And like Skinner in the earlier heats, he likes to ride to the sand. Quick look at his watch. Yes, 10 minutes left. There is time to go back out for more. Edouard. So the situation is red is first and will be first still after that last wave. In second is Federico Carrillo. Your last wave was a 5.5. Third, Jose Luis Berasaluce. You need a 6.07 for second. And third, Roland Lefebvre. You need a 6.73 for second. Oh, and a long, drawn-out cross-step bottom turn for Berasaluce on this one. A beautiful start to this wave. Footwork. And then here we go, coming down on the inside section. What's he going to get done here? Can he come around and get a club the board off the end? And no, he's out. Lefebvre going oof and down. So once surfers start hearing that they need bigger scores, sometimes it can cause the surfing to get unstuck. They start having to mix it up a bit. They end up doing things slightly differently. Going to be another big score for the last of red, I don't doubt. Last of blue, a 2.4. Last of white, a 3.57. significant gap between the surfer in red in this heat and the other surfers. With 8 minutes and 50 left, Robbo, do you think it's fair for me to say this is looking increasingly like a battle for second at the moment?
I was thinking much the same, Tom.
Last of red, a 7.8.
It's a professional performance from the man in red, Edouard Del Piero. Meanwhile, on screen, our surfers can see surfer in blue, Roland Lefebvre, riding on a nice right. You know what, he got a lot of work done on the outside before coming unstuck on that closeout section on the inside, but he's chasing a 6.73. Like you say, Tom, I think it could well be a battle for that second advancing position. Not long ago, we were a little bit concerned about the cloud bank that seemed to be moving in from the ocean. However, looking out to sea now, it seems to have lifted somewhat, and I have it on good authority that just down the road in St. Ives, they're experiencing glorious sunny weather.
St. Ives. When I was traveling to St. Ives, I met a man with 7 wives, each of whom had 7 cats. Can't remember the rest of it, but I know the closing question is, the closing question is, how many people were going to St. Ives?
One,
because he only met the man from St. Ives. And Del Piero up and riding again, chasing down a 7.8, so he'll start to fall maybe once or twice now, but that's because he's pushing it.
coming down to the 7-minute mark in this heat, Tom. And coming up next, we'll be moving into the BYD Pro QS 1000 Women's Semi-Final number 1, featuring Noah Clapp and Nahia Milhau.
Oh, Germany v France, I like it. Germany-Spain was the Olympic football final. Is the final still to come, is it? I know Germany played Spain very recently. So Spain narrowly lost to France. Didn't it get quite exciting when it went into extra time or something like that?
Was it last night?
So Del Piero in the water right now was last year's winner of this event over Martin Corret. John Garmendio Gonzalez was in the final too. And Ignacio Pignataro from Uruguay, who hasn't been here this year.
Up and riding in this heat, Tom, is surfer in blue, Roland Lefebvre, making his way to the nose back. He's carrying so much speed, a lovely drop knee cut back, a bit of a flourish on that one as he embeds the board into the white water. That wave won't offer him any more in the way of scoring potential, so he's out of there looking for a 5.67. Now, he may not get it with that ride, but he could have reduced his requirement by bettering a 4.23. We'll leave it to the judges to determine that. 5.5 minutes on the clock. Out in front is surfer in red, Edouard Del Piero. In second, it's surfer in green, Federico Carrillo. In third now, surfer in blue, Roland Lefebvre. And in fourth, surfer in white, Jose Luis Bercelucci. Our viewers at home on screen. Our viewers at home can see on screen a replay of some of the best waves of the heat so far. Currently, it's surfer in red, Del Piero, weaving his way down the line. Meanwhile, in live action, there are 5 minutes remaining in this heat. 5 minutes remaining. Our viewers on the beach can see surfer in white, Jose Luis Bercelucci, currently in fourth position, striving to get that 6.07, weaving his way all the way through to the inside. Viewers at home are still enjoying some of the highlights of the heat thus far. Fret not, because we'll be bringing you some replays of the action you've missed whilst these replays are on. So we're down to 4 minutes in this heat. The situation is surfer in white, Jose Luis Bersaluche, you are in 4th. White, you require a 5.44. Surfer in blue, Roland Lefebvre, you are in 3rd. You require a 4.84. Surfer in green, Federico Carrillo, you are in 2nd, looking for a combination of 15.83 for 1st, looking to replace a lower score of 4.4. And surfer in red, Eduardo Pero, you are right in front with an 8 and a 7.83. Live action here, surfer in red, Eduardo Pero up into the end section and down he comes. La dernière vague pour le surfer en bleu, c'est une 5.07. 3 minutes and 5 seconds remaining.
So we coming towards the last 2 minutes of this heat now. And you can see the surfers are quite close together. Del Pero
Oh, wow.
has improved his score.
La dernière vague pour le surfer en rouge, c'est une 8 points. 8-point ride for Eduardo Pero.
16-point heat
Wow.
total. 16-point heat total of him riding on the front side. Carrillo, and he's looking to try and replace a 4.4. And nice redirect. Is he going to take this one on through? He probably will, won't he? Oh no, he's going to go for getting back out there. Now, Del Pero, he's got 16 points, but Del Pero likes a buzzer beater when he's already winning. I'm going to make a prediction that we see Del Pero ride one more wave before that buzzer goes. He's got 90 seconds in which to do it. You just can't keep the man back. And on the slightly inside, there's a paddle going on. I think Lefebvre is going to have a look, and he is going to be into one, and so is Del Pero. Del Pero on the bigger wave out back. Lefebvre to the nose. Quick 5, quick 10. Del Pero behind. Lefebvre. We're going with Del Pero on the camera at home. Lefebvre is getting some work done on the inside. Del Pero with a quick 10. Drawn out frontside cutback. This is the biggest wave of the day, and now he's got a little bit of strategy to make. You can see Lefebvre going through the front of your screen, and he thinks he's got it. Lefebvre, the body language is saying he thinks he's done it, and Del Pero working out how to get the way through to the beach. We're going to see the surfers come all the way in. Lefebvre, you see, he is very confident that he's got a 4.84 on that wave, and I have to say I think that's likely to be the case. Del Pero is still up and riding and does a re-entry onto the sand, and Del Pero steps off his board and nonchalantly walks onto land. As we're going to count this heat down, the two surfers in the water, I think, are going to struggle to pick off another wave here. So 10, we're going to count the heat out. Here you see a replay of Lefebvre's wave. Was this 5, 4, 3, 2, 1? Was this wave of Lefebvre a 4.84? Was this wave of Lefebvre a 4.84? Rob, standing next to me, you're looking like you think he did it.
I think he's got it.
And do you think Del Pero went higher than 8 on this? He might have done. I wonder if this replay is going to show us all the way to the shore for Del Pero, this wave. There's Lefebvre in the foreground, coming through the closeout re-entry from Lefebvre. I think Lefebvre gets his score of 4.84 here, and I think Del Pero possibly even goes higher again too. In comes Federico Carrillo, who was in second for quite a while then. He's still in second now, but there are 2 scores to drop, crucially. So it might only be a full second. And in comes the score for Lefebvre. Last of blue, a 6.9. You go into second. We're just going to find out what the last of red was. And the last of red. Hold on to something, people. The last of red. Still higher. Last of red, Eduard Del Piero. 1 judge to come. Last of red. We were going to get to see it. It's a 9-point ride for the last of Eduard Del Piero. And you see, he's happy with that. And he should be. And now we're going to go straight into the ladies. Shortboard, there's the final results of that one. What a heat total, 17 points for Del Piero, 17.07. Wow. Noah Clapp and Nahia Milhao coming up. We go into the BYD Pro Women's semi-finals. One-on-one heats. And we're going to count this one in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. German Noah Clapp and Nahia Milhao. Milhao from Guadeloupe, from Anse-Bertrand in Guadeloupe, and Noah Clapp surfing for Germany, hailing from Malibu in California. Los Angeles County. Is Malibu Los Angeles County? Because just around the corner is the famous county line, which is mentioned in the Beach Boys, isn't it? All over the something.
And then into Ventura County.
Into Ventura County, just above it, where my dad lives. I don't think he's watching because it's 2 o'clock in the morning for him.
Here we go, up and riding, surfer in blue. Representing, as you said, Tom, France, but hailing from Guadeloupe, it's Nahia Milhao. Opening her account in this semi-final number 1 of the BYD Pro QS 1000 women's event. We're into the business end of the competition. It's heating up. The beach is filling up. There's some viewers joining us online. Good morning. Welcome to you all. I know we have at least a few people watching from Australia, a few from France. Several, I'd imagine, from France, actually, considering we have a French woman in this current heat semi-final number 1 in the form of Nahia Milhao. Noah Clapp in red representing Germany, as you've mentioned, Tom, by way of Malibu, California. And we're going to see a paddle here from surfer in red who has priority. She has a look at that wave. See what the priority judge makes of that. Yep, priority judge determines that that was, in effect, a paddle. So priority shifts now to Nahia Milhao, the surfer in blue. 17 minutes and 55 seconds remaining. And here goes our surfer in red with a quick in and out. Nothing to see there. So Nahia Milhao, our surfer in blue. Inside the top 10 highest heat scores of this division so far, when she defeated Rachel Presti, Duprat, and Carolina Mendez in round 2, heat 2. Here we go, surfer in blue up and riding. It's Nahia Milhao racing down the line, pumping, trying to generate some speed before she decides to kick out. So Nahia Milhao defeated Ainoa Lesiaga, fellow compatriot in the quarterfinal number 2 yesterday, with a 6.5 and a 4.5, winning by some way in that heat, managing to find herself on the best waves of the heat, certainly, that provided the biggest scoring potential.
Yeah, surfed very well, actually, in that round.
And likewise, a surfer in red, Noah Clapp, progressed through her quarterfinal heat number 1 yesterday, defeating, again, fellow countrywoman Rachel Presti.
West Coast versus East Coast, that was, wasn't it?
It was, East side versus West
Presti
side.
from Florida.
With a 4.33 and a 3.17. Some tricky conditions during that heat, if I remember correctly. We've got some tricky conditions on display now, but very contestable.
I'd call it a good, honest onshore again, wouldn't you? A nice square onshore, not too much side in it anymore.
And do you know what? It's creating quite a few corners, and as that tide starts to ebb out, we're seeing some of those wedgy waves nearer the rocks that we saw yesterday evening as well, that allowed some of our surfers to take to the air. So perhaps we'll see some aerial maneuvers in the coming heats. We are, of course, into semi-final territory now. This is semi-final number 1 of the BYD Pro QS 1000 women's event. We'll move it directly into semi-final number 2 after this, before we jump into the men's division with semi-finals number 1 and 2, and plenty of British interest in those heats, with Patrick Langdon-Dark of South Wales in heat number 1, semi-final number 1, and Lucas Skinner of Newquay, the local lad, in semi-final number 2, both vying for a place in the final. We saw Lucas Skinner yesterday evening using his aerial prowess to move past Gurj McDade in the quarterfinals. Up and riding now, though, it's Noah Clapp in the red, representing Germany. Up into the lip she goes, rides out of that. It's a solid ride to open up her account. She'll be looking to, as you term it, Tom, build house. She's so far got just an up and down, a 0.3 to start. So
that closeout section at the end of that wave then was a much harder section to hit than most viewers may give it credit for. That is a really, really
And you could see the way that she approached it. Didn't try and go too vertical, kept it fairly horizontal, because it was kind of catching up with the wave in front, and it was over that deep water, fatter section that we talked about a lot over the past couple of days. It's got some scores coming in. So first of red, a 0.3. Second of red, a 4.0.
Yeah, we're going to see this last turn of Clapp here now. So the bit of Esther, but this is a difficult turn. Oof. Having to adjust mid-turn. Doing so really well. The beach is filling up, Rob. There's windbreakers out. I can see people arriving on the beach from all over the place.
Crew are back as well.
I can see Will the Rat. He's got his family down the beach already. There he is with the yellow surfboard. And like most people, when we name check them, looking a bit bemused.
We got some other scores in. First of blue, a 1.83. La première vague de le surfeur en bleu, 1.83. Et la deuxième vague pour le surfeur en bleu, 0.50. 0.5 second of blue, which means with 13 minutes remaining in this heat, surfer in red, Noah Clapp, you are in first. Surfer in blue, Nahia Milhau, you are in second. Up and riding, Noah Clapp slams into that oncoming section. Maybe she'll look for the reform here, because it does look like this wave might do something on the inside. Noah doesn't think so and kicks through the back. Noah looking to replace a lower score of a 0.3. She will have done it with that turn. She may have bettered her first wave, a 4-point ride, because she hit that oncoming section with some gusto. Yeah, it was a lovely turn, that. I was interested by the choice of wave selection. Of course, she didn't have priority, so it didn't matter. But I was thinking to myself, well, not a lot going on this wave, but Clapp had seen that inside section. Milhau has a paddle here. She might lose priority for a second. Doesn't matter, because she's already out back, and she's going to go, oh, and now she will be at the risk of Clapp getting to her in time. She's going to have to turn around and shove out again. She does so. So they took priority off her, but they gave it to her straight away because she's still so far out back. And now this one is lining itself up. And Milhau decided not to go on that. We did our research between us last night, didn't we, Rob, into these conditions? You watched from up above. We did our own father-son coaching style
warm up, didn't we? Or warm down. I went out and had a go at a few, and you stood up in the bar and watched me. So between us, we were able to then sort of communicate. So now, between us, we can put together our brains and talk about what those waves actually feel like to be on, because you know what they look like, I know what they felt like. My favourite story from this whole incident, though, Rob, is that apparently I'm told you were doing an impression of me.
Here we go. Milhau wrapping back into the pocket there. Loads of spray back up into
oh,
the lip.
wow.
A lovely
Here we
little
go.
turn there, releasing a bit of fin, and she'll race through to the inside, bashes off the oncoming
Great.
section. So Milhau currently sitting on a 1.83 and a 0.5. She will have bettered both of those
Oh,
scores.
she will have done that.
Looking for a 5.07 to move into first, because Last of Red comes in at a 2.9. So Last of Red, a 2.9. Surfer in Red, you have a heat total of 6.9. Nahia Milhau has one score to drop, looking to replace a lower score of 0.5.
It's going to be a really good one.
It starts to look good. We're waiting for one judge to drop the score in. Viewers at home can, of course, see the replay online now. A bit of a stumble, a bit of a fumble at first, but she got it back and wrapping together 2, 3, 4 maneuvers come the end of that wave. And
Solid
it looks
finish.
to me like this wave of blue, Nahia Milhau, will come in somewhere around the 6-point mark.
Well,
on
this is
screen.
the
Our
judges.
viewers at
This is
home,
the judges' replay. They are making that comparison.
That's
That's
right,
that
they're
earliest
comparing
wave of clap. So the judges are asking themselves whether it was better.
So Clap had a 4. So Last of Blue, 6.17. La dernière vague de la surf en bleu, 6.17. Last of Blue, 6.17. So it means Surfer in Blue, Nahia Milhau, goes into first position with a heat total of 8. 6.17 and a 1.83. Surfer in Red, Noah Clapp, you are now in second. Red, you are in second. You require a 4.01.
But you're not getting away without this story, Robbo. Just as Milhau got up then, I was going to finish off saying, apparently I'm told that while you were in the beach bar last night, you were doing an elaborate and far-fetched impression of my surfing style and appended somebody's drink all over them. Is this not true?
It's partly true. Here we see Noah Clapp, surfer in red, up and riding on her backhand, the goofy foot on a smaller inside right-hander, wrapping back into the foam. She's going to try and stick with this, hoping there's an end section for her to blast off. Wraps back to the white water, pumping now, jumping up and down, trying to see if she can generate some speed. She can't. Noah Clapp looking to replace a lower score of 2.9. She'll probably do that.
You might even get the 4.01.
She might well. We'll see what the judges make of it. So going back to your story, it's partly true.
True.
I wasn't. You've dressed it up as something it wasn't. I wasn't doing a far-fetched impression of you. I was identifying you in the lineup. And whilst identifying you in the lineup,
and how were you identifying?
I showed the
what were you doing with your
crowd
hands?
I was with how you hold your right arm whilst you surf. And whilst demonstrating that, accidentally upended one of our judges, Mike Durkin's drink. Fortunately, he was wearing a waterproof jacket.
I see.
But he took it in good humor, and he pretended that it was the spray off your turn that had caused the soaking.
Here's a replay for you at home of Clapp. Nice first turn.
So this wave scored a 3.17, Tom. So it doesn't put Clapp back into first, and it won't improve her situation. But
right.
you were right in thinking that it was going to go somewhere near 3.17. So Clapp's still on the hunt for a 4.01. Meanwhile, Milhau, with priority, will hope to extend her lead. She's sitting at the back. She's searching, hunting for one of those set waves that will allow her some scoring potential to improve on that 1.83. We know she can do it because she's already posted a 6.17. So 2 6s would sit very nicely with Milhau's plans, I would imagine. She'd be feeling pretty comfortable.
I would imagine they would.
And she's going to take a look at this one, Tom.
Got
Using her priority, talk us through this wave.
It's got a lovely wall to it, but it's foamed up a bit, so the fins are not biting on clear water there. There's bubbles everywhere, but that doesn't deter her. Flicks the tail up, nice recovery, and she doesn't stay with that one. She gives up on the inside section.
And at the back, we see Clapp on her front side. The goofy foot up into the lip, wraps into the pocket. Now she's got a section ahead of her. Again, a beautiful turn, really fluid surfing. She races down the line, looking for a section to hit. Another wrapping turn. Some speed there. She pulls through the back before it goes any further.
We have a heat.
Clapp looking for a 4.01. She will have definitely got it with that wave.
Oh, yeah.
How big a score she will be rewarded with remains to be seen. Well, it will definitely be the requirement to push her into first, meaning that Milhau will also need a slightly big score. But we're waiting on a score for both surfers. So
we're going to learn a lot about what the judges think of cutbacks because often judges can hold points back on cutbacks, but we've seen some big scores for very fluid, fast
I think when they're
cutbacks.
they're completed in the manner that
Keone
in
Lasser
which-
yesterday is one example.
Yeah, I think when they're completed in the manner in which we just saw Clap complete them, they're going to be scored. There's lots of speed, lots of flow, and on screen our viewers at home can see Surfer in blue, Nahia Milhau, with that last wave of hers, releasing the fins off that kind of corner section where the waves converged. And here we see a replay of Noah Clap surfing red. And here's the first of those swooping
Nice.
cutbacks. Nice, lots of spray, releases the tail a little bit, and she pumps down the line and comes for a second swooping one. Again, not quite as powerful on that second turn. So the judges will have a look. Well, they seem to...
Are they coming under the 4.01 there for Clap?
putting
Well,
in
there we
their
go.
score. No, still waiting on one for Clap.
Oh, we are. Okay. Oh, sorry. Yeah, that's our last one, the 3.17, isn't it? 4.0, and yeah, it won't go a lot over it if it does go over it, will it? And they're making comparison here now, the judges, to the first of Milhau.
So
The judges have chosen, they've asked for this wave.
We have a score in. So last of blue, a 3.63. La dernière vague de le surfer en bleu, c'est une 3.63. 3.63. And now comes the score for red. And Tom, it's the best score of the heat so far. One judge left to drop. She's looking for a 5.81 to move into first. She'll do that and then some. It's going to be somewhere around the 7.5 mark. It is 7.5. Last of red, 7.5. 5 minutes remaining. Surfer in red, Noah Clap, jumps into first position. She also has priority. And Tom,
look at the kicking.
She is tracking directly for Nahia Milhau.
Perhaps to sit on her.
To sit on her, to apply some pressure. Milhau requires a 5.34. Blue, you need a 5.34. Blue, you require a 5.34.
Ruthless.
Wow, we have a heat.
Ruthless, and I love it. Milhau's going to come into the image now. Look at that. Straight over to go and sit on her. Because, of course, Milhau now looking for a 5.34. So Milhau cannot now try and choose her wave well, because Clap is going to try and guess the wave most likely to give Milhau a 5.34 will now be taken by Clap. Milhau tries to get away. Clap stays on her. And the lineup calms a bit. There's a set to come in. So if you're Milhau now, do you carry on trying to get away like a fly caught in a spider's nest, or do you use up lots of energy, or do you just think, right, well, I need to try and send Clap on something, and then that's how to get rid. And so here now Milhau is going to try and make Clap go on this left. Clap doesn't, so Milhau will go on it. Now, was this a good decision by Clap to leave this wave to Milhau? Possibly it was. It affords one turn a bit stuck. A second big turn, fins up. She's going to punch the air. A muted little claim from Milhau. And if that's not, well, I mean, it's 5.34 or bust, really, because if Milhau replaces her low score, it's not going to change anything. You'd need to replace your top score, Milhau, to... so was that a 5.34? Well, this turn, a little bit stuck. That's the problem. That's what will hold it back. But this turn, whack. Now, we saw Annette Gonzalez-Estabari get 6 or 7 points for that exact turn yesterday, albeit on a cleaner face. But now we know where it's going, because the judges are now making comparisons. That's the wave the judges have asked to look at. For comparison, they've asked for the first of Clap. So we're seeing what the judges are seeing. The judges have said, right, and she just gets it. Wow. Last of blue, 5.87. And now it's Milhau displacing water with her feet. But it's a slightly different situation, because Milhau won't paddle right over to Clap, because Clap still has priority. Situation, Milhau, you're in the lead. Noah Clap, you have priority. You need a 4.54. Noah, you need a 4.54. You have priority. What a 2 minutes we're set up for here, Rob. Can she do it now here, Milhau? The 19-year-old from Guadeloupe.
Well, we've seen it time and time again, Tom. Breathless finishes to these heats. It's the business end of competition.
Edge
These
of the seat
surfers
stuff.
are experts in their trade. Viewers at home can see a replay of
heat recap. This was the
some
first wave of Noah
the
Clapp.
finest waves of the heat.
Opened with a 4. Milhau then posted this 6.17. So 6.17 for this. So at this point, there was effectively a 2-point cushion between Milhau and Clapp. Clapp, however, came roaring back with this for a 7.5. The judges really loving the fluid on-rail surfing, the speed of that. And then this 5.87 to level it all right up and give Milhau a narrow lead of just half a point. But it was that turn there that did it for her. So situation, 45 seconds remaining. First blue, second red. Red, you need a 4.54. You have priority. The surfer who needs the score is the surfer who has priority. If the wave comes, it will be ridden. Will we be seeing a buzzer beater here? And here we go, Clapp. She's going to choose this one. This is her effort, going for a 4.54 Noah Clapp. She's got to do some work to find open face. She's got a lot of speed going on this one. Smashes it off the inside and sticks it. Body language says she thinks it's there. Chooses not to try and get anything done on the inside.
Wow,
10 seconds
almost
left.
there, Tom, with the countdown. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh, wow.
Waiting for last
Was
of
this
red.
A 4.54. It's going to be really there or thereabouts, because if you think, now we're going to see what the judges do with in terms of replays they're watching that wave. Are the judges asking for a comparison wave? Are the judges Clapp waiting for the score? I suppose the judges may want to try and compare that wave to the last of Milhau, maybe, where the majority of the points were acquired for a turn in a similar position, but of course they'd be comparing backside to frontside. Milhau's was on the backhand. That one from Clapp was on the front hand. There was no other turn from Clapp, but the turn from Milhau.
Wow, Tom, she needs a 4.54. One judge has it, one judge doesn't.
It's
coming.
there.
Clapp gets the score. Clapp takes the win. Red first, blue second. Right.
4.67 wins by 0.13. What a finish to that heat, Rob.
What a semi-final. And Clapp into the final. Here we go. Countdown for semi-final number 2. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Confirmation of those results there for you on the screen. Rob, what a finish. And this heat coming up now.
Well, let's hope it's half as exciting as the first.
Well, the scores that these two guys posted yesterday in the next heat. Annette Gonzalez-Ishtabari yesterday, a heat total of 14 points. Tea Zhabrovsky, a heat total of 16.77. Zhabrovsky, the 13-year-old from Tahiti. Gonzalez-Ishtabari from the Basque Country. The two standout surfers of the quarterfinals have been drawn against each other. These two will now duel for the right to meet Noah Clapp in the final. Who are you fancying for this one, Rob, or are you thinking it's too close to call?
Well, this is the semi-final that we earmarked yesterday as being the one to win, wasn't it? These two guys posted some of the highest scores of the event so far.
They did. They
Simply,
both
I
comboed.
imagine it will be super exciting. Meanwhile, Tom, I just want to draw your attention. The surfers from the last heat, Clapp and Milhau, making their way out of the water. They put on such a show, a fantastic display of surfing, and kept us excited right to the very last. So guys on the beach, please put your hands together, show your appreciation for surfers in red and blue, Clapp and Milhau respectively, for a wonderful performance. Congratulations to Clapp, commiserations to Milhau.
First wave here in this heat, it's going to be Annette Gonzalez-Ishtabari on the front side. Gets stuck up there slightly. She's going to stay with it, though. A couple of wind bobbles. A fast section coming towards her. Zhabrovsky's up and right on the inside, too. Big closeout turn for Gonzalez-Ishtabari. Zhabrovsky slightly smoother rail work out back, but might not quite have the same end section that Gonzalez-Ishtabari had. So I would imagine that on account of the good inside finish, the first two waves there, it might just be the nod towards the surfer in red, Gonzalez-Ishtabari, but both surfers will be looking to try and do better in the remainder of the heat. So yes, we can compare the scores. Both surfers yesterday, Gonzalez, Estabri and Zabrowski. Here we go. This is what Tia Zabrowski did. So smoother rail work, less bump in the face, but in return for less bump in the face, no inside closeout turn opportunity. Whereas Gonzalez Estabri had to contend with terrible wind chop at the start of this wave. So pretty good work, rail work to get through it. But this will be the difference, I would imagine, between the two waves when the scores drop. Robbo, both these surfers yesterday were travel agents, weren't they? They were offering one-way tickets to a place that nobody wants to go. What was that place?
Combo Land.
Yes, and yesterday nobody found a travel agent willing to take you back from Combo Land, did they? Gerridge McDade almost. Gerridge McDade kept the shutters up until the last possible minute with a 8-point ride at the very end of the heat, or there or thereabouts, in his quarter against Lucas Skinner. And as we predicted, there's a 1-point difference between the two waves. First of red, a 4.17. First of blue, a 3.17. Annette, you're in the lead. 4.17. Tia, you're in second, 3.17. Annette, eres primera. Tia, vous êtes en deuxième. 1 point of difference between the two waves. I would imagine both surfers will be looking to replace if they can. And both surfers yesterday were busy, and in that fine tradition, Tia Zabrowski now up and riding. And this time she finds one with a bit of wind chop out the back. And so that one, I'd be horrified if that wave still figures by the end of this heat. I don't think it will. Rob, the night before last, it was dark, it was cold, it was horrible, it was lonely, there was nobody left on the beach. And one person emerged from the dunes in a wetsuit and went surfing all alone for 45 minutes in the most disgusting conditions of the day. Who was that person?
It was our surfer in red, Tom, Annette Gonzalez Echebarri.
And I remember saying to you, I said, if she ends up sitting in the warm waters of the South Pacific or the Indian Ocean in a one-on-one WCT heat one day, it will be because of efforts like that, going surfing for a practice. As the day darkened, it was raining, it was freezing, she was out there. And it certainly paid off because she absolutely demolished the Welsh ripper Alice Barton in the quarterfinals. Well, I say demolished. Alice Barton had a pretty good heat score actually, but was still comboed. There's the headland. And here you can see that draw. Barton and Leticia Canales Bilbao were both comboed by Gonzalez Estabri and Tia Zabrowski yesterday. And Noah Clapp came past the German. And Milhau came past the French, Les Siaga, and here we go, Gonzalez Estabri up and riding. Just the one turn and out. Coming up in the next heat. So a 3.93 for the last of red. 3.93 for the last of red. Coming up in the next heat, Keone Lasser and Patrick Langdon Dark. There is Patrick Langdon Dark with his dad. Basque Country versus Wales. There's the flag of Euskadi and Udraig Goch. The flag of Wales. And Pat's dad, the most knowledgeable man about surfing in the universe, maybe even in the multiverse. And on the front side, Tia Zabrowski fins free and a whack to finish that wave across the white water. Jump, smacks it back the other way across the junction. Still not completely completely fluid like she was yesterday, but it is a lot lumpier, and that, I reckon, Zebrovsky has made a pretty thorough application for the wave of the heat, I'd imagine there, and the judges are very, very quick to award it. Last of blue, 7.5. It's this turn that did it. Wow, what a start. And then fast and fluid. I think it was a little bit finicky of me to say that that wave wasn't quite as fluid as yesterday. Actually, on replay, it looks like fantastic. Fluid, fast, fins free, critical. That's about as good as you're going to do on a wave that size out there today. Last of blue, 7.5. Blue, you're in the lead. Red, you now need a 6.51. Roja, eres segunda. Necesitas una ola de 6.51. Bleu, vous êtes en tête. Votre dernière vague a noté 7.50. Vous êtes en tête. Vous cherchez un remplacement d'un vague à 3.17. Mais vous êtes en tête. Priorité est avec la rouge. Priorité roja. Red priority. Red. Blue first, red second. Red, you need a 6.51. So, Zebrovsky now starting to get moving. A 7.5 for that wave. Very good. Now, I mentioned on my Instagram earlier some of the heats that were coming up. Just while I was down here early, I saw some of the various surfers warming up, and Pat was the first of the Patrick Langdon Dark in the next heat was the first of the competitors to get into the water. And I noted that Dad was with him. And I said, more nervy days for Popper Dark today. I said, tune in to go through it with him. So I know that lots of the surfers from his homeland, Wales, are tuning in so they can go through the roller coaster with the Langdon Darks. And one of those is Mum, Sharon Langdon. Sharon Langdon, she says, we must not forget his mum's nerves at home watching. There's a lot of energy being sent out. And meanwhile, the Spanish surfers are all rooting for Keone Lassa. When I was out there last night having a little surf, Rob, Keone Lassa was everywhere and nowhere all at once. He was just... It was like chasing shadows trying to paddle around that lineup with him last night. He was absolutely ripping.
Spectre.
He was a spectre. Patrick Langdon Dark got himself a warm-up surf this morning, looking good. I think it's going to be fireworks.
GB.
Annette Gonzalez Ashtabri, huge front side stomp over the closeout section. No interest in the inside. Looking for a 6.5, might not quite get there with the one turn, but it could go close.
Well, and
might get there
like
even.
You've said so far today, Tom, it will tell us an awful lot about what the judges are looking for. Just casting my eyes down the beach, I can see Luke Dillon, coach of the GB Surf Squad, just imparting a few words to Patrick Langdon Dark before he heads out for his heat. He did much the same before yesterday's quarter-final. We all know how that went for Pat.
Great looking turn from Gonzalez Ashtabri. It's going to go close. It's going to change this. It's going to change the requirement because it's going to go. It's going to be her highest wave. Last of red, Ultimo de Roja, 5.17, 5.17. Last of red. Eres segunda. Necesitas una ola de 5.51. You now need a 5.51. Priority is with blue. Yeah, it's going to be fireworks in that next heat. And then after that one, we've got Nicholas Paulette and Lucas Skinner. Now, do you know what's happened as well that's really interesting? The goofies are in together. The naturals are in together. The guys who got through with rail work and lip line work are in together. The guys who got through in the air are in together. Like for like against like for like. Wales versus
Look down there, Tom.
Spain.
Shadow. That suggests to me that the sun is somewhere above us. It's coming out. Has been promised. The cloud is beginning to lift. Are we going to see some sunshine for the remainder of these semi-finals? Let's hope so.
Yes, we did book some sunshine when we were online ordering the rain. The rain came in 2 separate consignments. Let's hope the sun comes in a big consignment. I note as well here now that Langdon Dark is going to paddle out to the far south and Lasser's going to paddle out to the far north. So the surfers are going to begin the heat nowhere near each other.
Meanwhile, in this heat, there are 6 minutes and 50 seconds remaining. Last of red, a 5.17. So the situation is, with 6 minutes and 40 seconds still to go, surfer in blue, Tia Zabrowski, is in first. Blue, you are first. Red, Annette Gonzalez Echebarri, you are second. Red, you are second. Red, you require a 5.51. Red, you need a 5.51. So last of red, reducing that requirement for her. If you're just joining us on the beach or indeed online, good morning and welcome to this day 4 of the Boardmasters Festival 2024. In the water, you can see semi-final number 2 of the BYD Pro QS 1000 women's event, featuring Tia Zabrowski of France and Annette Gonzalez Echebarri of the Basque Country. Both surfers taking a little glance at that wave before deciding not to go. Coming up next, we move directly into semi-final number 1 of the BYD Pro QS 1000 men's event. In that heat will be Keone Lasser of the Basque Country and Patrick Langdon Dark of Wales. So some British interest for our beachgoers and our viewers online. Some Basque interest as well if you're that way inclined. 5 minutes remaining. Surfers in the water. You have 5 minutes remaining. The beach is filling up nicely. Our spectators perhaps attracted by the lifting of the cloud, the appearance, albeit however brief it may have been, of the sunshine. We're hoping for some more. We're expecting some more. Indeed, the conditions and forecast, both weather and surf over the next day and a half, look very promising indeed. We're joined by many a guest online from all corners of the earth, and we see both surfers up and riding. So this is Tia Zabrowski going right, and you can see on your screens at home Annette Gonzalez Echebarri going left. The screen now splits to show you the progress of both surfers. Those of us on the beach will have noticed that both surfers completed 1 or 2 maneuvers each. Surfer in red chasing down a 5.51. Surfer in blue looking to replace a 3.17. The judges will ponder and consider whether either of them have achieved their goals there. I think that blue may have slightly improved upon her 3.17, which in turn will increase the requirement for surfer in red. But I'm not a judge, and as Tom has said many times, if I was, I wouldn't be great at it. So we'll leave it to the judges to determine how they got on. I was correct though. Last of blue, 3.87. Last of blue, 3.87. That increases the requirement for red. Red, you now require a 6.21. One score still to come in. It is the score of red that the judges are considering as we speak. There are 3 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. We see up and riding now. Tia Zabrowski, the surfer in blue, up into the lip she goes, bashes down, rides down, pumps around the section, up into the foam, displaces lots of spray as she releases the tail through that turn. She's now looking to replace a 3.87. Last of red, 4.43. Last of red, 4.43. Waiting on last of blue. Current requirement for surfer in red is 6.21. Red, you are still in second. Red, you are second. You need a 6.21. Viewers at home can now see on the screen last of blue. Tia Zabroski of France pumping down the line up into the lip for a quick bash off the foam. Races round and finishes with a bit of a fin release, but on a bit of a flat section of the wave. So she's looking to replace a 3.87.
I dare say she's done it, Robbo. 3.87. I think she'll get that for that, won't she? And so
she does,
yeah,
Tom. It's a 4.77. Last of bleu, la dernière vague de le surfeur en bleu. C'est une 4.77. 4.77. 2 minutes remaining in this heat. Surfer in blue, you are in first. Surfer in red, you are in second. You need a 7.11. Red, you need 7.11. A consummate performance from Surfer in blue here, Tom. Applying the pressure, upping the pressure, increasing the requirement for Surfer in red.
And may I remind, I know you know this, Rob, but may I remind everybody else that Tia Zabroski is 13 years old. The semi-finals of a QS contest currently have in them, with 1 minute and 20 seconds left, a 13-year-old heat leader. Annette González Estabari. Annette, necesitas una ola de 7.1. 7.11. Tienes priority. Annette, you need a 7.11. So there's going to be 50 seconds left here now. And looking for a 7.1. And Annette is going to go. Is she going to go on this one? I think there's going to be 2 more waves that break within time, and there is a set coming. Zabroski is right there. Should González Estabari blow the priority here? But with 30 seconds left, it looks like we might well get a right-hander. Zabroski puts the pressure in, forces Annette to go. Annette goes, and here we go, looking for a 7-point ride. Smashes it into the lip, a full tail slide, and no recovery. So it is going to be Zabroski. This wave is a victory lap for Tia Zabroski. She's going to finish herself with an air reverse. Doesn't quite land it. That is a 13-year-old. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Annette González Estabari, the 17-year-old. The battle of the teenagers won by Tia Zabroski, surfing for France. What a heat that turned out to be, Rob. Absolutely fantastic. And so there's the final results of that. The 3-point gap. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The 3-point gap doesn't tell the story on that one. Keone Lasser from the Basque Country against Patrick Langdon Dark. They're in the water. Euskadi and Wales. 2 countries with a great kinship. And they are going to be
2 native
rooting
tongues,
for
the
their
oldest
guys.
in Europe.
2 of the oldest languages in Europe, you're right. O bydder yr hen iaith parhau, the final words of the Welsh national anthem. Long may the old language live on. We've been trying to learn a bit of Basque, haven't we, from John Arauskin, the director of today's webcast. And there is going to be no love lost, though, between the 2 surfers in the water in this heat. Lasser, 19 years old. Langdon Dark, 24, from Dunvant in Swansea. Divides his time between Dunvant and North Kennelly. Lasser had a great round 4. And here we go, up and riding, starting the heat off. This is Lasser on the backhand. 2, 3. Big turns, the 3rd probably the best, and then goes for a reverse. Lasse's highest score was in round 4. It was 15.67. Patrick Langdon-Dark in round 4 got 13.57. Both of them got through yesterday in slightly closer heats than the other 2 heats. Langdon-Dark pressurizing, was leading but pressurized Noah Lode into an interference. Lasser, that third turn for Lasser in the replay you see there with the spray. It's a 12 o'clock and a Christmas tree. 12 o'clock, we refer to the clock face for how vertical the surfer can get. Christmas tree, if you've got a nice piece of spray that goes up in the shape of a Christmas tree. Langdon-Dark has spotted a wave here. The kick paddle goes under it. There may be one behind, no. And yesterday Langdon-Dark got through with great. He got through with a heat total of 12.17. Lasser's heat total yesterday, advancing to this round, was 11.67. Langdon-Dark going vertical on the backhand. So Langdon-Dark got through yesterday with a point more than Lasser. In fact, Lasser yesterday amassed most of his points on the long left-handers into the Helm's Deep zone, as you call it, Robbo. We love a literary reference, and Rob's naming the deep water at the end of the left-handers here as Helm's Deep, after a difficult piece of terrain in Lord of the Rings. Langdon-Dark had stayed yesterday to the north of the contest area, and it was a series of vertical backhand smashes that got him the points. There's a wave coming through. I think Lasser is slightly better placed for it. No, neither of them. Langdon-Dark with priority. First of red, 5 points. First of red, 5 points. And so Lasser now making his way further south. So after starting further north, Lasser is now further south. You can see Lasser on your screen there if you're watching from home. And Langdon-Dark about 30 or 40 yards north of him. And Lasser is going to go again here now on a left-hander. First turn is a full driving roundhouse. Comes up over the whitewater, lifts the fins. There's a chance for a closeout re-entry here and smashes that one, but doesn't land it. So probably a wave that Lasser will end up trying to replace. Langdon-Dark has a think about whether to go. Langdon-Dark now kicking. He's going to engage and have a paddle here, and here goes Langdon-Dark. Could go right, could go left, goes right, backhand, whack, first, vertical, bit of spray. Second one, a nice cool snap. Going to have to do a little bit of work to get through to the inside. He is going to stay with this one. The wave will offer a little bit more work on the inside. Could even offer 2 good turns here. The wave walls up really nicely for him, actually. Pat Langdon-Dark, here's a bit of a wedge to finish. What can he finish with? A vertical smack. Bit of spray into the air. Whistles and applause from the bleachers. We have a heat. Last of red, 3.9. Stand by for last of blue.
Oh, I enjoyed that, Tom. Little exchange between blue and red. Pat, surfer in blue of South Wales, getting his first score on the board. The judges just considering how best to reward it. They're going to compare it to first of red as well.
So the judges are watching the replays we can see here.
Our viewers at home can see the exact same thing as
first and last turn's the best, would you say, Rob?
Pat winds his way. Yeah, that way went a little bit fat through the inside, but that first turn for me was the money turn for Pat here. But he stuck with it, and I'm glad he did. He persevered right through the inside because he did actually end up with
this last turn.
A decent finish here, the young Welshman.
Vertical and a bit of spray.
So Lasser with a 5 and a 3.9.
Here the judges are making the comparison, you can see. So the judges are looking at these 2 waves. That was a 5-point ride.
In live action, Tom, here at the beach, we can see pretty decent set approaching the lineup. It's Lasser Surfer in red, who has priority now. Drifts over the first few of that set. Patrick, surfer in blue, making his way out into the lineup. And first of blue, 4.33. First of blue, 4.33. Situation, 13 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. Red, you are first. Red, you are first. Blue, second. Blue, you are second. You require a 4.58.
That's the competitors area there. They're drinking cans of water, I can confirm, fizzy water. And some of the water isn't fizzy in the can. A can of water is a very healthy way and much more sustainable than a plastic bottle of water. And we can see this is Nicolas Paulette getting himself ready. He's coming up in the next heat. Here's Zabrowski right next to him there in the competition area. Zabrowski. Paulette will be up against Skinner.
Well, we've got
Lucas Skinner.
a pretty decent set making its way into the lineup, Tom. It's going to be Paulette who has priority. Langdon Dark is scrapping for the horizon because he's got his eyes set on one of these waves.
So the priority here is now with red. And there's going to be a chance. Red, neither surfer goes.
If you're just joining us, good morning. Welcome to this day 4 of the Boardmasters Festival 2024. In the water, we have semi-final number 1 of the BYD Pro QS 1000 men's event featuring Keone Lassa in red of the Basque Country and in blue, Patrick Langdon Dark of Wales. And it's going to be Patrick Langdon Dark that looks at this left. He doesn't manage to get into it. He was without priority, so it won't cost him anything at all. Meanwhile, Lassa in red, heat leaders up and riding on the left. The goofy footer on his forehand slams into the lip there. Loads of spray, comes down hard. Doesn't manage to ride out of that. Priority switches to Patrick Langdon Dark, the surfer in blue.
Kind of advantage Langdon Dark there now, isn't it, really? With not a huge difference between the two first waves. Although Langdon Dark has only ridden one wave, I think that priority, he'll value that priority. Lassa tries to get away from him.
Lassa paddling to the south, Dark to the north. Lassa with intent to move away from that surfer with priority. Make sure he's free to catch any wave that he so chooses. And we see about 50 yards between the surfers now, both paddling in opposite directions. Set approaches. Interesting to see how this one plays out because that set is actually heading towards the north end of the contest area, precisely where Langdon Dark is sitting. You can see Langdon Dark, Mr. Dark rather, on the beach. Patrick's dad with his spare board, pacing nervously. We've heard from Langdon, Patrick's mum, at home, probably also pacing nervously around the living room. There are 9 minutes and 55 seconds remaining in this heat. It's red in first, Keone Lassa of the Basque Country, but not by a great deal, and it's Langdon Dark who has priority. We do, however, see a paddle from Lassa. Talk us through it, Tom.
And here he goes, a front side tail lift. Loses a bit of speed, but he's up and going again. Bit of rail work to get through to the inside here. A second cut back, this one faster and sharper than the first, and a third really pulling the spray out the way. He's got an inside section that may well offer something here, so I think Lassa's going to get a few points for this wave. Coming through to the inside, bit of pump in, and there is going to be a chance to get off that lip one more time. It doesn't quite materialize.
So Lassa
at the very end
is in first, looking to replace a lower score of a 3.9.
He will have done that.
He will have done it with that. So the requirement for Pat will be slightly higher. Currently looking for a 4.58 before that last of red drops in.
Lassa yesterday got good scores for his cutback work.
Look at this set coming in. Patrick's at the back by himself. He will have he has priority, but he'll have the full pick of the lineup.
He's got to use it well, though. It's not that easy to choose these waves correctly, although it does look like he might be in place for a right, or is he going to be just under it? No, he is in place. Pat on a really walled up right, smashes into the lip and comes down, but they might not give him the make on that one. But he'll be able to get back out.
I think they'll give him the make on the first turn, Tom.
Do you
on
think they
first turn,
will?
But I think Patrick decided to dive off knowing that there wasn't anything left in that wave, so he's chosen to jump
Yeah.
off and make sure that he
And
regains
here's the
priority.
replay of Lasser. That first turn loses a little bit of speed, but very neat. Then the cutbacks gain in momentum.
So our
First
viewers at home watching the
that one.
replay of Last of Red, which has
And
come
then
in at a
this.
5.07. So Last of Red, 5.07, akin to his first wave of 5.
And then we're gonna the judges don't. I don't think. Well, yeah, the judges giving Patrick. Yeah, 2.67 for that one turn. Okay, right.
So Surfer in Blue, you now require a 5.74. Blue, you need 5.74. 7 minutes, 45 seconds remaining. All to play for here. Yet another
it is all to play for.
breathless heat. This heat seems to have gone by so quickly.
Lasser building house. Steadily building house. 5 now a 5.07. Heat total of 10.05. So yeah, a 2.67. So Blue, you require a 2.74. And Keone Lasser now to the far north of the contest area. This is where the lefts break up into deep water. They can be quite tricky to ride, but Lasser did well on them yesterday. Those same lefts, and Patrick is now tracking northwards as well. So 2.67 for that last wave of Pat. I'm going to say that they must have given him the make on that maneuver. We saw yesterday the judges hold scores back when they saw a big down the line maneuver that couldn't quite make up its mind if it was a closeout maneuver or a down the line maneuver. And I suppose that's kind of what happened with that right-hander of Patrick's. He went up into the lip as if it was going to be a big first turn. Halfway through, he changed it into a closeout turn, dropped out, punched through. And here we see now Lucas Skinner, the surfer in blue in our competition area. That is Lucas Skinner on your screens if you're watching from home. Posted the highest score of the day yesterday. That's Papa Skinner, who we saw surf earlier, giving Lucas a bit of wishing him luck. I dare say the majority of those present on the beaches today, there's Luke Dillon offering him luck. You can hear the applause from the predominantly Cornish crowd. Lucas from just around the corner in Perranporth. And he'll be up against Nicholas Paulette, who you saw a few minutes ago getting ready. 5 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Priority is with Blue. And there is a wave coming on the horizon. I can see a set of between 1 and 4 waves here. It's hard to tell which of them are going to hit the bank and in what order. Lasser is staying quite close to Langdon Dark. Here we're seeing the work done by Lasser to get the 5.07 on your screen. This is our heat recap. Langdon Dark opening here with a 4.33. And then we might get a look as well at the score that got just the 2.67 for Langdon Dark. It's probably going to be part of our recap. A nice closeout, a nice finishing turn on this long right for Langdon Dark. And Langdon Dark is now up and riding. And we're going to that image and a big backside blast, lots of spray and a second to follow it up. He's got speed and momentum, a chance for at least 2 more turns here and smashes off the inside section. Applause, a lot of noise, cheers from the gallery. I think quite a few of the Cornish supporters are surfing the Welshman here. Was that a 5.74? It would need to be the wave of the heat to get a 5.74.
In the bleachers, Tom. The gallery enjoyed it.
The judges don't deal with gallery noise, though. They operate on cold, hard criteria. Here's a replay. The judges are watching this. First turn, nice spray. Second, a little bit more muted than the first. Third, bit of spray. And then a pretty solid finish. And they'll be comparing that to the 5.07 of Lasser, which was all cutback work. That was all lip line, but it was a softer wave than we have seen ridden.
5.74 the requirement for
I
the young
think
Welshman.
if he doesn't get it, then it'll change. Then here we go. This is the wave they're comparing it to. They're comparing it to this 5-point ride of Lasser. Now that one move on the 5.5 of Lasser's was probably the best move out of the two waves. Here we see the comparison again, the direct comparison. That may be similar to the good move of Lasser. And there's 4 turns on this wave as opposed to and a completion.
I think it was that penultimate turn that was the money turn. Lots of spray, really critical.
Yeah, if they do go over for that wave of blue, they'd need to go over by 0.7. So we might well see it come in the 5s, but not quite all the way there. I don't know. I'm not a judge. If I was, I wouldn't be a good one. There's 3 minutes left. And it's going to be the score. Stand by for a lead change. Last of blue, 6 points. Keone Lasser, you need a 5.27.
Wow, Langdon Dark into the lead. Surfer from Wales in first with 2 minutes 40 seconds remaining.
There's a set coming through to the south, and Lasser is positioned towards the north. So there it is, confirmation. 3 judges gave it a 6, 1 a 5.8, 1 a 6.5. Langdon Dark, he needs to update his picture, doesn't he? He's got a little bit more wise looking since that image.
Wow, Lasser requiring a 5.27. Set approaches, Lasser with priority. Now we see both surfers paddling to the south.
And Pat is going to go again here.
Paddling with all his might to get into that one.
Can't catch it. Didn't have priority, it doesn't matter. Worth a go. At what point does Lasser push?
Now, interestingly, Patrick in blue is paddling actively towards surfer in red, even though red has priority. And I got to say, this is exactly what I'd be doing. Apply the pressure.
It's ruthless. I like it. So what he's going to do is he's just going to make it really hard for Lasser to decide what to do.
That's it. He's turned the priority on its head here.
90 seconds remaining. Paddling out to the south. Nicholas Paulette is going to have to try and keep out of these two guys' way.
Now, take a look at Mr. Dark on the beach. He doesn't know where to stand still or pace.
He is in all sorts of hell down there, Mr. Langdon Dark. And let's not forget poor Sharon, or Mr. Dark, and let's not forget poor Sharon Langdon watching at home as well. And I'm sure that Keone Lasser will have friends and family watching from home too, and they will be just as nervous.
We're into the final minute.
Lasser can get the score. There's 1 minute remaining. We're down to 50 seconds. There are some waves feathering in the lineup here.
45 seconds remaining.
It's a really nervous await.
A reminder.
Viewers in the Basque Country, viewers in Wales.
And a reminder for our surfer in red, Lasser, you require a 5.27.
30 seconds. Will Lasser get the chance to go?
Just leaning out of our booth, Tom, and having a look at the athletes area and the beach bar, and there are a lot of people looking very nervous. Luke Dillon has crouched down.
We're down inside of 15 seconds. There is going to be one more opportunity here for Lasser, one more wave. He'll need to go on this wave. We've got about a 10-second period, so if he doesn't go on this, there won't be another one within the time.
4, 3, 2,
and no way.
1. The beach bar erupts. The Welshman's through into the final of this, the Boardmasters BYD Pro. Langdon Dark slaps the water in delight. Mr. Dark breathes a sigh of relief. And another fantastic heat. Commiserations there to Surfer in Red.
What a performance from Keone Lasser in that heat.
We're going to count down, Tom, straight into semi-final number 2. Counting down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This is semi-final number 2 of the BYD Pro QS 1000 men's event. Confirmation of results in the last heat. Patrick Langdon Dark of Wales in the blue progresses through into the final, knocking out Keone Lasser in red of the Basque Country. A huge congratulations to both surfers for putting on such a fantastic display in semi-final number 1. They come together on the shore to congratulate each other for a semi-final well-surfed. Brilliant display of surfing from both, brilliant display of sportsmanship from both.
And
the
Nicholas
sets.
Paulette.
Pump in. Here's Paulette in red, racing down the line up into the lip. He
Fins
goes.
up.
There's a very nervous few moments there for the bleachers. I saw Luke Dillon, one of the coaches from Team GB, crouching down in the last 10 seconds. And he's got another 20 minutes of pain, delight, nervousness as he joins father of Lucas Skinner, surfer in blue in this heat, in the athletes area to cheer on their man, Lucas, in this heat. It was Nicholas Paulette who's drawn first blood in this with a 2.17, first of red, 2.17. 18 minutes and 35 seconds remaining. Another set approaching. We saw Lucas surfer in blue in his semi-final, in his quarterfinal last night, getting very busy very early on, taking a little bit longer in this heat to get started. But he's going to make a start here, and he's up and riding. Skinner on the right, racing down the line. Paulette on the left. Skinner into the lip, loads of spray, up again, slams that one off the white water, rebound. He's going to find an inside section here, races again, up for a nice, solid finish, loads of spray, and again, the gallery cheering that on furiously. 17 minutes and 45 seconds remaining. There'll be a second score for red, a first score for blue. Blue would have got the better of the opening exchange there, finding the longer right-hander. Second of red, 3.67 on our screen. Viewers at home will be able to see the replay of Lucas Skinner slapping off that section there. Loads of spray off his second turn. Races around the section, trying to find some more speed before a nice finish that gained the applause of everybody in the beach bar.
I know that's a smaller wave and it's kind of an opener, but I've got to say, watching that replay, I just love the creativity of the lines that Lucas Skinner draws on waves. There's a kind of divergent.
It's a good score, Tom. It's in
6.33.
First of blue, 6.33. Surfer in blue, Lucas Skinner, you are in first. Blue, first. Red, Nicholas Paulette, you are in second. Red, you require a 2.67. Première vague de le surfer en rouge, c'est une 2.17, 2.17. La deuxième vague de le surfer en rouge, 3.67, 3.67. First of blue, 6.33. Set approaching its surfer in red with priority. What an exciting day of competition.
That
haven't caught my breath yet.
The last two heats, quarterfinal and the semi-final for Langdon Dark. His cheer squad, I mean, he's out there, an agent, he can do something about it. His cheer squad, they must have lost every single bit of spare fingernail, because both of his heats finished really close. Both times sat right next to his opponent. Yesterday, of course, pressurizing Noah Luday into the last minute interference, already had the lead at that point. Now, the one thing I noticed as well that's very important, I could see Langdon Dark surfing in that heat was on a round pin tail. Round pin tail, that explains the lines that he was drawing in and out of the wave, in and out of the lip line. Most surfers nowadays use rounded tails of some kind, whether it's rounded squashes or rounded pins. For those of you arriving on the beach who might not be surfing fans watching us live online, round pin tails, essentially kind of like an egg kind of template. Round squash tails, a squash is a squared off tail, but then they round the squares. And you can see the boards coming up there. It looks like it was rounded, probably a rounded squash for Lasser. So blue, you're in the lead with one wave ridden, a 6.33. Red, you have a 2.17 and a 3.67. There is a little bit of a break in the action right now. The beach continues to fill up. Surf schools making their way south to the bank for a lesson. The British public love the beach, whatever the weather. If you're joining us online, welcome. We're doing a compcast through the WSL, the World Surf League. I'm Tom Anderson. Next to me is Rob Blythe. This is the Boardmasters 2024 Festival of Surfing, the highest level surfing competition that takes place on British shores. You are watching the second semi-final of the BYD Men's Pro. It is the first event of the European Qualifying Series Tour, the 2024 to 25 European Tour. It finishes in April in Portugal at the end of today. Whoever wins the event will be sitting atop of the European ratings. Finals day will be tomorrow, when the contest directors have placed. They got online quickly, ran the algorithms, and they managed to win tickets for a sunny day. And it's on the way. It's on the way. We run customer services to check. And up and riding here, the local hero Lucas Skinner on the front side. Got a lot of work to get around this section. Climbs the foam, still makes it speed to burn, and burns that speed on a roundhouse wraparound coming through to the inside. And he's going to go for a big tail stomp. Comes unstuck. Needed to do something to post a big score then. Well, he didn't need to. He wanted to do something for a big score. He's in the lead anyway. But he can now relax a little with two waves on the board and go out and try and see if he can do a bit more. I know we got lots of viewers online of the World Surf League who'll be fans of surfing, will know everything about it, but let's let you guys arriving on the beach know. Surfers have 20 minutes in which to catch as many waves as they like, but only their best two go forward. So here goes Nicolas Paulette from Biarritz on wave 3. And he was looking to replace a 2.17 in his two-wave total. Won't have done that because he came off on the first turn. So second of blue, a 2.77. Your two-wave heat total is now 9.1. Nicolas Paulette, vous êtes en deuxième. Vous cherchez un vague à 5.44. So Paulette in the red, you are looking for a 4.44. Paulette, the 20-year-old from Biarritz. And Lucas Skinner, 16 years old. He's got European junior titles already. He's won the World Grand Search. One of, I would argue, one of the 3 available world titles for junior surfers. There's the ISA World Games, in which Skinner has been a runner-up before. There's the WSL Pro Junior Finals, currently held by the American Jet Schilling, who was advancing in Huntington Beach last night alongside the defending ladies champion, well, not defending, the ladies champion from this event, Yolanda Hopkins. And up and riding here, Nicolas Paulette. And he goes to the air with a rotation and sticks it. Paulette did several of those yesterday. That's going to be a decent score for the Frenchman. I'm sure there is some support for the French as well. We'll test the crowd shortly. So yes, so Lucas Skinner is a former, he won the Grom Search. So Grom Search is the kind of third, that was at in Victoria in Australia. That's the third of the 3 world crowns available in junior surfing. And we're seeing at home a replay for the surfer of red, tail high, probably 2/3 of the way around in the air. A little bit of work to get out of the white water. It will still be a pretty decent score for Paulette in the red. And once we get that score, we'll maybe test the partisanship or lack thereof of the crowd. Last of red, a 5.33. You now require a 3.78. Dernière vague de surfeurs en rouge, 5.33. Vous cherchez un vague à 3.78. 68 maintenant. Okay, so guys, you see the images on the screen there of all the grommets. There's Lucas's little brother. I think you can see his sister in there as well. Quite a few of the Cornish grommets watching. Sister still coming up in the juniors, Lila. So let's try the away crowd first. If you're here in the away end supporting the surfer from France, make some noise. There are French people there. It's a muted away presence in the far corner of the stadium, though. And if you are here supporting the Cornish surfer, make some noise. I think that's the best one we've had so far. And the beach is only about 10% full. Goodness me. Well done. Good noise. If noise counted, but the judges here, they don't deal in noise, they deal in cold, hard criteria. And in cold, hard criteria terms, Skinner does hold a lead. But as we repeatedly quoted yesterday, Robbo, to be thus is nothing, if not to be safely thus. And is Lucas Skinner safely thus with 8 minutes remaining and an opponent who only needs a 3.78?
Not yet, is the answer.
But you said yet, growth mindset.
There is a set approaching and Skinner has priority, so he is in the driving seat.
Yeah, it would be advantage Skinner, really, isn't it? With a low
Well, he's got
score
the lead
of
and priority, yeah.
He's got
at
the
this point in the heat.
highest
7
single
minutes
wave
and
of the
40
heat.
seconds remaining. Below us, we can see the competitors getting ready for the next heat. It's semi-final number 1 of the Wild West Jerky LQS. Women's side of the draw, featuring Alice Lemoyne, Mali Harbour, Ginger Kaimi, and Canal Le Breton.
And here we go. Nicolas Paulette looking to build his score, trying to see if he can better a 3.67, a muted first turn and eject. Lucas Skinner using priority on the wave behind. He's going fast. First turn, second turn, bigger wave, 2 quick turns, punches through. He's going to try and get priority back. Was only looking to replace a 2.77. I would imagine he probably did. So I think Paulette, who did not improve his situation, I wouldn't imagine, will end up needing a slightly bigger requirement. So actually on that exchange, although neither surfer drew major blood, it probably did edge the Cornishman into an ever so slightly more secure position. That, of course, is if he can win a priority battle. And it looks as though the surfer in red is ever so slightly further out. There's a bit of a paddle race going on here. I think red may well end up taking priority here, but that might free the Cornishman up to catch waves unhindered, and he's going to go again for a little right on the inside. No, he doesn't. Paulette goes for the left, though, and kicks out. Puts Skinner back ahead in the priority race. 6 minutes remaining. And now Lucas can paddle out with a little bit less energy because he is going to win a priority race. It was close for a minute there between the two. It looked like the French were going to take that. But now priority, if you're listening on the beach, the surfers have got to try and win the right to the next wave of their choice. At the start of the heat, there's no priority, and you win that right by being closest to the origin of the peeling wave. Once that happens, it's effectively a turn system. Last of blue, a 2.5, no change to the situation. You have priority. Blue, you're in the lead. Your low score is a 2.77. Red, you are in second. You need a 3.78. Rouge, vous êtes en deuxième. Vous cherchez un vague à 3.68. Il reste 5 minutes. 5-minute warning. So once the first waves are ridden, priority, for those of you learning the rules, is effectively a turn-taking system. Once you ride a wave, you go to the bottom of the turns queue in priority. But when 2 surfers ride waves and kick out at the same time, priority is awarded to the surfer who gets back out first. A little heat recap is going on for the surfers at home right now. Nicolas Paulette in the red jersey. And Lucas Skinner in the blue. We see Paulette, who's in good spirits before the heat. And we cut back to the beach from that recap for a little look at the two surfers. They're about 10 yards apart, maybe a little bit less. And our recap continues. Lucas Skinner getting a 6.33 for this work, and it was a very workmanlike 6.33.
Tell you what, Tom.
And Paulette with a 5.33 for this frontside rotation, and then a 3.67 for this work on the backhand.
And we can see Paulette up and riding in front of us now on his backhand.
And Skinner
swooping
behind.
Back to the whitewater. It's Paulette we're following on the camera. Viewers at home as he pumps down the line. It's a split screen we have now, and we see Lucas Skinner take to the air. Not managing to ride out of that. Paulette not managing to get much done on his wave either. 3.5 minutes remaining. Tom, we've got ourselves set up for another breathless finish. Surfer in red needs just a 3.78.
I dare say the fingernails of Cornwall and of France are...
They're long gone.
They're long gone.
See a herring gull swoop near us.
Even the herring gulls are nervous. You are watching the final 3 minutes of the semi-finals of Heat 2 here. There is, if you care greatly about the destiny of either of these surfers, there is going to be nowhere easy to look during the next 2.5 minutes. It is really close. The French surfer needs a 3.78. And we can see there on the screen Ben Skinner and Luke Dillon. There's some sort of communication going on. 2 minutes remaining. First blue, low score 2.77. Second red, needing a 3.78. Of course, if blue has priority. And so we may see priority come into it now. It did turn out to be a very important priority in the end. So that moment when it wasn't quite sure who was going to get priority, it does now mean that Lucas Skinner can, if he wants, chase Nicolas Paulette down. At the moment, he's not doing that because I think Lucas Skinner is going to ride another wave. And he goes to the front side, kicks out. Paulette is going to lose priority though. So priority goes back and forth. A quick game of tennis with priority between the two surfers. Skinner will retain it. At what point does he turn around and sit on Paulette? 1 minute and 10 seconds remaining. Only a 3.78 needed by the Frenchman. There's a wave coming. But Lucas Skinner only needs to replace a 2.77. Skinner has the highest single score. Paulette has a heat total of 9. Lucas, a heat total of 9.1. There's a 1/10 of a point in it at the moment. And now Lucas Skinner man-marking Nicolas Paulette. Using that priority, 40 seconds remaining. We saw priority important at the very end of the heat yesterday as well. Several times. Lucas is going to sit right on Paulette. There is nowhere for the Frenchman to go right now. Frenchman tries to pull a swerve maneuver paddling to try and see if he can shake off the surfer in blue who's going to man-mark him out of this one. It looks like the Cornish surfer's going to hold on, but narrowly. We come down to the final 10 seconds. We're going to count this out. There's going to be a lot of noise on the beach when this horn goes. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It's going to be a Cornwall versus Wales final in the men's. Lucas Skinner, just as joyed as Patrick Langdon Dark was. He kicks the water. A cheer squad running down to the beach to collect him. I think it's little brother and a few others. I don't know if they're going to quite have the strength to lift him. But they're going to mob him nonetheless. It's a pitch invasion like it was yesterday.
We can see our camera crew following Lucas's dad and family down to the water's edge to meet him. Great scenes here. The local lad done good.
Scenes of joy. Receiving congratulations from family members and friends. I love the fact that the average age of Lucas's fan club is probably about the same as a couple of the surfers that we've seen in the semi-finals and finals here. Surfers are young nowadays, and they rip young. 16 years old, Lucas Skinner into the final.
Brilliant.
Teenagers in both finals.
Wonderful. What a final we've got. Dark versus Skinner. Patrick Langdon Dark versus Lucas Skinner. Wales versus Cornwall, if you want to put it that way.
We're
going to count down now to semi-final number 1 of the LQS women's event in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Dad congratulates son, you see on the screen in front of you there. But they will still be seeing it as part of the job done. The longboards are back in the water. The ladies' semi-finals. So in the red, defending champion Alice Lemoyne. In the blue, Mally Harbour from Britain, Great Britain, 17-year-old, teenager again, youngsters. In the white, the 12-year-old, Ginger Caimi, Italian from Milano. And from Les Sables d'Olonne in France, Canel Le Breton in the green, also 19 years old. And so Lemoyne, the veteran and multiple champion of this event, up and riding first. I say veteran in her mid-20s. Styling through. Lemoyne amassed a good heat total in her quarterfinal, 2 6s. And now the surfer in blue. Behind her, that was Mally Harbour. Alice Lemoyne from Reunion, the island in the South Pacific that we were talking about earlier. And in the green, in and out, Canel Le Breton. So you are watching on your screens at home now the replays that the judges are using as they decide the scores. That was a lovely final turn there for Mally Harbour. And Ginger Caimi opens her account. Great surfing from Ginger Caimi here. She's been styling through. Just a small score for the first of green, Canel Le Breton.
Well, Tom, we're into the afternoon. It's 12:05. We're into semi-final number 1 of the women's LQS event, the Wild West Jerky LQS event. And I'm going to don my cap, Tom. Because...
Oh, wow, Robbo. You're wearing partisan colours there, but nothing to do with countries.
Nothing to do with countries or to do with surfing. It's because in about 20 minutes' time...
It's your beloved Pontier Cricket Club, is it?
They're going to battle in about half an hour's time. So in honour of that, I shall don my cap.
I should let people know on the beaches and online, if you do pick up the odd quirks in the way that Rob commentates, it is because he is a cricket commentator by trade. He takes inspiration from People like Henry Blofeld.
TMS.
Test match special. So we've got some scores here. The first of red, Alice Lemoyne, a 6.17. First of Mali Harbour, a 3.33. First of Ginger Kaimi, a 2.5. And Canel Le Breton, two 0.43s. So I'll say that again carefully. Two different waves of 0.43. Canel Le Breton, vous avez noté deux vagues pareilles de 0.43. Pour ce moment, vous cherchez 2.91 pour passer en deuxième, mais il faut noter que les autres surfeurs ont shooté qu'une vague déjà. So all surfers have only ridden one wave up until now. And this is Mali Harbour from Britain up and riding. Cruising through the inside section, ejects because that's going to dump there. And there's going to be a ride behind there in the green. Canel Le Breton going to go beyond the 0.43 this time, but not that much beyond it because she goes for a nose ride and slightly overcooks it. So, small scores. Situation is going to remain red first. Last of red a 0.5. Blue second, your last wave was a 1.03. White, you need a 1.87, and blue, you need a 3.36. In the blue, on the front side, Mali Harbour, cross-stepping, on rail, behind her, Lemoyne and Kaimi, splitting the peak. Lemoyne with a forward, driving, cut back, looking to find the reform. Kaimi with a lot of footwork done, going the other way. And Lemoyne with a drop, cross-step, cut back, redirect to go left, and a drop knee cut back to redirect to go right. Lovely footwork on the inside here from Alice Lemoyne, right the way through to the beach. Love it when they ride a wave to the shore. Kaimi stopping just before the shore. Lemoyne will already be in a very commanding position in this heat now. And then here we are, Canel Le Breton, and this time she sticks a 5 and close out re-entry, so Canel Le Breton will be right on the board there now, and then she ejects too. So Alice Lemoyne was in Huntington Beach before here, where she got to the quarterfinals, so she got an equal 5th. She was knocked out with a very high heat total, actually. She had 13 points. Soleil Erico taking her down with 13.95. Erico actually then going on to place second in the entire event. Lemoyne, the defending Boardmasters champion. These surfers have come through a new format because the Olympics moved the US Open. The US Open then clashed with the Boardmasters. That's why defending champions in both the men's and ladies, Kai Odriozola and Yolanda Hopkins, aren't here. Yolanda Hopkins advancing yesterday, Odriozola knocked out. Last of red. Stand by, we don't have the score yet. On attend la dernière note de le surfeur en rouge. So the longboards ran at the front end of the US Open though, so in order to accommodate the surfers from the World Longboard Tour, WSL Europe head honcho Rob Gunning designed a new format that used a round of 24. And so Lemoyne, Skinner and several others have been seeded through. The other surfers have gone through 2 rounds to get to them. Perfectly fair, since these are surfers on the World Tour. And you always want World Tour surfers in your event, and Lemoyne is the defending champion. Stand by for the last of red, last of blue, and the last of green. As the replay of that last wave of Lemoyne turns to get out the way of Mally Harbour. And then rides on through. Lovely cross step redirect. And then we see the drop knee redirect. And then again, I think it's either another cross step. It's a cross step redirect, but the replay is going to weaken. Got on the nose. Ginger Kaimi. And Lemoyne going again, gets the nose, gets 10, holds the 10, comes through that section, foamy wave, smaller wave, but there's going to be scoring opportunity, gets a languid 5. Oh, a nice redirect. Kaimi is also going through to the inside, plenty of footwork for both surfers. Kaimi is going to get to the shore, Lemoyne is going to get to the shore, Kaimi with a 10 just before the shore as well. Doesn't quite walk back from it. Lemoyne still going. And finishes with a close-out re-entry, steps off. Last but one of red is starting to drop. So we're going to hear these scores shortly. 9 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. Standby scores coming for red and white. Last of green, 2.23. Standby for last of red and last of white. Last but one of red, 5.4. One more score to come for red. Nine minutes remaining. There's a nice looking wave coming through to the north end. Priority is with the surfer in green, Canel Le Breton, who has the inside line. Le Breton will go, but pulls back. Probably won't lose priority because it was a very clear pullback. We're still waiting for the last of red and the last of white. So, last but one of white, 5.43. As the surfer in blue, Mally Harbour, rides a wave through. And behind her, Canel Le Breton up and right in. Gets to the nose. Mally Harbour, the camera stays with Mally Harbour. And she ejects. Le Breton is also off. Big score coming for the last of red. Last but one of white, 5.43. Another wave still to come. Last of blue. So we're going to get a score for the last of blue imminently. Now you can see these are the replays the judges are using. This is the wave of red, Alice Lemoyne. One judge has put a 7.5 into the terminal already. So that's indicative of the sort of ballpark that this wave's going to come in at. And Lemoyne, a lot of footwork in and out of the power pocket of the wave. To think that that wave began its life head high, or there or thereabouts, wasn't it? Just over waist high, shoulder high. We're still waiting for 3 scores. Stand by. And I think we're one judge short for the last of red. But I can actually work out that it's going to be a 7.5 because that judge will get thrown out because the first and the lowest and the highest get thrown out. Last of red. It's going to be a 7.5. Surfer in white, Kaimi, to the nose, on rail. Lovely section coming up here for Ginger Kaimi. She rides low. looking for the inside section. Last of green, 4.67. You go into second. Last of blue, 2.43. Red first, white second. Last of white is going to change the situation again. It's going to be red first. It's going to be white second. It's going to be green third and blue fourth. Last of green, 4.67. We're waiting for one more score for white. Red, your last wave is a 7.5. Red, you now have a 7.5 and a 6.1. Mali Harbour, you are going to need at least a 4.6. Le Breton, you're going to need at least a 3.27, but we've got one more score to come for white. And there is the 5-minute warning. And there's going to be another ride for the surfer in green here. This is the surfer in blue, actually, Mali Harbour, and she goes left and can't get across a big, challenging section of white water. And Alice Lemoyne in the red is going to go again. Nope, she just changes her mind at the last moment. And here will go the surfer in green, Canel Le Breton, looking for at least a 3.27 on this. Gets to the nose, holds it for a while, a long hang 5, cross steps back, lovely cut back redirect through to the inside section. This wave is going to carry on reforming. Is she going to stay with it? She ejects, but work already done there for the surfer in green, Le Breton. Furthest out back now, again with priority, is Alice Lemoyne, the heat leader. Ginger Kaimi is still waiting for a score, as is Canel Le Breton. And the judges, as you can see, if you're watching at home, you can see the replays. The judges are watching. Kaimi with a so large 10 on that wave temporarily. And then back to the white water. Looking for an inside section to redirect right. There's a bit of cross step in. There's a section comes at her that she uses to redirect left again. Finds a lovely power pocket in that wave again. A lovely little flick. And live, there's a ride taking place for the surfer in blue, Mali Harbour. She's coming to an inside closeout section and is not going to get through it. So it's not going to change the situation much for Mali Harbour. But rides of Kaimi and Le Breton are going to be very, very important with 2 minutes and 45 remaining. Now we are starting to get the last of white. So, last but one of white, a 6.53, Ginger Kaimi. You go into second. Canel Le Breton, you would have needed a 7.29, but there are scores still to drop. One more wave for Ginger Kaimi is going to drop in the 4 range and will not change the situation. Another wave for Mali Harbour will not change the situation, but the last of green may change the situation. So we wait the last of red and the last of green. The ride for red, just a short one. Last of green, 6.07. First red, second white, third green, fourth blue. Green, you need a 5.9. Blue, you need an 8.63. So the judges are watching this, a replay of Lemoyne to just check where to place that score. It won't be in her top 2. Closeout re-entry not landed. So although the scoreboard is still incomplete, the situation stands with 1 minute to go. First red, second white, third green, fourth blue. And paddling. Green. Le Breton has a look there, may lose priority for that. Oh, that was Kaimi. Le Breton goes to priority. It must have been Kaimi with the paddle. So Kaimi now vulnerable, having used the priority, gives the priority to Le Breton with 30 seconds left. The surfer that needs the score has got the priority of 5.9, the requirement. But will the wave come? We come down to 20 seconds. There's the moment the priority hand changed hands. You see it on your replay. Very important moment, but it's only an important moment if Green can get a wave. 15 seconds. Green is going to have to go for this wave or bust. 10. And we're going to be counting down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. A buzzer beater for the surfer in green, goes to the nose and falls. So it's going to be Lemoyne. It's going to be Lemoyne and Kaimi that hold on there. Green with the buzzer beater, but doesn't get the score. Comes unstuck, last of Green. It's going to be in the 1 point range. Final results, first red, Lemoyne, second, white. Kaimi, third. Green, Le Breton, fourth. Blue, Harbour. And we're going to go running into the next heat. What a finish again, Robbo. The priority change.
Doesn't stop, Tom.
Kaimi got away with one there, didn't she, at the end? Lost priority, but
superb.
Fortunately
we're
for
gonna
her,
count down now into
it worked out.
semi-final number 2. You're going to go and get some lunch. Enjoy it. Bon appetit.
Merci beaucoup, diolch. I will.
And we're ready to count down into semi-final number 2 in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That single horn blast marks the start of semi-final number 2, featuring in red, Beth Leafield, in blue, Camille Dubrana, in white, Ophélie Alcoune, and in green, Zoe Gros-Piron. Straight away, we see a ride, an in and out from both white, surfer in white, and surfer in blue, Ophélie Alcoune and Camille Dubrana, respectively. We've got Beth Leafield representing Britain here against Dubrana, Alcoune, and Gros-Piron, all representing France. Up and riding looks to be Zoe Gros-Piron of France. Someone we've come to expect wonderful things from in this event. Demonstrating some of the most stylish longboarding ever seen, actually, at this event over the past couple of years. In some often pretty tricky, some challenging conditions. It's 18 minutes and 50 seconds remaining. Le premier vague, dit le surfeur en bleu, c'est une 0.63. Le premier vague, dit le surfeur en blanc, 0.43. Et le premier vague, dit le surfeur en vert, 1.67. First of blue, 0.63. First of white, 0.43. First of green, 1.67. 18 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. If you are just joining us, welcome. Good afternoon. It's day 4 of the Boardmasters 2024. Up and riding, it's Beth Leafield on a smaller inside right. The goofy foot changed direction and ended that wave moving as if it were a left. At the back, we've got some lines approaching the shore. It's surfer in white off Ophélie Alcoune with the priority. We've had a breathless start to the day so far. So many close heats. And so many of those close heats coming down to the very last seconds. I talked to Tom this morning about buzzer beaters and how we've seen so many over the past couple of days. A buzzer beater, of course, when a surfer takes off right as the final horn sounds, with the score counting, in spite of it being largely ridden outside of the time limit. Up and riding it, surfer in white, Ophélie Alcoune, using that priority to good effect up into the lip. She goes, rides out cleanly. Ophélie put on a clinic in longboarding this morning, winning her quarterfinal. Judges will consider that. Last of white. Currently sitting on a 0.43. That last wave will propel Ophélie into first position, up and riding its surfer in blue, Camille Dubrana. Not managing to make it round that section. La dernière vague de le surfer en bleu, c'est une 0.97. 0.97 last of blue. "15 minutes and 55 seconds remaining. One score to drop, last of white. And then I shall update you on the situation. Surfer in green, Zoe Gropion, up and riding on a smaller inside right, but this one's going to stretch out ahead of her, providing her plenty of space. Here she cuts back to the white water, moves her way forward to the nose, doesn't quite manage to get back. Out beyond her, those viewers at home may have caught a glimpse of surfer in red, Beth Layfield, up and riding on another wave behind. Beth not managing to hang on either. So low scores so far in this heat, semi-final number 2, 14 minutes and 35 seconds remaining. 2 scores to drop, and then we'll update you on the situation. If you're just joining us, welcome. It's day 4 of the Boardmasters 2024. We're into semi-final number 2 of the Wild West Jerky LQS Women's Longboard event here at the Boardmasters. We've seen so much brilliant surfing action so far this morning.
Testing.
Both the longboarding quarterfinals and the shortboard semi-finals. Lots of clutch surfing in the dying moments of the heats. Up and riding on screen now, or having a look at that rather, was surfing in white, Ophélie Alcoune, your heat leader. And the situation is, with 13 minutes and 45 seconds remaining, surfer in white, Ophélie Alcoune, surfer in white, you are first. White, you are first. You are looking to replace a 0.43. Up and riding now, we can see surfer in blue, Camille Dubrana, currently in 4th position. Surfer in green, Zoe Gropiron, you are in 2nd. Green, you are 2nd. You require a 2.27 to move into 1st. You're looking to replace a lower score of a 1.67. Here goes the surfer in green, Zoe Grospiron. Up and riding, getting her to the nose, cross-stepping back in a very steep part of the wave, managing to make it. Sticks with this wave through to the inside. She's hoping it'll provide a little bit more scoring potential. It doesn't. She's out of there. Gropiron looking for a 2.27 to move into 1st, looking to replace a 1.67 lower scoring ride. In 3rd, it's Beth Layfield, surfer in red, you are 3rd. Red, you require a 3.74. That may be about to change with last of green. Still being scored by our judges. In 4th, blue, surfer in blue, you are 4th. Camille Dubrana, you require a 3.87. Last of green, still to drop. Here goes Layfield. The young Brit up and riding on her backhand, the goofy foot, walking her way towards the nose, stylishly hanging 5 there. Back she goes. Looking for another opportunity to get forward. She does. Manages to hang on, and back she goes, riding out of that cleanly. She'll see this wave through to the inside. Some cheering coming from the gallery. Little cross step change of direction, and out beyond her we see surfer in blue, Camille Dubrana, currently in 4th of France. Getting busy on the outside. Our production team will find the replay of that and stream it to you guys watching from home, because our focus for much of that ride was actually on Beth Layfield, who caught the wave ahead of Dubrana. So we've got 3 scores to drop in. Our judges thinking very carefully about how to reward that last of green, Zoe Gros-Piron. Taking their time. Scores, however, start to drop for last of blue, Dubrana. Mixed bag. And it averages out as a 3. So, la dernière vague de la surfeur en bleu est une 3 points. Last of red, a 3.4. Last of red, 3.4. Still waiting for last of green by the looks, and we see our surfer in white up and riding on the right-hand side, on the right-hander. See green going left as well. See if we can bring a replay up of that. There are 10 minutes and 30 seconds remaining in this heat. It's semi-final number 2 of the Wild West Jerky LQS women's event. Following the conclusion of this heat, we'll be moving into the men's side of the draw with semi-final number 1 of the Wild West Jerky LQS men's event. Situation update. 10 minutes remaining. Surfer in green, you are first. As we cast our eyes seaward and see surfer in white. Ophélie Alcoon up and riding, coming unstuck there. Green, you are first. Looking to replace a lower score of 3.17. White, you are second. Ophélie Alcoon, you are second. White, you require a 2.67. Looking to replace a 1.17. Red, Layfield, you are third. Red, you are third. You need a 2.71. Blue, Dubrana, you are fourth. Surfer in blue, you are fourth. You require a 3.18. Surfer in red, Layfield up and riding here in third, looking for a 2.71. Cross steps tentatively towards nose, cutting back now. Lots of power and speed in that turn. Big change of direction. She's going to hang on through the inside, hoping this wave offers her a little more in the way of scoring potential. Gets forward again, but doesn't manage to ride that one out. Outside, meanwhile, we see our surfer in blue, Dubrana, currently in fourth, looking for a 3.81. She cuts back, looking to find herself in the pocket. She's going to line herself up nicely here for the transition through to the inside. This wave, unfortunately, feeling the bottom a little too readily and cascading over in front of her, offering her a little more in the way of scoring potential. It's a grey start to the day here at North Fistral. We did see some sign of the sunshine. Earlier on. Unfortunately, there's a bit of a cloud bank rolling in now with this light to moderate southwesterly breeze, pushing it in off the ocean. It's a bit of a marine layer, as they would say in America. A bit of sea mist coming in. Nothing too daunting, and it should pass fairly readily. We're hopeful of a little bit of sunshine this afternoon, and certainly lots more in the way of surf and hot surfing action. Yesterday afternoon, we were treated to beautiful conditions, blazing sunshine, pumping waves, and we're hopeful of a little more of the same later. Meanwhile, there's a bit of drizzle falling. So well done to you hardy beachgoers for sticking it out. I mean, you do have good motivation in the way of this semi-final number 2 here at the Wild West Jerky LQS women's event. Situation update, 7 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Green, you are first. Surfer in green, you are first. Red, you are second. Last of red, 3.5. Last of red, 3.5. White, you are third. White, you are third. You require a 1.97. Blue, you are fourth. You need a 3.97. Whilst there's a slight lull in the action, we're going to bring our viewers at home an interview. Here's Tom chatting to Alice Lemoine.
Champion of this event, it's Alice Lemoine. Alice, you were doing really well in that one then. A couple of really good waves, signing off with a flourish. How did you find the conditions? I'll ask the easy questions first.
Yeah, I'm super happy to be in the final. And yeah, I catch like 2 good waves, so I'm pretty stoked to be in the final.
And defending champion, is that different the way you approach an event when you're the defending champion?
No, yeah, for sure. I want to need the final and just to have some good wave and have fun. And tomorrow the condition looks amazing. Donc, I hope it's gonna be a good day.
I'm sure it is. You've come in from Huntington Beach. You got a quarterfinal in the US Open. Happy with that result?
Not really. I make like a big mistake on my quarters, but yeah, I'm still happy with my surfing and I hope to do better in Abu Dhabi.
Good luck in Abu Dhabi, Alice. Tu veux dire quelque chose en français aussi?
Je suis super contente d'être en finale. J'espère gagner pour la 6e fois ici. Voilà, je fais un gros bisou à tout le monde, mes parents, mon copain, Johan, et à demain.
And Alice making an important point there. La 6e fois would be the 6th time. So all the best, Alice, and back to you guys in the booth.
Right, she gets it and she rides out cleanly before kicking out of that one. For our viewers online, welcome back. Hope you enjoyed that interview with Tom. And previous heat winner, Alice Lemoine of France. Whilst you were gone, and whilst we were gone, we saw a wave ridden by surfer in blue, Camille Dubrana. It came in at a 2.63. Up and riding now, we see Zoe Gros-Piron of France. Very fleet of foot, quick footwork to get forward and back as that wave sectioned ahead of her. 5 minutes remaining, surfers in the water. You have 5 minutes remaining. The situation, we have 2 scores still to drop, 1 for white, 1 for green. White requires a 1.97 to move into that advancing second position. Green looking to extend her lead and drop the lowest score of a 3.17. Judges just considering how to reward both of those waves. Our viewers at home can see a replay of Last of Green. That very quick footwork there to get back before that section breaks ahead of her, before Zoe came unstuck. One of the biggest sets of the last half an hour rolling into North Fistral now. This misty Saturday morning. It's day 4 of the Boardmasters 2024. In the water, we have semi-final number 2 of the Wild West Jerky LQS women's event, featuring Zoe Gros-Piron in green, Beth Layfield in red, Ophelia Kuhn in white, and Camille Dubrana in blue. Last of Green, a 2.6. It won't feature in the top 2 of Green, but we are still waiting for one wave of white that could well change the situation, with her needing just a 1.97. 3 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock. I'll provide a situation update when that score does drop. As it stands, it's green first, red second, white third, blue fourth. Blue, you need a 3.97 to move into second. White looking for a 1.97 to move into second. Layfield needs a 4.18. Red, you need a 4.18 to move into first. And looking to better a 3.47. We're still waiting on one score to drop. 3 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. Last of white, 1.17. Okay, situation update. 3 minutes remaining. Green, you are first. Red, you are second. You need a 4.18 to move into first. White, you are third. You require a 1.97. Blue, you are fourth. Blue, you need a 3.97. Last wave of blue, a 0.77, won't factor into her 2-wave total. We've got 2 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. 2 minutes and 15 seconds. Green, you are first. Red, you are second. White, third. Blue, fourth. Last of blue, a 0.77. La dernière vague de le surfer en bleu et une 0.77. 0.77. You require a 3.97. Blue, 3.97 required. Surf it in white, you need a 1.97. Red, you need a 4.18 to move into first. And surfer in green, you lead with a 4.5 and a lower score of 3.17. We have 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining in this heat. Coming up next will be semi-final heat number 1 of the men's side of the draw, featuring in red Ben Skinner, in blue Adam Griffiths, in white Antonio Dantas, and in green John Garmendia Gonzalez. Up and riding here now, we see surfer in red Beth Layfield, looking to improve her situation. Doesn't manage to ride out of that end section. Out the back, we see surfer in green, heat leader Zoe Gros-Piron, moving herself forward, cross-stepping stylishly to the nose, hanging 5 and cross-stepping back before styling this wave out, kicking over the back. Zoe looking to improve on a 3.17. She may well have done it with that beautiful nose ride through the outer section of that wave. Beth Layfield looking to improve a 3.47. Wave still to be scored for surfer in white, Ophélie Alcune, looking for a 1.97. So it's very tight coming into this last 40 seconds or so of the heat. All to play for, because 2 final berths are up for grabs here. We already saw Lemoyne and Kaimi progress through out of semi-final number 1. Viewers at home will be able to see replay of Last of White. Ophélie Alcune searching for that 1.97. She may well have got it with that last wave. As we count down to the last 15 seconds, 3 scores still to drop, so this one might be decided after the final buzzer as we count down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That double horn blast signals the end of semi-final number 2 here at the Wild West Jerky LQS Women's event. We'll be moving swiftly into the men's side of the draw with semi-final number 1. Scores still to drop for Last of Green and Last of White. When they do, I shall provide you with updates. Remember, White was looking for only a small score, and it comes in a 2.77 for White, waiting on 1 score of Green. It's going to be a good score, and it will change the situation. White has gone briefly into first position, but she's about to be usurped by surfer in green. And there we have it, Last of Green, 6.83. La dernière vague de le surfer en vert, 6.83, 6.83. We'll provide you with the final official results shortly, but we're about to count down into semi-final heat number 1 of the men's side of the draw. Stand by, surfers. Stand by for countdown. And we go in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So here we are, semi-final number 1 in red, Ben Skinner representing the UK. In blue, Adam Griffiths representing the UK. In white, Antonio Dantas of Portugal. And in green, John Garmendia Gonzalez of the Basque Country. So confirmation of results of the previous heat. In first, in green, was Zoe Gros-Piron. In second, surfer in white, Ophélie Alcune. In third, surfer in red, Beth Layfield. And in fourth, surfer in blue, Camille Dubrana. Congratulations to all of our surfers for a fabulous heat. Commiserations to those not progressing through to the final. But we have got ourselves a brilliant final ahead. Meanwhile, in front of us, we see, and on screen, surfer in red, Ben Skinner with a prolonged nose ride through the middle section of the bank there. Sticking with this wave through the inside, hoping for a reform. This man knows the wave perhaps better than anyone in this event. Having grown up surfing here and winning many events over the years. So it's 3 early scores on the board. One for Ben Skinner in red, one for Antonio Dantas in white, one for John Garmendia Gonzalez in the green. Up and riding, we see surfer in blue. Adam Griffiths making it a full house of rides for our judges to consider. 18 minutes and 25 seconds remaining in this semi-final number 1 of the Wild West Jerky LQS men's semi-final number 1. 4 scores to come in. Viewers at home can see a replay of First of Red. And riding at the back, we see surfer in white on his second scoring ride, Antonio Dantas, weaving his way towards shore, cross-stepping. Sticking with the power source of this wave, trying not to get too far ahead of himself on the face. This wave will maybe see him through to the inside. Superb control demonstrated there from the Portuguese surfer. Managing to stick with that wave through a really tricky section. We've termed it Helms Deep over the past couple of days because of the deep water that causes those waves to get very fat and lose lots of their power. First scores are starting to drop in. Judges often find themselves very busy during these longboard heats because the longboarders catch an awful lot of waves. Tom mentioned earlier that during one of the semi-finals of this very event last year, we saw the last 10 minutes of the heat with constant wave riding action. At every single moment of the last 10 minutes, somebody was up and riding, keeping our judges very busy, as we see now. Surfer in green, John Garmendia Gonzalez of the Basque Country, with a prolonged nose ride through that fat middle section, doing really well to stick with that wave, opting not to hit the end section, but rather kick his board out, and he'll paddle back into the lineup to reset with 16.5 minutes remaining. First of Blue, 3.83. First of Blue, 3.83, up and riding at the back. We see surfer in red, Ben Skinner, hanging 10 for a very long time, cross-stepping his way back as the wave he's on, caught up with the wave in front. Finds another section to bounce off, and he goes for that Skinner stomp that Tom and I have talked about ever so much, but unfortunately doesn't manage to complete it. His namesake turn not being completed by the surfer in red on that occasion. Viewers at home can see a replay now of Last of Green, John Garmendia Gonzalez, as our judges no doubt watch it as well as they decide how best to reward it. Little bit of drizzle still falling from the sky, but it does seem a lot brighter. The cloud lifting, and I'm willing to bet that we're going to see the sun in the next hour or so. So our judges are comparing some of the rides we've seen so far this morning on their replay screen. Viewers at home are privy to these images, and I think perhaps also people in the beach bar will be able to see some of these on the TV screens. Scores starting to come in now. First of Skinner in red is going to be a great score. And there it is. First of Red, 7.83. First of Red, 7.83. Up and riding out the back, we see surfer in blue, Adam Griffiths, already the proud owner of a 3.83, changing direction, working his way towards the nose, hanging 5, hanging 10. Back he goes. Unfortunately, the nose of his board digging in there, forcing him to fly over the front of it. Beyond him, we see surfer in green, John Garmendia Gonzalez of the Basque Country, working his way back towards the whitewater, cross-stepping forward, hanging 5, hanging 10. Very stylish, pumping on the nose to stay with that one, cross-stepping back and hitting the end section. We know that our judges love to see that strong finish. And I think John Garmendia Gonzalez will have improved his situation. He's currently in 4th, looking for a 3.84 to move into 2nd. We know that we're waiting for 2 scores for green, and it could be enough to see him move into 2nd, perhaps even 1st, depending on how much the judges like that last of his waves. Scores coming in for white also. First of white, 1.5. First of white, 1.5. Second of white, 4.8. Adam Griffiths, surfer in blue. Local lad up and riding again. S-turning, changing direction, hanging 5, hanging 10, cross-stepping back. This wave will catch up with the one in front, providing him with further nose riding opportunities. He gets forward and back up to finish strongly. A brilliantly surfed wave there. A mirror image, actually, of Last of Green. The judges, I would imagine, will compare those two side by side to get a good look at the similarities and the differences before placing their scores in. The judges taking their time to deliver the scores this afternoon, making sure they get everything absolutely right. We're in the business end of competition. It's semi-final number 1 here at the Wild West Jerky LQS men's event. 13 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. With several scores still to come, I will wait to give a situation update because it is likely to change drastically. First of green, 5.0. First of green, 5.0. Second of green, 2.17. First of white, 1.5. Second of white, 4.8. Here goes white again, walking his way to the nose, hanging 10. Back he goes. Cross-stepping and fading back towards the whitewater to set himself up on an inside section here, cross-stepping forward. A quick 5, back he goes. A stylish jab there to cut back into the power source. And he's squaring up for a little rebound off the foam. Doesn't manage to ride out of that one. First of blue, 3.83. Second of blue about to drop. It's going to be somewhere in the mid-2s. One judge left to post his score. Scores still to be delivered for all 4 of our surfers as we see out the back. Ben Skinner, heat leader in red, working his way towards the nose, cutting back. He can see a section ahead and he's hanging 5, hanging 10. Doesn't manage to ride out of that when he floats over the back. As the scores continue to pour in here, it's a grey but increasingly light Saturday early afternoon here at North Fistral. It's day 4 of the Boardmasters. If you're just joining us on the beach or indeed online, welcome. If you are on the beach and you'd like to keep up with some of the live scores, you can download the WSL app and see it unfold in front of you. First of red, a 7.83. Third of red, a 3.5. Third of red, 3.5. So Ben Skinner, surfer in red, is in the lead. We've still got scores to come in for last of green, last of white, last of blue. Up and riding, we see surfer in green. Currently in second, John Garmendia Gonzalez. Kick his board out over the whitewater, which suggests that he's riding leashless. He doesn't want to swim in after it, so he kicks it beyond. Very much a kick out, and he'll swim after it and get back into that lineup. Scores are starting to trickle in. There's at least 1, 2, 3, 4 scores still to drop. There are 10 minutes and 40 seconds still to go in this semi-final number 1. Lots of waves ridden. We have seen a slight reduction in wave size as that tide has ebbed out. There's still the odd bigger set, and the surf forecast is very good. So we're not going to see conditions diminish. In fact, we're going to see conditions probably, likely improve throughout the rest of the afternoon. Lots of action coming your way this afternoon. We, of course, have the rest of this semi-final. Heat number 1, we've got semi-final number 2 before we move into the under-18 boys and girls semi-finals also. Viewers at home now can see a replay of some of the highlights of this heat so far. Our judges will also be watching these replays as they go about scoring the backlog of waves they now find in front of themselves. With several scores still to come in, I won't hasten to provide an update because it will change. Viewers on the beach can see surfer in green up and riding. Viewers at home watching a replay. Fret not though, viewers at home, because there will be a replay of anything that you miss whilst watching these. Green with an in and out. Nothing to speak of. It won't enter into his top 2. 9 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. There's going to be a good score posted for surfer in blue. And a set approaches, and it's going to be surfer in blue that looks like he might be in position for a really good wave here. He paddles, it's Adam Griffiths. No stranger to these waves. Cross steps to the nose. He's hanging 5, hanging 10 briefly, back to 5, cross steps back to the middle of the board. He's up to 5 again, hoping to see himself through this section, expertly navigates it all the way through, and he's going to find a reform on the inside. Meanwhile, we see surfer in green also up and riding on a right on the inside, John Garmendia Gonzalez. These two surfers making the judges pay in their keep. Up and riding at the back, it's Ben Skinner, surfer in red, straight to the nose, hanging 5, hanging 10. A prolonged nose ride, fantastic cross-stepping back. Cuts back into the power source there, the whitewater, and he'll straighten up as he finds another section on the inside, cross-stepping forward, 5. Cross-steps back, looking for a jam there, back to the whitewater, gets low to stick with this one, up to 5 again, cross-steps back, multiple nose rides on this wave. You can see from his body language that he likes the feel of this, and he'll try and see it all the way through to the inside. Kicks off the back. Steps off onto the sand, and adding to the backlog, the workload for our poor judges who, well, I say poor judges, they got a brilliant job watching all this fantastic surfing. At the back, we see surfer in white, Antonio Dantas, current heat leader, but likely to change with the last of red. Antonio Dantas working his way through to the inside, the goofy foot now maneuvering right on this inside wave as it steepens up. He gets the nose, beautiful nose right there from the Portuguese man. And he sticks with it all the way through to the inside. He's seen the virtues with sticking with these waves because they often offer a reform to surfers that persevere. At the back, a wave for blue, a quick in and out. It fades below him. So we still have lots of scores to come in, but with 7 minutes and 10 seconds remaining, the situation as it stands is surfer in white, you are first. White, you are first. Red, you are second. Red, you need a 3.87. Blue, you are third. Blue, you need a 5.51. Green, you are fourth. You need a 6.34. There are scores still coming in, and so that situation is likely to change. 6 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock. Surfer in green, John Garmendia Gonzalez, currently in fourth, up and riding, looking for a 6.34. Beautiful surfing from the Basque surfer, navigating towards the nose, back to the nose again, cuts back into the whitewater, finds himself with a beautiful section ahead of him. If he can stick with this wave, it will provide plenty of scoring opportunity. The look of sheer frustration as the Basque surfer drifts off the back of that wave. He needed a 6.34. I don't think that wave's going to achieve it for him. Looking to replace a lower score of a 4.17. Meanwhile, at the back, we see surfer in blue, Adam Griffiths up and riding, looking for a 5.51. A beautiful nose ride. Wow, 5 to 10. Holds that for a while. A jab back into the pocket. Bit of spray off that turn as well as he finds himself through to the inside. This wave will offer him a little reform on the inside. Griffiths sticks with it. A drop knee cut back to the foam. Beautiful surfing from the Cornishman. Looking for a 5.51. I think he may well have done it with that wave. That requirement is likely to change, however, because there's scores still to drop for all 4 surfers. 5 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. This is semi-final heat number 1. Coming up in semi-final number 2 will be Martin Corrette, João Dantas, Eduardo Del Pero, and Roland Lefebvre. Heat going to be dominated in numbers at least by the French. Up and riding here, we see surfer in green, John Garmendia Gonzalez, currently in fourth, looking for a 6.34. A beautiful nose ride again, little jab back into the pocket. Fantastic surfing from the Basque surfer. 5 minutes remaining. Out the back, we can see our surfer in white, a split screen for our viewers at home. At the back, we see surfer in white, Antonio Dantas, current heat leader, with some stylish maneuverings there. Hanging 10, a beautiful nose ride. Can he ride out of it? He does. Navigates the drop on that wave as it catches up with the wave in front and feels the sandbar for real. A daunting task to make that drop with such a large board. Bit of a dredgy wave. He's looking to improve on a 4.8. Now, all 4 surfers have scores to drop. Some of these surfers have multiple scores to drop in. 4 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. Here's Ben Skinner up and riding again, cutting back towards the whitewater. Cross-stepping forward, 1, 2, 3 steps. Back he goes. What will this wave offer him on the inside? He needs to a 3.87 to move into first. He'll switch stance, float off the oncoming section, and back round he goes. He liked that, a bit of a claim. Check out his muscles. Showman to the end is Skinner. Fresh off the plane yesterday from the US Open of Surfing in Huntington Beach. Semi-final finish for him there. At the minute, he is in position to move through to the final. Situation update, 3 minutes and 30 seconds. White is first, red is second, blue is third, green is fourth. There are lots and lots of scores still to drop, so the situation will change. Up and riding out the back, we see surfer in blue, Adam Griffiths, cross-stepping his way towards the nose, hanging 10 briefly, cross-stepping back. He goes for a big finish, bouncing off the foam and rides out of that with fluidity. Up into the lip for one final bash. Or perhaps there's more. This wave will reform on the inside as he gets to the nose one final time, doesn't ride out of it. 2 minutes and 55 seconds on the clock. Scores to drop for all of the surfers. The situation will change. As it stands, red, you are first. Red first. White, second. White, you need a combination of 17.16 to move into first. Blue, you are third. Blue, you need a 5.88. Green, you are fourth. You need a 6.71. Last wave of red is about to drop. It'll be somewhere in the 5-point range, but the wave before that, the previous wave of red, a 9.3. Previous wave of red, a 9.3. Up and riding at the back now, we see surfer in green, John Garmendia Gonzalez, currently in fourth, looking for a 6.71. Fancy footwork on full display here from the Basque surfer as he converges with another wave to find a little double up. Will he see it through? He doesn't. He drifts off the back, looking for a 6.71. Scores to drop in for all of our surfers. I can't stress enough that the situation is very likely to change before this heat is through. 1 minute and 50 seconds remaining. Ben Skinner has posted a 9.33. A huge score, one of the biggest of the event so far, if not the biggest. It got somewhat of a cheer from the bleachers, from the gallery watching on. Both Skinners, father and son, on a bit of a tear, posting 9-point rides in their respective semi-finals this morning. Ben in the longboard semi-final, Lucas in the men's open semi-final. Up and riding out here now, we see surfer in blue. I believe it's Adam Griffiths with 1 minute and 15 seconds remaining. Viewers at home can see the replay of previous of white. Now you can see vision of surfer in blue, Adam Griffiths on the inside. This wave will reform, providing him with opportunity for one last nose ride. Gets 5, gets 10 very briefly before he back pedals to the middle of the board. Beyond him, we see surfer in red, heat leader Ben Skinner. Holder of a 9.33 so far. Getting forward. It's a hang 5. It's a hang 10. It's beautiful nose riding. And back he goes. Will he stick with this wave through to the inside? Surfer in red, you are first with a 9.33 and a 7.83. Surfer in white, you are second. White, you require a combination to move into first. Surfer in blue, you are third. You need a 7.37. Surfer in green, you are fourth. You need an 8.2. 25 seconds remaining, both blue and red. Griffiths and Skinner now find themselves on the shore, having decided to come in. 15 seconds remaining. Green requires an 8.2. Up and riding, it is green. As we count this heat down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well, on this occasion, we have 2 buzzer beaters, potentially, as John Garmendia Gonzalez is up and riding, as is Antonio Dontas out the back. 2 beautiful waves from the surfer in green from the Basque Country and the surfer in white from Portugal, respectively. Okay, heads up for surfers in semi-final number 2. We're going to have a brief pause whilst our judges catch up with their backlog. So there's no official result in semi-final 1 yet because there are a lot of scores for our judges to get through. Surfers in the water for heat 2, stand by. We are not starting yet. Our judges are busy at work catching up with the backlog. This is what happens when you get consistent surf and 4 longboarders in a heat. You get lots and lots of waves ridden. So far, it seems that we've got somewhere in the region of 25 waves ridden in this heat and more still to be posted. At least 10 waves ridden for surfer in green. At least 7 waves ridden for surfer in red. At least 7 waves ridden for the surfer in blue. And at least 6 waves ridden for our surfer in white. So lots of scoring for our judges to catch up on. I will provide official results as they come in. If you're just joining us, welcome. It's day 4 of the Boardmasters Festival 2024. We've just seen a brilliant semi-final, number 1 of the Wild West Jerky LQS men's event. We'll shortly be starting semi-final number 2. Our judges are busy catching up with a backlog of scores, busily watching all of the replays and the recap of the heat, making sure they didn't miss a single thing. It's the business end of competition. Precision is vital at any stage in the contest, but particularly at this late stage. We wouldn't want to get it wrong now. Still a few scores still to drop in. We saw Ben Skinner, the surfer in red, post a 9.33 during that heat, saying to his son Lucas, anything you can do, I can do as well. So we have all the scores for red in. We have all the scores for green now in. We have all the scores for white now in. We're waiting on scores for blue. So we had at least 30 waves ridden in that heat. I'm counting 29 so far, with at least 1 more score still to drop. The judge is reviewing one of blue's waves now. Blue was looking for a 7.37 to get into that advancing position. The judges are beginning to input their scores. Green rode 10 waves during that heat. White rode 6. Blue rode 7. And red rode 7 as well. Scores that begin to drop in for last of blue. He needed a 7.37. Initial signs suggest that it will come slightly under that. Waiting on 3 judges, however, so the average is by no means determined yet. Surfers in semi-final number 2. We are on hold for just a few moments whilst our judges catch up. Oh, 2 judges say yes. 2 judges say no. Blue comes just under. It's such a fine line. Official results. Red takes the heat win. Skinner first. White, Dontas second. Griffiths, blue third. Garmendia Gonzalez in green fourth. A fantastic heat. Ladies and gents, a huge round of applause, please, for our semi-finalists. What a show they put on there. And it came right down to the last. Right down to the last. Our judges reviewed waves well after the heat had finished. Last scoring wave of blue, a 7.27. Such fine lines. Well done to everybody. We're going to move into semi-final number 2 now. Stand by, surfers in the water. Stand by for countdown. We have a countdown in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Wow, another breathless end to another astonishing heat. Congratulations and commiserations to our surfers. Those that have progressed through to the final, those that were eliminated at this late stage. Brilliant surfing all round. You can see the British contingent. Sam Bleakley, arm around Adam Griffiths. Consolatory hug and a celebratory tap for Dantas and Skinner. Well done to all involved. A brilliant semi-final. We're into semi-final number 2. This one featuring Martin Corrette of France, João Dantas of Portugal, Edouard Del Piero of France, and Roland Lefebvre of France also. Corrette in red, Dantas in blue, Del Piero in white, and Lefebvre in green. First blood drawn by Corrette with a score to be posted. These heats are 20 minutes in duration. Our surfer's having 5 minutes to paddle out, up and riding out the back. We can see our surfer in blue, João Dantas of Portugal. Coming unstuck early on there, trying to grab his rail as he reached forward with his toes for hang 5. Scores start to trickle in. First of blue, 0.9. First of blue, 0.9. Waiting on scores, first of red. So we have our first two finalists of the LQS men's division. It'll be Skinner and Dantas who progress through. Who will join them? That remains to be seen. An action, what a talent-packed heat. Let's see if it results in an action-packed heat. I imagine it will. The surf's very consistent. A big thanks to our judges for working so hard to eliminate the backlog. In that last heat, they had their work cut out. As we see up and riding here, it's the surfer in red, Martin Corret, already proud owner of a 4-point ride, getting forward to the nose there, the goofy foot, finds that fat inside section where the water gets very deep, slows the wave down, reduces the power. First of red, 4.0, la première vague, et le surfer en rouge, 4 points. La deuxième vague pour le surfer en rouge est une 3.33. 3.33, the second wave of red. Red, you are in first. Blue, you are in second. And we see a second wave for blue here. João Dantas up and riding, and nose ride cuts back to the white water. Will he be able to navigate this Helms deep section, the deep water? He sticks with the white water. That's his best chance to make it through to the inside reform. Fading to the right here, the goofy footer on a smaller inside wave. Gets forward. Will he find another section? He rides it all the way through to the inside and kicks his board through the back. A great wave there for João Dantas, the surfer in blue from Portugal. So 4 waves ridden, 2 for red, 2 for blue. White and green yet to open their respective accounts. It's a bit of a grey early afternoon here at Fistral. It seems to be getting a little bit brighter. Viewers at home can watch the replay now of Last of Blue, João Dantas. Looking to add to his 0.9, looking to better it, of course. He needs a 6.43 to move into first. Some stylish surfing on display from the young Portuguese surfer in blue. 16 minutes and 10 seconds remaining in this heat. A warm welcome to all of you joining us on the beach, in the beach bar, in the athletes area, and of course online. It's day 4 of the Boardmasters. In the water, we have semi-final number 2 of the Wild West Jerky LQS men's event. If you want to keep up with all of the live scores, or if you're leaving the beach and you want to keep up with the action, you can download the WSL app or find them on their website, where you can watch all of the action live and see the scores as they are input by our judges. Surfer in white, Edouard Dalpero opens his account. This is looking like a brilliant inside section for the Frenchman. Making his way forward, hanging 5, hanging 10, a beautiful nose ride, backpedaling there with a cross step up into the foam. Will he find one more section? He does. Superb surfing from the Frenchman there, Dalpero. Familiar face in the Côte de Basque lineup in Biarritz. He and his brother both going head-to-head over many years in semi-finals and finals respectively. Viewers at home can watch the replay of Last of Dalpero in white. Beautifully surfed right-hander. Our judges are now considering how to reward it. It had it all. It had nose rides, it had turns, it had speed, fluidity, control, and lots of style. The Frenchman seeing it right the way through to the sand. Fantastic nose ride in the middle of that wave that our viewers at home were able to witness once again on the replay, that I can guarantee our judges are also reviewing as well before they input their scores. 14 minutes and 15 seconds remaining, a quarter of the heat gone. Judges begin to input their scores for Last of White. I suspect it will be the highest scoring wave of the heat so far. It is last of white, 6.17. La dernière vague dit le surfer en blanc est une 6.17. 6.17 for the last of white, 13 minutes and 45 seconds remaining. The situation is surfer in green, Roland Lefebvre. You are in fourth, yet to post a scoring ride. Surfer in white, Edouard Dalpero, you are in third. White, you require a 1.16. White, you need a 1.16. Surfer in red, you are second. You need a 5.4 to move into first. White, you need a 5.4 to move into first. Blue, you are first. Viewers at home will be able to go over to an interview with Ben Skinner and Tom Anderson in just a few moments' time. If you miss anything, don't worry, it'll be shown again on replay when you come back to us.
So I am here now with the winner of the last semi-final, Ben Skinner, through to the final, and with the highest heat total of the event so far, including a ride of over 9 points. So Ben, you've just been out there. You were fresh off the plane from Huntington. You've made a pretty seamless transition to the frigid waters of Cornwall. You love surfing this wave though, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, growing up here, and it's been a hard couple of days with jet lag and stuff, but it's been really exciting watching both my kids surfing and competing, and it's just been, I've really enjoyed it. And I hadn't actually surfed since my heat in Huntington. I haven't managed to get in the seas, so today was my first heat, was the first surf, and it's nice to feel a bit looser in that one.
Oh, I love it. Talk to me about the importance of Boardmasters as an event, because it's, for you, you know, you're on the World Longboard Tour, but that home crowd, family on the beach, you're talking about your kids still being in the event as well.
Yeah, it's massive. I mean, it's definitely by far the biggest event we have in the UK for surfing, if not one of the biggest in Europe. And, you know, with the festival alongside it, it's one of the biggest in the world. So to have, like, the Boardmasters put on this event alongside the WSL, give us the platform for the kids. Like, you can see the juniors are here looking up at all the QS guys, and you know, it's what we need as a surfing nation, is more events like this. So yeah, it's amazing.
And I've got to ask, while I've got you here, about Lucas through to the final. How were your nerves at the end of that heat? Well, last night and today.
Shattered, to be honest. That was a tight heat. I mean, it was a shame for both of them that it was so slow, but you know, this is competing, and I think Lucas proved throughout the rest of the event that he could beat him if he had the waves anyway. It's a shame it come down to a couple of twos at the end, but Nicholas is a great surfer, but Lucas is on a 10. It's just so exciting to watch, and I think he's a great example for all the youngsters coming up from the UK.
And your daughter Lila this afternoon in the juniors, hopefully?
Yeah, she's ripping too. She's in the semi-finals of the juniors, only 14 years old. And again, you know, we're all just having fun, enjoying surfing. I think when you're doing that, you're going to make finals.
Yeah, and they're doing it as a family. Incredible. So we've got 3 Skinners still up and going in this event. Welcome back from Huntington, Ben.
Thanks.
And over to you in the booth.
Ten minutes and 10 seconds remaining. We're about to see a situation change potentially with a few scores to drop. As it stands, however, it's surfer in white, Edouard Dalpero. White, you are first. Surfer in white, you are first. Looking to replace a lower score of a 6.17. Surfer in blue, João Dantas. You are in second. You need an 8.34 to move into first and to replace a 4.4 to improve your situation. Surfer in red, Martin Corrette. You are third. Surfer in red, you are third. You need a 5.4 to move into second. Surfer in green, Roland Lefebvre, you are in fourth. You need an 8.17 to move into second. Last of green, 3.33. Green, you now require a 6.07. Green, you need a 6.07. Red, waiting for the last of red to drop. Situation update. Surfer in blue, you are second. Blue, second. 8 minutes and 55 seconds remaining. You see surfer on the inside in red. This is Martin Corret chasing down at 5.4. Working all the way through to the inside. He couldn't have done much more on that wave. Situation update. 8 minutes and 35 seconds remaining. Surfer in white, you are first. White, you are first, looking to replace a lower score of 6.17. Last of white, a 7.17. Blue, you are second. You need an 8.34, looking to replace a 4.4. Red, you are third. You need a 5.4. Scores still to come for last of red. Green, you are fourth. You need a 6.07. Seven minutes and 55 seconds remaining. We see white with a quick in and out. Viewers at home can see a replay. Said in and out in just a moment. There was a little hang 5 up there, prolonged hang 5. In fact, I think this is a replay for viewers at home of a wave a little while ago. This would have been the 7.17 of white. So the judges are reviewing this to make a comparison between this and last of white and last of red. If you're on the beach, welcome. It's day 4 of the Boardmasters 2024. We're into semi-final number 2 of the Wild West Jerky LQS men's event. 7 minutes and 5 seconds remaining. 2 scores still to drop, one for white, one for green. At the moment, it's surfer in white who's in first. Eduardo Del Piero is in first position, looking to replace a lower score of a 6.17. Surfer in red, Martin Corret, is in second now. So situation update, all scores are in. White first. White, you are in first. Red, you are second. Red, you are in second, looking for a 6.65 to move into first, or to replace a 4 to improve your situation. Blue, Dantas, third. Blue, you are third. Blue, you need a 5.71. Green, Lefebvre, you are fourth. Surfer in green, you need a 7.33. Green, fourth. Blue, third. Red, second. White, first. 6 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. At the moment, it's going to be Del Piero and Corret progressing through to the final, but there is time enough for everything to change. Lefebvre in fourth, just a 7.33 away from that advancing second position. Dantas in blue, just 5.71 away from that advancing second position. All to play for, and there's sets on the horizon, lines approaching us here at North Fistral. Surfer in white that gets into it. Eduardo Del Piero, your heat leader, cross-stepping his way towards the nose, backpedaling, trying to get around this section. He'll find time to get up into that lip and bounce down. Will he stick with this wave for what he knows is on the inside, a reform, perhaps? Del Piero looks for it, adjusting his footing. Using his hands, a little paddle there. He gets forward, gets back, realizes he won't be able to travel through to the inside and gets out of there. 5 minutes, 20 seconds left on the clock. It's white in first, red in second, blue in third, green in fourth. Green in fourth, you need a 7.33. Blue in third, you need a 5.71. Red in second, a 6.65. And out in front, it's Del Piero in white with a score still to drop.
Well, thanks for holding the fort there, Rob. I'm just stepping in to take us through the last 4 minutes of this heat now, and we can see the surfer in blue, João Dantas, looking for a 5.71 there, and you see at the end of the wave, He gestures that he thinks the judges have got something to think about. 4 minutes remaining, João Dantas. Will he have got the 5.71 there? At the end of that ride, you saw Dantas gesturing. Eduard Del Pero out front. He's going to post another score. Last of white, a 4.83. You remain in the lead. 3 minutes and 30 remaining. And we're just waiting for the last of blue, João Dantas. And this is what the judges will be watching in the booth now. They will be thinking real hard, is this a 5.71 rides they might compare it to? Dantas's wave already. There are rides going on out back as well. I can see that the surfer in red, Martin Corret, is not leaving anything to chance and is trying to ride a wave. He's riding a left all the way through. Corret is still up and riding, but we're staying with the replay. This is what the judges are watching for João Dantas. A 5.71. Is it the 5.71? Corret out on the inside there as well. We probably will be able to see a replay of what Corret just did too, because once the score drops for Dantas, it may or may not leave Corret needing to do something else. Dantas is looking like he might well be out in time. At the moment, heat leader Del Pero has got priority, and Roland Lefebvre looking for a 7.33 in the green. So this is what Martin Corret, the surfer from Reunion, did to the 10, and then a frontside cutback round off the foam, drop knee cutback, and waiting out a little bit of white water, another cutback, looking to see if he can get a chance to ride in that power pocket and get up to the nose again, and claps his hands there. Has he done enough, Martin Corret? And so dropping in, he's going to need a score because the last of blue, João Dantas, is going to change the situation, but then there'll be the last of red to come. Last of blue, 5.93. You are up into second. Red, you needed a 4.23. You have already ridden a wave. Is it a 4.23? Lefebvre, his wave is going to be a low score. It was an in and out on the right-hander going the other way. So there's a minute and 30 remaining. And everything is now, in terms of advancement, on the score for Martin Corret. Last of red, Martin Corret, a 7.4. You are into first. Eduard Del Pero, you're now in second. Up and riding, Roland Lefebvre. You need a 9.97 on this wave. We've seen 9s. They went down in the last heat. One minute remaining. João Dantas, you now need a 7.41. First priority is with white, second priority is with blue, and so the surfer playing defense on second place is suddenly Del Pero, but he has priority. We're going to see a priority blocking maneuver attempted here. Oh, and Del Pero goes left from behind the bowl to keep Dantas off. But Dantas will get to go on the one behind Del Pero from way too far back. He can't do anything with the wave. Can Dantas get one? Martin Corret is up and riding. So Dantas with no takeoff there now, and we're going to be counting this heat out very shortly. I'm pretty sure that's Martin Corret on the screen there. So it looks as though, so we're going to count this out now in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And that was where everybody, we've got Dantas is up here now. I think, did he get that on that wave before the horn? That's the key question. Dantas riding into a long flat section. Double paddles with the hands, going to be very difficult to get 7.41 for that. So the heat leader, Martin Corret, rode a wave on the horn. Del Pero with no change to the situation. That was just a blocking wave. And it could well turn out to have been what he needed to do at that point, because Dantas was really well placed to have got onto that left-hander himself. And so Dantas is not going to get the score either. So this is going to finish. Just standing by for the last of blue. But it looks as though this is going to finish red from white with blue and green eliminated. So it looks like we're going to have Martin Corret through into the next round, into the final, where he will be joined by Ben Skinner and Antonio Dantas. So that's quite a final that we have on our hands. So we're just waiting for total confirmation of that. Dantas finishes there with a 0.93 for the last of blue. Last of red, 5.7. Final official results. First, Martin Corret, 14.13. Second, Edward Del Piero, 13.34. So there we go. We've got our 4 finalists in place. Ben Skinner with a score of 17.16. Martin Corret with 14.13. Del Piero with 13.34. And the other finalist posted, it was the surfer in white in the last heat. So our finalists are in place. You see the surfers coming up the beach, congratulating each other there. Del Piero and Dantas. Commiseration, says Del Piero. I had to block you on that one. Dantas says, of course I get it. He'd have done the same thing. Final results, Lefebvre still posting some decent scores. The guys come up together. And there we have it. That wraps up the Wild West Jerky Longboard Pro Men's semi-finals. We've got our finals in place. Both the women's and the men's. And tomorrow for finals day for this event, the weather is due to become glorious and the wind is swinging offshore and the wave period is going up. So these guys have earned the chance to surf some really nice conditions tomorrow. It'll be high tide. There'll be a crowd on the beach. It'll be quite a finals day here. So some standout performances from the morning surfing here from Boardmasters. In the BYD Pro, we had, in the women's, we had Tia Zabrowski and Noah Clapp. And then we had, in the BYD Pro Men's, Lucas Skinner and Patrick Langdon-Dark setting up that enticing all-British final. Wales versus Cornwall. Wales versus England, whatever you want to call it. And it'll all be live on the WSL through another Compcast tomorrow. In the meantime, there's going to be a bit of a break before we go into the juniors. That's the scene building up on the beach. The action's going to remain hot. The WSL Compcast will go on hold until we return to the WSL events. And we will be back with that. Myself, Tom Anderson, and Rob Blythe will be running the Compcast again tomorrow for finals day. Got to thank everybody who's tuned in. And tune in again tomorrow. Have a lovely afternoon. And if you're around in person, come down and watch the juniors, because they are also going to be shredding. In the meantime, thanks for watching. Diolch am edrych. And see you guys tomorrow. Gwelwch chi yfory. So we're going to finished with a highlights package from yesterday. The highlights package from today will be available later tonight. And then we'll see you guys tomorrow. So enjoy these highlights. Again, thank you so much for tuning in. It's Tom and Rob. Over and out.
See you, Tom.
In fact, the highlights we're going to see are from today. So I said yesterday, it is from today. So we've already got highlights from today. Fantastic. Gonna enjoy watching this myself, Robbo.
What's up is down, what's left is right. Chasing stars and holding you. I can't see the end, but we'll see it through. Dangerous times, don't fly too high. Be sure to keep the ground in sight. Fly forever if you keep it tight. Love the world, but keep the sky on your mind. So high, I'm hypnotized. What's up is down, what's left is right. Chasing stars and holding you. I can't see the end, but we'll see it through. Dangerous times, don't fly too high. Be sure to keep the ground in sight. Fly forever if you keep it tight. Love the world, but keep the sky on your mind. So high, I'm hypnotized. What's up is down, what's left is right. Chasing stars and holding you. I can't see the end, but we'll see it through.